Hello and welcome into the fourth and final day of the New Balance Nationals indoor here at the track at New Balance in Boston. I'm Declan Murray. We'll be joined in the booth shortly by Jasmine Todd. And we're kicking off day 4 of action with the championship sections of the girls' 1 mile race walk. 2 sections against time. Boys' 1 mile race walk will follow. We've got an action-packed day ahead. Over 5,500 athletes have competed this weekend and will compete today. National records have fallen. National meet records have fallen as well. And we're just about to get underway. Girls' 1 mile race walk, 8 laps around the track. An event we don't get to see competed too much at the high school level, but great to have an opportunity here at New Balance Nationals. Your competitors in section 1 of 2. Tiana Shelble, Ella Forty, Jessica Sweet, Madeline Pettit, Sophie Tanyos, Danielle Chiarello, Andrea Manny Munoz, Veronica Wolnicki, Emily Dwyer, Juliana Wadala, Emma Horgan, Leilani Mitchell, Rahel Delaney, Riley Craig, Olivia Graham, Maya Boynton, Abigail Fortin.
This race is just underway. Section 1. Let's see.
We've also got Kirsten Dinsmore, Ashleen Fennell, and Talia Adeo.
It looks like
and
we are
starting this one off at the break. Olivia Garena, Golden Flashes Running Club. Ashlyn Fennell of Pearl River, tucked in behind. And welcome in, Jasmine. How are you this morning?
I am well. How are you this morning?
Great. We're underway, getting started here. Girls race walk. Lots of impressive performances yesterday. A lot more to come today. What are you most excited about?
Oh my goodness. You know what? I am so excited to watch the championship girls 200 meters. We have Shanti, and then we also have someone else who had broke the national record. And just to watch those two compete in that 200, I think we're about to watch that national record get broken all over again.
Yeah, Adeja Hodge of Monteverde Academy ran that national record yesterday. We saw 2 Monteverde Academy national records fall yesterday, and a total of 3 national records. But Shanti Jackson came in with a top time in the country. Adeja Hodge said, I'm going to take that.
Exactly. I feel like it's going to be such a big battle. Shanti knows how to run that race, but again, I just think that we are about to see an ultimate battle, especially coming down on that backstretch. We're going to see who comes off that final curb with the most strength and power, and it's going to be actually very exciting. So what about you?
And, well, I'm also looking forward to seeing what we get in the boys 60.
Oh,
boys 60s, there's going to be fireworks, as well as both miles on both boys and girls side. I think there's going to be a lot to do, but we saw a national record in the boys 60 from Isam, and it should be a really, really fun day here at the track at New Balance. Coming around 5 laps to go, Maya Boynton of Maine Racewalkers leading the way. Rahel Delaney, Olivia Garena, second and third, but Boynton now getting a little bit of gap on the field.
Absolute shout out to the race walkers, because maintaining that form the entire way is very difficult. Oh my goodness, I've tried a couple times. I've been taught by some of my race walker friends, and yeah, no, big shout out to them.
Yeah, not easy in peeking around the track. You see officials all over, just keeping your eyes out on the backstretch around each turn.
Really trying to make sure that there is always a foot on the ground and there is no running that actually happens.
But cool to see this event at the high school level, not something that takes place at most high school, as a high school sanctioned event. So getting the opportunity to do it at a national level where these athletes get that opportunity beyond just club championships or USATFs.
Yes. And to do it at a stage like this, it's early in the morning, but we still have plenty of people out here supporting these girls. And again, we don't get to see this often. So being able to see this is actually so great.
And speaking of those supporters, things are starting to fill in here. We're going to have another packed day. But last night, packed to the rafters by the end of the night.
Man, absolutely packed. We had a great showing yesterday, so it only makes sense that these stands are packed. And I expect that this stadium is going to be jam-packed, full to the rim with all these finals that we have today.
You had a chance to go and check out the concert last night?
Oh my goodness. One, big shout out to New Balance for even doing that. How often do you get to go to a track meet and attend a concert, not only at the track meet, but in the stadium? So that was such an amazing show. Chloe Bailey did absolutely amazing.
Yeah, really cool. They've had some awesome performances here, really leaning into the pop culture here at the track at New Balance. Chloe Bailey being here yesterday when they opened the track with the performance by Jack Harlow. So lots of really cool things going on here and tapping into some cool connections in the community.
Absolutely, and it's things that are needed in track and field. Why not have a track stadium that also has a concert venue, an event venue, and let's bring in that culture. This is stuff that we really, really need in our sport to help broaden it and bring in these celebrities, start getting them more involved within our sport.
Lots of fun here this weekend at the track at New Balance. We've got 2 laps to go in Section 1 of the girls' 1-mile race walk. Maya Boyington still leading the charge here. Came through the halfway mark at 4:31. Now picking up a little bit here. 1:36, that quarter-mile split. Rahel Delaney in second. Starting to close that gap a little bit. Both main race walkers out in front right now.
And they've got a nice little gap between second and third.
And Delaney really has closed that gap down now. Trying to close in now on Boyington with just over 200 to go. And as they move into this last lap, going to start facing some lapped athletes. Going to make it hard for Boyington to get around, but also then Delaney will have to double pass if she wants to get through.
Yes.
Bell lap for Maya Boyington, and she's now put on a surge.
I love to see it. You can kind of see her down there talking to herself as she goes through that bell lap.
And Boyington now separating from Delaney down the back stretch. 100 to go.
Really hit that surge coming in. 50 meters left of this walk.
Maya Boyington of Maine Race Walkers going to take Section 1 of the Girls' Championship Race Walk. Rahel Delaney will take second.
And Maya Boyington will run 8:06:05 or walk.
And Delaney came across 8:13:13.
Man, congratulations to these ladies, and what an experience to be here.
A strong close now coming in for third place. Madeline Pettit, Emily Dwyer and Kirsten Dinsmore. As this section finishes up, see a long line of athletes coming down to fill out section 2. A little bit of a lean at the line there.
Amazing work by these ladies.
Really impressive racing. That time to beat now for the second heat is going to be 8:06.05.
You know, as I'm watching them come off the track, I see there's a little stand that's right there in that section, and they're all trying to walk around it after just walking so much and so fast.
Yeah, making it a little tough for them.
Yeah.
An extra obstacle in the way.
A little obstacle course. And again, that time to beat will be an 8:06.05 from Boyington.
And as they get them lined up on the track, we also see the hurdlers starting to warm up. We've got our Rising Star 60s and 60 hurdles to follow the Racewalk. And also we'll have the boys and girls championship 60 and 60 hurdles semifinals this morning. See the finals in those events later on in the morning and into the early afternoon.
How did you do with that daylight savings change?
Well, you know, leaving the track at about 10:30 last night and just getting back in here around 7:30. So that, you know, it wasn't great, but it's okay. We're moving along. I've got a 9-month-old at home, so
oh my goodness!
I know the feeling of operating while
of
tired
sleep.
at this point. Yeah, doing all right.
I wish I could say the same, but I do not have a 9-month-old at home.
Yeah, and hopefully you're getting better sleep with your training and competing that's going on.
Oh man, let me tell you, I already know when I get home it'll be a hard crash, but I've got enough rest to get through today. I think that is the beautiful thing about having all these finals. It's going to be such an exciting day. I don't even think I'm going to realize until the meet is over. Like, dang, you know, I'm actually kind of tired today.
That's the same feeling I think some of these athletes have. They just get that adrenaline rush. May have multiple individual relay events, but still come out and compete as hard as they can. In Section 2 with the girls' Racewalk, we've got Ava Catania, Alana Perkins, Abby Callanan, Sophia Scouten, Riley Carletta, Alexa Governor, Ashlyn Poulin, Kyra Pellegrino, Taylor Farrell, Gianna Mori, Samantha Mignot, Taylor Nugent, Desolette Dubois, Madison Lagarde, Cassandra Collins, Mia Sicily, Madison Morgan, Madison Tuttle, and Ruby Ray. 19 in this section. Racing against time. That 8:06 was the time to beat.
We have got a full heat of ladies who deserve some cheering right now. We have got Morgan.
And we've got Caitlin down on the track doing our infield announcing, getting the crowd nice and hyped for this racewalk.
And they're out quick, about 12 seconds faster than we saw lap 1 in Section 1.
Woo.
And they've really got that race strung out now. Madison Morgan leading the way. Desolette Dubois in second. Starting to get a little bit of a pack of 3 up front. Alexa Governor, the third there before that gap has formed. Ruby Ray, Abby Callanan trying to bridge that gap as they approach the quarter-mile split.
Madison Morgan is still your leader. However, she does have 2 individuals on her tail. They can take that lead at any moment.
And they are really working.
So we saw that 8:06 in the first one, on pace to run just under 7 minutes in this section if they're able to hold on to that pace. 1:43 through the quarter mile.
But Madison does not want it to be any question about her being the leader in this race.
Morgan still leading the way. Now getting a little gap on Dubois and Governor.
They have done this race time and time again, so I'm sure they are no stranger to situations like these. Madison continues to open up her lead. As a reminder,
As we've got Madison really trying to extend that lead out front.
Now through about 700 meters, we'll get that half-mile split for you as Morgan leads the way. First final of this 4th and final day of New Balance Nationals Indoor. So we talked about what you're most excited about so far, but what's been most impressive to you this weekend in performances or in just what you've seen at this facility?
I mean, it's so tough. We have seen so many records fallen. We have seen so many great performances happen. We've seen these athletes competing, but shockingly, I have to say that mile. Watching that boys championship mile was absolutely amazing. I had the honor of being right down by that finish line and crossed through the line, and it was just so electric in the stadium. They really had the crowd going. The crowd was so involved. Absolutely amazing. What about for you?
You know, I really enjoyed that 5K yesterday, both the boys and the girls. We saw Ellie Shea just absolutely smash it solo, and being able to go run under 16 minutes, but setting a new personal best in a solo effort like she did yesterday was awesome. And then also on the boys' side, we saw an incredible race, 3 of the 4 fastest high school times ever run. And they also took down the record of your former teammate, Edward Cheserek.
Edward! As much as I was cheering for it and I was like, yes, honestly, the moment you put yourself in a position with Edward, absolutely, you're a phenomenal athlete.
Yeah, and Edward running at St. Benedict's Prep in New Jersey as a high schooler, and then on to the University of Oregon. He was a 17-time national champion.
Absolutely insane. How awesome is that to say? 17 national championships.
Yeah, too impressive, and almost seems ridiculous when you start counting them up.
Absolutely ridiculous, and still wild to think about that he never won a Bowerman.
Yeah. Yes.
Crazy.
Probably deserves an honorary Bowerman at this point. I think
absolutely.
Everyone could agree that the most decorated NCAA athlete to never have a Bowerman to his name. And
like, when is the next time you'll see someone?
Yeah, start wondering how that happened. But quarter mile to go for Madison Morgan. She has now distanced herself from the pack. 5:28 through 3/4 of a mile. She's got a lap and a half to go.
And
We've got 6 seconds on the field. Morgan and now Poulin in second of the main race walkers. Morgan takes the bell.
Madison takes that bell, and you can see she hit a little surge going into this final lap.
And Ashlyn Poulin in second. We've got Madison Morgan coming into the final turn. Ashlyn Poulin, Desolate Dubois, 1, 2, and 3. But definitely going to be quite the race for third, with 3, even 4 still in it in that race. Madison Morgan's going to be
coming down this final stretch, really bringing it in.
Morgan will be your girls 1 mile race walk champion here at New Balance Nationals. Ashlyn Poulin finishing off in strong second place. And in the race for third,
7:27.96.
it's going to be Dubois.
Congratulations, Madison.
And
Holding
Madison
on.
will clock in a 7:17.28.
7:17 for Morgan, 7:27 for Poulin. Dubois rounds out the top 3 in 7:33. And following this one, we've got the boys championship 1 mile coming up. We had Morgan, Poulin, Dubois, Callanan, Governor, Minio, Nugent, and Sicily, your top 8.
And as our girls finish up their race walk, up next we will have the championship boys 1 mile race walk, which will be a smaller field. We'll only have 1 heat.
1 heat of 8 coming up in the boys, and they're starting to line up, patiently waiting their turn to take the track as we finish up the girls 1 mile race walk championship.
I think that shows how impressive it is to have this. We had 2 heats for the girls, and we only have 1 really small heat for the boys, and I think that speaks volumes onto how little opportunities you actually really get. So these girls really took advantage of having this opportunity.
Yeah, and you see a lot of the same club team with the main race walkers, quite a few that were in there, and we'll see a few of the main race walkers in the boys race as well. And it just shows that those clubs that do support race walking are, when they take advantage of these opportunities and make sure their athletes can travel and compete. Not too far of a trip for the main race walkers. Boys on the track now. Carter Butterfield, Rowan McDonald, Lucian Beardsley, Cody Quimby, William Soviraj, Matt Brow, Jackson Foster, and Aiden Snyder.
And again, that is Butterfield, McDonald's, Beardsley, Quimbley, Sabarja, Brow, Foster, and Snyder.
And an interesting one too, because oftentimes when we see the race walk take place, it's at 1500, so a little bit extra distance from what some are used to. Rowan McDonald of the main race walkers out early with his teammates Lucian Beardsley and Carter Butterfield. Cody Quimby going 1 through 4. And that's McDonald out in front with the headband.
I love the headband. I love that they get to walk to Beyonce right now, too.
Yeah. Headband kind of vibes well with the full kit colors that they've got on for the main race walkers. A nice little flow of colors on the back. Rowan McDonald still leading the way. They'll come up on the quarter-mile split here.
What they say, teamwork make the dream work. You are witnessing that on the track.
And I don't know if you guys could hear Caitlin in the background, but she definitely said teamwork makes the dream work, and these teammates are really working together right now.
Yeah, you could see Rowan McDonald peeking over into the crowd, getting some direction. And also seeing some warnings being handed out. Athletes picking a foot up before they got the other foot down. Now a little breakaway taking place. McDonald and Beardsley. They came through the quarter-mile split in 1:52. And right as they came through in 1:52, McDonald put on quite the surge. Still looking for some direction from the stands, just keeping an eye on the clock, but also making sure he's focusing in on form.
Can I hear a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep these energy
McDonald, Beardsley, Quimby, Butterfield, Snyder, Sobiraj, Foster, and Brow.
McDonald really putting a gap on this field.
Seen a little bit of a surge. Gone from the 56-second, 50 to 58-second 200s on those first couple laps, and now his first couple 200s. Now he's picked it up a little bit, coming through 800 in 3:40. So a little bit of a surge on that second quarter mile.
And we just watched Kimberly pass Beardsley.
Still two main race walkers, 4 main race walkers going 1 through 4, but a pack of them that is now separated into 4 individuals racing against the clock. McDonald's doing it all alone right now. Coming up on 3 laps to go for Rowan McDonald.
McDonald will come through that 1,000 meters in 4:33.04.
And McDonald's got a 7:17 to his name in the outdoor race walk. Looking to improve upon that. Hoping to come out of today with a personal best and right on pace with that personal best of his.
I think it's the headband.
Headband is, showing a little bit of swag, a little bit of confidence to go and rock the headband.
Absolutely.
Also functional though. He's got some long flowing hair.
He's got long hair. Keep that hair out of his face.
Yeah.
Great choice. Although I think I would love to see it just flowing in the air.
McDonald won the race 3,000 meter race walk at one of our high school national meets in 2022.
And we just watched McDonald as he came through that line with 2 laps to go. He gave a little signal out to the crowd.
McDonald's been in the Racewalk for quite some time. Was achieving first place finishes at Junior Olympics championships in the 1500 Racewalk and continued it on into the high school level. Now a junior, Rowan McDonald, coming up with a lap to go.
1 lap to go. Came through that 1300 mark in 5:54.43. As he now enters that bell lap, and you see him hit yet another surge.
And gritting the teeth a little bit. Still like to see that though. Eyes way up the track. That's important when you're out on your own. You're not looking down, not wallowing in the pain that is the lactic acid buildup. McDonald just eyes up, looking around the corner of the track, focusing forward.
With about 100 meters to go.
Rowan McDonald, from Junior Olympic Racewalk champion, 3,000 meter Racewalk champion. McDonald going to come home.
Bringing it home.
Rowan McDonald is your boys 1 mile Racewalk champion at New Balance Nationals Indoor.
And he will run a 7:12.96.
And every lap got faster for McDonald. 152, 149, 147, 143. You said that big surge going into that final 200. McDonald just poured it on, and now standing at the finish line and
cheering on
his teammates.
Absolutely amazing. I love to see that.
Love to see it. Main Racewalkers coming across. That's Cody Quimby finishing in second. Carter Butterfield will take third, and Lucian Beardsley will take fourth. The main Racewalkers go 1 through 4 at New Balance Nationals. And off there, chatting, getting the breakdown with their coach, and gonna celebrate in this one.
Absolutely amazing.
All under 8 minutes, and all with strong closes on those last couple laps.
And up next on the track, we will be having the Rising Stars Boys 60 meters, where we will have 3 heats.
3 heats coming up. Last finals of the day today will be some relays as always. We'll finish it off with the championships in the 4x4s, 4x8s.
Man.
Always fun. Of course, 4x4, 4x4 to bring it home.
Gotta have the 4x4 to bring it home.
And finishing it off, Sobiraj, Foster, and Snyder. They'll bring it in, and that'll do it for our championship boys 1 mile Racewalk. Rowan McDonald, your New Balance Nationals champion.
What an awesome job by those ladies and gentlemen. And up next, we will have that Rising Stars Boys 60 meters. In Heat 1, we will have Nathan Sims, Kyle Warmington, Roman Spikes, Chris Ross, Christopher Brooks, Tobias Williams, Kyle Dargy, Donnell Harvey.
And we're in the semifinal section here. We've got 24 total entered over 3 sections. Top 8 times will advance to the final later this morning.
You'll probably be seeing more replays on this now, because it's a room of this. So just keep your eye on the monitor.
Boys Rising Stars 60 meter is on the track. In P1, we have Nathan Sims, Kyle Warmington, Roman
Lining this one up for the boys 60 Rising Stars semifinal. Sims, Warmington, Spikes, Ross, Brooks, Williams, Dargy, and Harvey. And they'll take their marks. Great opportunities for quite a few underclassmen in these next few sections. 2 sophomores in this one. And 5 juniors who will be back next year, hoping to crack into those championship sections.
Going to be absolutely amazing to watch. These boys are now in the blocks. And they're off to a good start. Lane 5. Lane
Christopher
4.
Brooks in 5. Brooks will take this section, sub 7. Brooks goes 697. Chris Ross on a lane 4, 703. And Tobias Williams rounds out the top 3. Top time 697. Like we said, 8 direct to this final later this morning.
What an awesome job by those boys. You could really see 4 and 5 getting out of those blocks, using that power as they come down the runway.
Your lane assignments for the next one: in 1, Brian McLean; 2, Denver Tucker; Avian Edwards Plagos in 3, Styles Mitchell in 4, Timothy Wright in 5, Alan Hilton Clark, William Hoffler, and Justin Franco round out this field in 6, 7, and 8.
And into the blocks they go.
Eyes on 4 and 5. Those are your fastest qualifiers in this section from yesterday. That's Timothy Wright in 5, above expectations track club. Styles Mitchell of South Farms. Avian Edwards in 3 from IMG Elite, 3 teams we've heard a lot of this weekend. And they're off. Out well in 4 is Styles Mitchell. Styles Mitchell being challenged by Avian Edwards outside, but Styles Mitchell.
Amazing race.
In 4, going to take it.
That official time coming in will be a 6:99.
Styles Mitchell, second fastest. Avian Edwards Plot, 7:02 for 3rd overall, 2nd in this section. Denver Tucker rounds out the top 3 in section 2. There's Mitchell making his way over. Feels confident that 6:99 and a heat win will get him through to the final. And taking a look at that replay, you see Styles Mitchell just starting to pull away those last 15 meters or so, but clear ahead of 2nd and 3rd.
And now going into Heat 3, we will have Carson Edwards, Jermaine Brown, Zion Agnew, Marcus Brown, Cole Kramer, Jalen Bennett, Jazante Levon, Elgin Equi, and the 8th spot that they're trying to reach is a 7:08. That is held by Tobias Williams right now.
That's your bubble time. Important to note, 7:08 is 8th and 7th, 7:07 is 6th, but when you get up to 5th, there's that jump to 7:03. So if you find yourself in that 7 flat range, under 6, you'll feel comfortably in. Otherwise, you got to kind of wait and see how things shuffle out. Tobias Williams and Brian McLean sitting 7th and 8th right on the bubble right now at 7:08. Patiently waiting for this last section.
And the boys are in their blocks.
Brown and Carroll in 4 and 5. Brown out well in 4 for Archbishop Carroll Lyons.
Oh, very well.
And he's going to come across in the lead. That's Brown.
Very comfortably. And Marcus Brown will clock in a 6:95. Kramer will mark in a 7 flat.
Brown, your fastest qualifier. That time of 6:95. Kramer 7 flat. That'll be enough to get him through. And Carson Edwards runs 7:06 for 3rd. And that's going to be your final time in, 7:06. So your qualifiers for the final, unofficially, Brown, Brooks, Mitchell, Kramer, Edwards, Pla, Tucker, Ross, and Edwards, 7:06. The final time into the final.
Man, that is going to be an exciting final. We've got 3 boys that went under 7, so this is going to be very exciting to watch. They're definitely going to be battling it out. And up next, we will have the Rising Stars girls 60-meter dash.
Section 1, we've got Jordan Wolverton, Parker Lupisis, Isaiah Tansmore. Sorry, we've got Naima Solomon, Victoria Henry, Jada Ray, Bobby Olive, Lakeisha Smith, Kavina Finch, Caitlin Fay, and Sophia Calabretta. Girls Rising Stars, 60 meters. Out well in forward, Bobby Olive to her outside, Lakeisha Smith, but Bobby Olive going to pull away.
Absolutely well.
Drive Phase Track Club. Bobby Olive, 7:59.
That drive phase track club, man. Really have that drive phase down because that start was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, even from the head-on view we've got here, Jasmine, we can see right away that Olive was out well.
Yes.
She comes away with the win by nearly 0.2 of a second. Jada Ray, 7:76. Victoria Henry, 7:76. Second and third. And if you take a look at that replay, Jasmine, Bobby Olive was just out.
Just out of there.
Top 8 again into the final by time.
And as we go into Heat 2, we will have Avery Ruckert. Wow, I cannot talk this morning. Kira Davis, Taryn Henderson, Jayla Dace, Avia Lane, Taesa Reed, Jayla Graham, and Neon Cross.
Jayla Dace in 4, Track Life University.
Track Life.
Avia Lane of Trailblazers in 5. Top qualifiers, Taryn Henderson in 3 from Motor City Track Club. We've seen those kits all over the place, especially on the sprints this weekend. And 2 in this section from Track Life with Jayla Graham in 7. Teammates getting to race in this semifinal. Dace out well in 4. Watch out in 6 is Tasia Reed. Blanket finish, a late charge from Kira Davis and Taryn Henderson.
Yes, lane 2 and 3 really out of there.
Kira Davis out of lane 2. That late charge, 7:67, and Taryn Henderson, who was in 3 from Motor City Track, went 7:67 as well. Jayla Dace, who was out well in 4, ends up finishing 3rd. So Davis, Henderson, and Dace, they go 7:67 for the top 2 spots and 7:71. Kira Davis, second fastest time overall.
And as we see, honestly, out of lane 3, that was a phenomenal start.
Yeah, Taryn Henderson of Motor City Track, and to her outside was, to her right was Jayla Dace, and they both got out well, but it was Kira Davis in 2 who goes and takes that section. And they're lining them up for section 3. We've got Gianna Mullen, Brianna Gaynor, Lauren Quorum, Amira Naismith, Beandria Hodges, Xenia Ray, Deja Reed, and Arima Turner. And this is what is always impressive in some of these Rising Star races. We've got 3 freshmen and an 8th grader. In lane 7, we've got Deja Reed, 8th grader from DC Elite Track Club.
Absolutely incredible. And they are off.
And it's 5 and 6. Now 4, lane 4, Amira Nesmith.
Okay, can we talk about her uniform? Because that is some fire. I am in love with that top. Oh my goodness.
rocking the right arm sleeve and the left leg sleeve to kind of offset one another. Got the side slant top.
I'm loving it, that asymmetrical look. Oh my goodness, and she will take that away with a 764. Quirm will run a 768.
And that's 764 from Nesmith. Second fastest time in the Rising Stars from just a freshman, from Archbishop Ryan. That will do it for our 3 sections of the Rising Stars Girls 60. Bobby Olive, fastest qualifier through to the final, 7:59. Amira Nelson wins Section 3 in that semifinal, 7:64 for the second fastest time overall. Davis, Henderson, Quorm, Dace, Lane, and Hodges round out your top 8. There are your overall results, 7:75 last time into the final. Really tight there. Lots of 776s. There were 3 776s and 2 more under 780, so really tight there. Fighting for a spot in that Rising Stars 60 final.
And looking at that, it looks like we got 2 freshmen that made it into that final.
And Deja Reed, the 8th grader from DC Elite Track Club, does make the final, finishes 14th though, running 781.
Man,
and that's a really impressive
14th?
run. Really impressive run. 781.
781, 8th grade.
Yeah. A little less than a tenth of a second off of what would be a tenth of a second would put her right into 6th place. So a lot of
bright future.
A lot of things to look forward to for Deja Reed of DC Elite.
And up next on the track, we will have the Rising Stars Boys 60-meter hurdles semifinal.
And always fun to see these hurdle crews get out and to work quickly. They've got them going. And one of the things we saw yesterday is they were running those first sections without blocks.
Yes.
So many athletes in there that to get them all through, getting them all an opportunity to run, they just don't have time. You'd have to take much smaller fields. So they say, we'll take everyone that hits these standards in round 1, but we're going to narrow it down to 24. Then you get that run out with the blocks.
Yes.
You get what you're used to in a more full meet or a smaller meet. But in indoor, I think a lot of these athletes used to just going heat after heat after heat and just getting races in with blocks, without blocks, whatever it takes.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we'll see those times improve a little bit more because those blocks really, really help. And into Heat 1, we have Wolverton, Lupesis, Tansamore, Applegate, Trammell, Greenfield, Mack, and Howe.
Applegate and Trammell in 4 top qualifiers into this one. Just like the girls and boys 60 flat, we've got 8 into the final based on time. Evenly seeded semifinals. And section 1's off. And in 5, Trammell going to take this one. He's got that real natural forward lean that we see of hurdlers all the time. And
absolutely. And I noticed he actually hit that first hurdle, and he still came out with a 8:23.
8:23, Chad Trammell puts the time to beat in this semifinal, and Isaiah Tansmore and Lupesis go 8:34 and 8:35. So 8 into the final, but if you're in the top 3, you're giving yourself a good chance.
Absolutely.
No guarantees, but giving yourself at least a good chance by racing well and putting yourself in the top few spots in your section. Next up, Heat 2 of the semifinal, Charles Montross, Daniel Kim, Jeremiah Kelly, Michael Davis Hawkins, Ty Tyndall, Jason Ravello, Perry Addy, and Angelo Confort.
And yesterday, as we watched these heats go through, you could see that a lot of these kids were kind of struggling to maintain that balance without having those blocks to push back on. And so I know that they're happy down there, like, don't have any worries. I've got these blocks to push off of.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting feeling getting into that stance. You're in the set position, leaning forward, but instead of pressing your feet up against the blocks and really being off the ground a little bit,
Yes.
you're right on the track and feeling that surface under your feet instead of kind of behind your feet a little bit. And with nothing to push off as well, you tend to have that tendency to push off your back foot a little bit more than you usually would.
And it looks like we have a no-show in lane 5, which will be Tyndall.
Michael Davis Hawkins in 4. Fastest qualifier in this section.
And the boys will be asked to stand up and reset.
We saw a lot more of that yesterday.
A whole lot more.
It's a little shaky without those blocks, but they've got them today, and expecting to see some quick times, especially in finals once they get that first run through their legs, get the rhythm back.
Yes, warmed up. They'll be more warmed up. They'll be ready to go. They'll have that rep under their belt.
And in lane 4, Michael Davis Hawkins out in 6.
Also
Jason
3.
Ravello, 3 makes a strong close. Jeremiah Kelly. That is Jeremiah Kelly, 8:30. That's the second fastest time we've seen. 8:32 from Davis Hawkins in 4.
And that will be our third fastest time of the day.
Ravello goes 8:36. And that is the 6th fastest time. Right now, our bubble time 8:40, but we've got 7th and 8th at 8:40, 6th place at 8:36, 5th place at 8:35, so you got to be in that low 8:30 range, I think, to make this final.
And now we've got Heat 3 up on the track. This is our final heat of the Rising Stars Boys 60-meter hurdle semifinals. Lane 1, we have Ian Hines, Jason Kaiser, Frank Sparks, DeMarlon Taylor, Brandon Finley, Jonathan Holden, Caleb Lucas, and Damon Wilson.
We've got DeMarlon Taylor, East St. Louis Flyers in 4, Brandon Finney in 5 of McDonough. 4, 5, and 6 top qualifiers in this. Looking to finish under 8:40, but to guarantee yourself into the final, got
They
to
are
be
off,
in the top
and we
8.
had a stumble out of 5, which would be Finley.
Holden doing well in 6, but in 4, DeMarlon Taylor's going to win the section. Taylor, 8:22, fastest time of the morning so far.
Wow.
And we'll see Ian Hines runs 8:38, Kaiser 8:39. And Ian Hines in second. That 8:38 is going to be just enough for him to be the 8th time into the final. So nicely done by Ian Hines of Port City. He was in lane 1 and just leaned at the line. Out-leaned Kaiser into. So Taylor wins that section, Hines second, Kaiser third. And the first 2 in that one going to make it through to the final on time. And there are your semifinal results compiled. DeMarlon Taylor, 8:22, fastest qualifier. Tremel Kelly, Davis Hawkins, Tansmore, Lupesis, Ravello, and Hines round out your 8 finalists. Girls on the track, they've already, this hurdle crew just working magic.
Man.
They've moved those hurdles to their positions. They've got them dropped down into the right height. And they're ready to go. We've got Deja Duncan, Tamia Waters, Allie Doyle, Gabby White, Jordan Rochester, Stephanie Dundas, Kendall Barnhart, and Lily Eagleston going in section 1 of 3.
That hurdle crew moving just as fast as these runners. They brought those hurdles down very quick.
Got the hurdles down, moved them a few meters closer to the start line each, getting them set up for the girls' distances. And they are getting ready to go now as they blitz through. Already 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Won't go too far ahead of schedule here on Championship Sunday at New Balance Nationals Indoor at the track at New Balance.
And a little bit of fun. We just watched Bershawn Jackson walk through, so he is here ready to support his daughter.
Bershawn Jackson, 400 hurdler royalty, and Shanti Jackson making a name for herself.
And these ladies are in the blocks, and we are underway. And that is 5 out well. 4 coming in, absolutely amazing. That is Gabby White, and of course, Bullis.
Yep, Bullis.
Absolutely amazing.
Non-stop. We saw that
870.
team. Gabby White, part of one of those 4x2s that went 1-3 yesterday. So impressive stuff. Bullis taking 2 of the top 3 spots at New Balance Nationals as a team, and now they get a chance to go and run their individual events and have some more fun on Championship Sunday. We saw at the first hurdle, really strong job by Jordan Rochester getting out from Rams Elite, but bringing it home was Gabby White of Bullis, 870. And Gabby White, that 870, we're going to watch some championship sections. I think she'd be competitive, but as a sophomore coming out and trying to get an opportunity to go for the win, right?
Yes.
Rather than just being in a race trying to make a final, Gabby White's here. She's going for the win in the Rising Stars girls 60-meter hurdles.
Absolutely, and here just gaining that experience, getting more and more comfortable being in these type of environments is going to be so important. Up next, we've got Heat 2. That will be Janelle Marshall, Sophia Swindle, Sarah McKee, Sydney Harris, Amaya Hopkins, Michaela Willis, Mazine Solomon, Lauren Bickard.
And that's another Track Life University
Gotta love that
athlete,
track life.
Lauren Bickard. Looks like IMG Elite opted for the black kits today. We saw them rocking the white and blues, going for that fierce black look on Sunday. And speaking of IMG, Sydney Harrison, 4 out really well.
Off to an amazing start here.
Nice
Black.
job.
She came in all black, and she meant business when she came wearing all black. Sydney Harris running an 878. Sarah McKee running a 901.
Sarah McKee in lane 3. And she comes across 3rd fastest overall. Sydney Harris's time 2nd fastest so far. And we saw just at that first hurdle, it was all Harris. She ran away with that one, but McKee did a great job of closing it down coming off that final hurdle.
Sydney does an amazing job of running through those hurdles. And right now that bubble time is a 9:07, so that will be that 8th place position right now. That time to beat 9:07, Stephanie Dundas.
And your lane assignments for our 3rd and final section. Olivia Smiarowska goes in 1. Amarachi Chukwu in 2. Dallas Guy in 3. Cassidy Hopkins in 4. Carrie Vinoy, Simone Bernard in 5 and 6. Isabel Evans and Shea Burke round out the field in 7 and 8. Not only is that bubble time 9:07, but 3 have run 9:07, all in there, separated by thousandths. So
Safest way, run a little bit faster than that.
run a little faster than 9:07. Don't worry about that, but
Hit a 9:06.
Myzane Solomon, Allie Doyle, Stephanie Dundas, all watching, waiting patiently or impatiently, but nervously for sure to see
Absolutely.
if their times will hold up into the final. Hopkins of Bullis in 4, out well. Vinoy in 5 of Motor City Track. Eyes on 6, Simone Bernard as well.
What
and that's
a tight race.
Bullis, Cassidy Hopkins, she's going to take it 890. Vinoy in lane 5, Carrie Vinoy in lane 5, Motor City Track 892, and Dallas Guy 895. All 3 of those times good enough for the final.
That dropped that time immediately to a 9:02 to make it into that final.
Jordan Rochester and Simone Bernard both with 9:02s. They're into the final. And we saw just a really tight finish there, 3, 4, 5.
That's kind of the advantage that you have when you're in that last heat. You know, I've really got to push it. We're all really running, and you could see that all those girls did that.
And those top 4, Hopkins, Vinoy, Guy, and Bernard, all qualify into the final, which just a very impressive job. 2 from each of the first 2 heats and 4 from the 3rd semifinal. There's all your qualifiers. Gabby White, fastest time, 870, but Bullis getting 2 through in Gabby White, as well as Cassidy Hopkins. They went 1-3 there. 9:02 last time in. And next up, boys 60 semifinals. These are championship sections.
This is about to get very fast, very speedy.
Not to jump past the first 2 sections, but the big talk of the 60. Isam Asinga, Monteverde Academy. He'll go in Heat 3. Not only is he the fastest qualifier, yesterday he ran 6:57, tied the national record, and really got things rolling for Monteverde. They started going on a tear after that, and we saw Adeja Hodge run a 200-meter national record later in the day.
Absolutely. Once you see one of your teammates start doing well, you get that momentum going, and it just keeps on going throughout the meet. And so, amazing job. I am super excited to watch this play out.
In Heat 1, we've got Evan McCracken, Donovan Calhoun, Devontae Howell, Brody Buffington, Antoine Hughes, Josiah Rogers, Mackay Stafford, and Caden Lewis. Saw Brody Buffington win his heat yesterday.
Brody Buffington. And you know what? I've heard a lot of people talking about how amazing his name is.
A great name, and Brody was also, went a little bit viral, had a fun celebration at the Maryland, in the lead up to the Maryland State meet, was actually disqualified for it, and now he's back on the track, fighting for a spot in the final.
I am so glad to see him back on the track because, I don't know, I didn't see any foul play in that celebration.
I don't think anyone did, Jasmine.
So I was very disappointed in that decision, but I am so glad to see him here and competing well, still doing his thing.
Brody Buffington, Thermont TC. Antoine Hughes of Mustang Track Club in 5. Well,
and Buffington kind of had a little stumble there out of the blocks.
And just looks like it was probably some twitching. They'll have a quick conversation with Buffington. Antoine Hughes Jr. covered about 59 meters before he turned around, and we'll take a look at that replay. And you see, yeah, just it was a little stumble. Buffington recovered. I'm unsure if
he recovered well.
I'm unsure if they're going to say that he just, because he was moving still, he never came to a complete stop. But they're going to talk to him. We'll see what the officials say here.
You kind of saw the official walk over and tell the boys, hey, bring it down, calm it down.
And talking both to Buffington and Howell in 3 and 4. So I think, you know, likely they just saw a little flinching, little movement, and saying nobody really got set in their blocks yet. So learning moments, and great to see that here. It's a really high level of competition.
Absolutely, and I know that Brody's got to be very kind of excited and happy that they brought that back after that start. Be able to reset and really get the start that he wants. And back into the blocks they go.
Buffington ran 10:59 in the 100 last year.
That's fast.
That's pretty quick.
I'm like,
That's pretty quick.
He's been having a really good indoor season, so excited to see what he does outdoors this season. And out to a good start. Lane 5.
Buffington and Hughes. Buffington seems to have got it at the line.
Surged at that end. Very nice race.
670. Nice run from Buffington. Antoine Hughes Jr., 676. Josiah Rogers, advancement through athletics, 677. Those are your top three. And likely we'll see those bubble times right in the 670s somewhere when we get down to the next and final heats. And heat 2 is getting in their blocks now. We've got Andy Colley, Jalen Scott, Jeray Hawkins, Micah Larry, Christian Anderson, Troy Lane, Antoine Spencer, and Daniel Lacey. And I know we've got Monteverde Academy's Isam Asinga coming out of lane 4 in the next heat, but we've also got Monteverde's Academy, Micah Larry, in this one. And 2 of the fastest 3 qualifiers into this was from Monteverde. So Larry and Asinga going to try and see if they can go 1-2 in this one. If they can both make the final, give themselves that opportunity.
Man, that will be beautiful. And into the blocks they go.
Larry in 4, Anderson in 5, Lane in 6. Larry out well, as is Hawkins in 3. Larry and Hawkins
battling it out.
Micah Larry, Monteverde Academy. And it's going to be 669.
Micah Larry, 669. Hawkins with a 673.
And Christian Anderson of Hawkins, 677 in 3rd.
And as we go down and look at what that bubble mark is going into heat 3, that will be Devontae Howell on that 8th spot bubble with a 687.
687 is 8th, 680 is 7th, 677 is 6th, and I think that somewhere in the 6.7s is what it's going to take to get through. But is 677 going to be enough? Is going to take something a little bit quicker? We'll find out as the 3rd and final section takes to the track. We've got Jaden Reed, Andrew King, Elijah Jackson, Braxton Brand, Jackson Hammond, Kelvin Winston, Noble Gongan, and your national record holder. Set it in the first round yesterday from Monteverde Academy. He goes in lane 4. It's Isam Asinga.
Man, I am excited to see how he plays this out. Do you play it comfortable, or do you just go for it both rounds?
You know, I think Asinga running 657.
Comfortably.
10th of a second faster there, and then some more than we've seen anyone run. I think he runs a really hard 50. I think he runs a really hard 50,
call.
shuts it down.
Shuts it down coming in.
Gives himself, make sure he gets that, lane 4 or 5, middle of the track. But
absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised with how comfortably he ran 657 if we saw something again today.
Oh, absolutely.
Something to be said about running relaxed and carefree in a round when it's the first event of the day. Asinga, he'll go in 4.
His teammate is in that number 1 spot right now.
And Asinga out well, as is Brandt on his outside, but Asinga already cruising to the lead, and he does exactly
and
what we said.
Shuts it down.
Shuts it down,
Wow.
runs 670. He'll put himself in one of the preferred lanes, but like we suspected, ran about 45, 50 meters and said, okay.
And then shut it down,
Good
nice
enough for
and
me.
easy. Brand running a 680 and Jackson running a 683.
And Asinga looked really good doing it. Brand's 680, finished second in this section. He'll be the final qualifier in. 669 top time, Michael Larry, Brody Buffington, Isam Asinga, Jare Hawkins, Antoine Hughes Jr., Christian Anderson, Josiah Rogers, and Braxton Brand are your 8 through to the final this morning.
This will be an exciting final, and it'll be fun to watch both those teammates side by side.
Asinga and Larry qualifying through, teammates from Monteverde Academy.
And now on the track, we will have the championship girls 60 meter semifinal. Heat 1, we will have Anaya Brown, Robin Larkin, Layla Campbell, Brianna Selby, Mackenzie Travis, Avery Lewis, Ayana Gray Williams, and Jocelyn Hamilton.
We've talked a lot about Adeja Haj and Shanti Jackson. They'll go in the next 2 heats. Brianna Selby, one of the top competitors in this one, goes in 4, fastest qualifier in this section. And Selby kind of steps out of the blocks. Layla Campbell in 3. It's going to be Selby in 4. Really powerful, springy stride.
Absolutely, and especially like you said, she kind of stepped out of the blocks. Probably not her best start, but she was able to make it up, and you could see that top end speed really kicking in, and she'll run a 7:27 for Selby. Travis will run a 7:37, and Lewis with a 7:38.
And yesterday, Selby ran 7:28. Today comes out, runs
Ran a little bit
7:27. Top qualifiers yesterday, Shanti Jackson ran 7:26, Adeja Haj ran 7:27, and Selby ran 7:28. And they were pretty clear of the rest of the field.
Absolutely.
So those 3 all looking to just do what it takes to get into the final, find themselves probably right next to each other in the middle of the track.
And up next, we will have Heat 2, which will be Sky Lee, Savannah Blair, Nia Wilson, Shanti Jackson, Elisa Samuel, Samaya Braggs, Sarah Claflin, Brianna Green. And again, we are looking out for Shanti Jackson. She cruised through in that 60-meter first round. She is our top sprinter, Arkansas commit.
Shanti Jackson ran 7:16 at the Millrose Games this year. South Granville High School. And Shanti Jackson just cruises away from this field.
Knows how to play it through. And the beautiful thing is, as I take it, she'll run a 7:38. Samuel will run a 7:46. And Wilson will run a 7:49. And how I take it and how her race model is, she does come from a father who also participated in track. And so with that being said, I feel like she knows to kind of go through these rounds as a, I'm just going to really cruise and show out when I make it into that final.
Well, what happens, too, is when you're the top qualifier, you don't have the next fastest alongside you. So Shanti Jackson jogged there. Well, she ran 7:38. That's the 4th fastest time. So she's going to be not in one of those preferred lanes tomorrow.
Yes.
And yes, I fully expect that 7:38 to still make it through, and I don't expect 5 to run faster than that in the final section by any means. But that 7:38 is going to probably put her in one of the outside lanes. She might not be next to Hodge. She might not be in the same, right next to Selby, and that might be a challenge for some of those athletes to not be next to who you're really competing against. So.
And so here we have.
We actually have a did not start from Adeja Hodge, who set that national record in the 200. Going to focus in on the 2.
And with that being said, we'll have Clayton, Calo, Lahan, James, Cooper, Pace, and Dorsenza.
And in 5 is James. James, and on the outside, Cooper in lane 6. So waiting on those results. Centeria James in 5. 7:54. Caitlin Lennon, 55. Centeria James of South Dade Track Club, the only qualifier out of that section. She's going to get the 8th fastest time. Brianna Selby, 7:27. Top qualifier in the championship girls 60. Into the final. It's going to be Selby, Travis, Lewis, Jackson, Samuel, Campbell, Wilson, and James. We saw there, without Hodges in that one, pulling the heat along, it ends up not going quite as fast as the other 2 heats.
And I think, honestly, smart move on Hodge. You just ran a huge PB yesterday, and you're going to really focus in on this 200 final. You know that's going to be a hot one, and so really saving those legs makes me even more excited to watch this.
Well, she set that national record yesterday, and I think she said, if I'm gonna take a crack at a national record, I should go in the one I feel most confident about.
Absolutely.
So she said, I'll take care of this 200, give it everything I have. I know Shanti Jackson will be running on tired legs at that point. She'll have Shanti Jackson in her heat to the outside most likely, and they'll get that head-to-head action.
Ooh, I am so excited to watch that.
Fireworks on the track to come.
And up next on the track, we have the championship boys 60-meter hurdle semifinals. Heat 1, Ty Allen, Caleb Branch, Yashaha Brown, Justin Horn, Mike Williams, and Kanye Mills. And it does look like we have a couple boys who pulled out of this race.
We'll have lanes 2 through 6 full here. But it's all against the clock, so still got to focus in on your race and your fastest qualifiers, all in those middle lanes anyways. Yeshaya Brown in 4. And they're off. Brown in 4, Horn in 5.
Brown and Horn.
At the line, it's Yeshaya Brown. Justin Horn finishes second. 7:82 and 7:89. Those two feeling pretty good about those times.
And up next, we will have Heat 2, which will have Eric Foster, Jabari Armstrong, Abdul Saban, Broderick Davis, Gage Ghost, Joseph Kurek, and Antonio Vantor.
Cy Savan of ATL Zoom Athletics in 4. One of those top qualifiers from yesterday. And they'll get these hurdles set and ready to go.
And the boys getting into their blocks now.
Foster, Armstrong, Sai Savanye, Davis, Ghost, Kurak, Vitor. And they're off and out really well in 3. Jabari Armstrong, and Armstrong takes a fall. Sai Savan finishes it off. Armstrong just out so well.
776 for Savan. Vontor with an 820. That would be the number 5 time. And of course the number 1 time for Savan with a 776. And so as we look into going into the 3rd heat, that 8th place bubble finish is with Michael Williams with an 832. And we saw a couple falls happen in this heat.
Yeah, and right at the start of that race, we saw the challenge. Broderick Davis just unable to get to that first hurdle, hit it with his hands, stepped down, and then Jabari Armstrong out so fast and just not able to hold form together, caught the 4th hurdle and went down. Nice job by Sai Savan maintaining composure as the athletes to his right and left both went out of the race, still able to focus ahead on the track, run the top mark going into this final section.
Absolutely amazing job. And this 3rd and final heat, we will have Matthew McKnight, Jacob Keidler, Joshua Mooney, Jaden Douglas, John Sanderson, and Bernard Bell, and that will be lanes 2 through 7.
Sai Savan ran the fastest qualifying time yesterday. Mooney in 4. Second fastest qualifier yesterday in 7:80. And they are off. Going well in 4 is Mooney.
Mooney off to a great start and finishing this race. And he will clock in a time of 7:80.
Just his same result as yesterday. Mooney goes 7:80. Second fastest time on the day. And we look to see Jaden Douglas 7:99, Sanderson 8:11, Kyler 8:12. They'll take 4 of those 8 spots, and that's what happens when you have 8 that cross the finish line.
Man.
You know, they really pushed 4 of those spots out, and we'll see what they can do in this last heat when we've got 8:12 now as our bubble time, really elevating that standard in heat 2.
And in heat 4, we have Xavier Brinker, Bashir Parelu, Braxton Brand, Bradley Franklin, Marcus Gordon Jr., and Joshua Hurt. Those will be lanes 2 through 7.
We've got right now on the track section 3, boys 60 hurdles semifinals. Girls Championship 60 hurdles semifinals are coming up after this. Then we'll have the Rising Stars boys 60s and girls 60 finals. Getting ready on the infield with girls pole vault, boys long jump coming soon. Warm-ups just getting underway.
And that 8th bubble right now. That 8th place bubble, that mark that they are trying to hit is an 8:12.
5 under 8 seconds so far. And they're off in 4. Braxton Brand, Ann Arbor Track Club out well ahead, trying to be chased down by Prelude in lane 3. It's Braxton Brand. It was all Braxton Brand, Jasmine.
Absolutely, he took that heat away, and he will run a 7:85. That will put him at the number 4 time coming in.
And 8:04 for Branker. He goes second
with that 7th fastest time. And Bradley Franklin will run a 8:04 with that 8th fastest time.
So 3 from that section sliding into the top 8. It was Braxton Brand who took section 3 of the boys 60 hurdles semifinals. 7:85 for Brand. Moving those into the compiled results, Abdul Sai Sivan 7:76 fastest qualifier. Joshua Mooney 7:80. Yeshaya Brown 7:82. Brand, Horn, Douglas, Branker, and Franklin. Those are your 8 to the final.
And on to the championship girls 60-meter hurdle semifinals. We will have 3 heats. And in this first heat, we will have Maya Anderson, Caitlin Smith, Kennedy Flynn, Mila Green, Sky Lee, Kendall Spain, Aaliyah Elliott, and Marissa Saunders. And that will be lanes 1 through 8. A nice full field on this heat.
Full field indeed, and none other in the fastest qualifying position than a Bullis athlete. We got Bullis in 3 and 4, Kennedy Flynn and Mila Green.
And these young ladies are now getting into their blocks.
Green of Bullis out well in 4 and 5 is Sky Lee. Sky Lee going to take section 1, 8:36.
Sky Lee, 8:36, followed by Mila Green, 8:59, and Kennedy Flynn with an 8:60. Bullis coming in for that 2nd and 3rd spot right now.
And we saw Bullis, Gabby White of Bullis, run the fastest qualifying time in the Rising Stars 60, and then see a couple Bullis athletes putting themselves in position to potentially make the final here.
And going into Heat 2, we will have Brittany Jennings, Juliet Lasarte Hubern, Camden Bentley, Emmy Scales, Alisa Samuel, Noah Warden, Gigi Curringer, and Rican White. And that will be, again, lanes 1 through 8. These ladies filling up these fields.
Emmy Scales goes in 4, fastest qualifier by nearly a 1/10 of a second yesterday. She ran 8:36. Sky Lee's 8:36 in that first section, showing Emmy Scales that she can do that too.
I can also do that. looks like a flinch in lane 5. That will be Alicia Samuel.
And we'll see what happens here. There's quite the flinch there. Green card to the field. And they'll all stay in it in this second of 3 semifinals, 8-time qualifiers into the final in just a few hours. That final, actually not even an hour, it's at 10:04. So just under an hour. Just enough time to get the heart rate down, relax a little bit, and then do some final run outs. And they get a clean start.
Clean start.
Samuel out well in 5. Emmy Scales now charging back. Samuel
said, hey, I know I flinched, but I got it. I am back and I am ready to run. You love to see it. Alicia Samuel running in 8:29. Emily Scales running in 8:36, followed by Camden Bentley with an 8:45. And also Noan Waldron with an 8:53. And right now that is the 1, 2, 4, and 5 times coming in with one more heat to go.
Really strong run from Elisa Samuel. Scales ties what she ran yesterday in 8:36 and what Skylee put out in the first heat. But Samuel just putting together a really impressive run here in the semifinals.
And going into this last heat, that 8th place bubble right now is 8:61 by Kendall Spain. And going into Heat 3, we will have Yvette Harris, Dalia Waters, Taylor Cox, Macraya Harris, Chelsea Williams, Gabrielle Cunningham, Lillian Harden, and Alexis Roberts.
Elisa Samuel, who just ran 8:29, came in seated at 8:41. So huge improvements.
Oh my goodness!
Incredible job. Incredible job by Samuel to show out. Only a 10th grader. We've got Harrison Williams in 4 and 5.
And it looks like Dalia Waters will not be running. She was in lane 2.
And out well in 4, Macaria Harris. And in 5, Williams. Harris and Williams. Macaria Harris, Run Fast Track Club, 8:46. 5th fastest time overall. Chelsea Williams, 8:50, 6th fastest time overall. And Taylor Cox in 3rd. Union Catholic, 8:51, and the 7th fastest time overall. Those are going to qualify them 3 from that section into the final.
Absolutely, and it took an 8:53 to make it into that final. And that final will be Alicia Samuels with the fastest time of 8:29. Scales, Lee, Bentley, Harris, Williams, Cox, and Waldron.
8:53, the final qualifying time to make it through. See those results from semifinal number 3. 8:46 was Macaria Harris, top qualifier, and Elisa Samuel, top time overall, 8:29.
Are you ready for some finals?
I've been ready for these finals since I woke up this morning. I'm excited. Starting to fill up in the stands. Things are rolling along. We've got a couple field events that are going on the track now, but we're going to start getting the sparks, the fireworks. We're going to get people going here. I don't think they'll turn the lights down that they did at night. I don't think it really hits when it's bright out. But
doesn't hit the same. That was a really cute, cool feature that they did last night. I absolutely loved it. But they will still get that same feeling. They'll probably, hopefully they still get that same energy from the crowd. And up next, we will have the Rising Stars Boys 60-meter final.
Your participants in this 60 final: Chris Ross, Avian Edwards-Pla, Stiles Mitchell, Marcus Brown, Christopher Brooks, Cole Kramer, Denver Tucker, and Carson Edwards getting their final runouts here. They'll get into the blocks, and we are going to get our first sprint final of the day. We've seen the Racewalkers championship finals already. We get it. We're getting our first 60 final of the weekend.
Yes.
We've seen well over 100 60-meter heats and semifinals run, in 60 hurdles heats and semifinals run. It's about time we get a final.
Finally, time for a final. I am so excited. Good luck to these boys. And it actually looks like we are missing lane 4, which is Marcus Brown of Archbishop Carroll Lions.
Marcus Brown ran 6:95, was the fastest qualifier into this final. Brooks and Mitchell both ran under 7 seconds in the semifinal. Rising Stars boys 60-meter final
And
on
these
the
boys
track.
Are underway, getting into the blocks.
Your top qualifiers, Stiles, Mitchell, and Brooks, are in 3 and 5. A scratch from Marcus Brown of Archbishop Carroll. Oh, there we go. Archbishop Carroll's.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back. We had the DNS already showing on the screen. Didn't even see him run out there, but all of a sudden he was in the blocks, and that's that quick turnaround.
2 seconds, and boom, right back in the blocks.
You know, as professional as they make these meets, at the end of the day, high schoolers are going to be high schoolers. Marcus Brown out there hanging out with his teammates, listening to music, got his headphones on, or, you know, maybe quick bathroom stop before the final.
Right.
You know, so you got we've seen that even at Diamond League races where they're announcing names and you see somebody trot onto the track at the last minute.
Really quick, like, oh, wait. And again, this is also, they're at this professional type setting where it's being ran in a professional manner, and it might have just been a really quick turnaround that he didn't even realize. Like, oh, I have to be back out there already.
But great to have Marcus Brown in
so
this one.
Glad to see him.
6:95 in qualifying. He's here. He's ready to run fast.
So glad to see him out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, to keep our attention in field, our pole holders are warming up, our jumpers are warming up, and the action will be the Rising Stars boys finals. These boys are getting ready to roll.
Ross, Edwards-Pla, Mitchell, Brown, Brooks, Kramer, Tucker, and Edwards. 6:95 in qualifying for Brown. Mitchell and Brooks both under 7 seconds as well. Will there be a spoiler in this one? Rising Star boys 60-meter final.
They're off to a clean start.
Brooks out well in 5. Brown trying to run him down in 3 is Mitchell in a blanket 3 through 5. Cole Kramer was in there too.
And
Christopher Brooks out of lane 5.
6:95.
Stiles Mitchell goes 6:96 in 3. Marcus Brown 6:98. Cole Kramer 6:99. 4 dip under 7 seconds.
Oh my goodness.
Christopher Brooks in 5 was just out really well. And
Such an
Stiles
amazing
Mitchell,
start.
Marcus Brown weren't quite able to make that up. Christopher Brooks, what a strong run from the junior. He's your Rising Stars boys 60-meter champion. And take a look at this replay. He's out well, him and Brooks. That's Brooks and Brown.
Absolutely out well. Marcus actually had a really great start coming out of those blocks, and Brooks and Mitchell were just really able to catch up and utilize that, follow along with it, and coming out with 1 and 2 spots.
Brooks 6:95, and that's the time of the weekend for the Rising Stars boys 60, and wins the final. Up next, you've been looking forward to this one. The girls' 60-meter rising stars now on the track. We've got Avia Lane, Lauren Quorum, Kira Davis, Bobby Olive, Amira Naismith, Taryn Henderson, Jayla Dace, and Beandria Hodges. Bobby Olive, fastest qualifier. Amira Naismith in the pink kit.
That pink, I am so happy to see the pink back on the track. I'm glad the ladies are out here in that pink. And Bobby Olive, of course, Dry Phase Track Club. And again, I think I said this earlier, that Dry Phase, they definitely deserve that name.
Bobby Olive ran 7:59 in qualifying. Amir Nesmith 7:64. Kira Davis 7:67. They're in 3, 4, and 5. Bobby Olive with a great reaction in 4, and Olive out well. Naismith in the red on her right. And it's going to be Bobby Olive.
Tight finish. Oh my goodness. Absolutely amazing race.
7:55. Bobby Olive, Dry Phase Track Club, Rising Stars, girls 60-meter champ, Bobby Olive, and she is hyped.
Come on, Drive Phase Track Club. Again, like I said, they deserve that name. They've really taught her how to have a dry phase out of those blocks, and she really utilizes that. Super hype. You see her so excited. Well deserved. Congratulations, Bobby Olive.
She's saying, this is my house. Bobby Olive, take a bow, 7:55. Rising Stars, girls 60-meter champ, and right out of the blocks, she was in the lead, no looking back.
Wow. And really good job for Amira, because she didn't have the best start, and the fact that she was still able to come back in a 60, run a 7:60 for second place, and in fashion. Gotta love it.
And they're getting hurdles set up, because now that we got finals going, why not keep them rolling, right?
Gotta keep it going. We love to see it. This crowd is starting to trickle in. Stands are getting more and more full, as expected during some finals.
With those finals getting a little ahead of schedule, but we'll be bringing the Rising Stars boys 60 hurdles next. That's the final for the Rising Stars. Girls final will follow. Then we'll be running straight through finals all through the rest of today. No more semifinals, no heats. It's just straight finals. We've got hurdles, the wheelchair mile, 200s, boys and girls miles. Lots of action on the track. We've got some 800s later before the 4x8s and the 4x400s.
Absolutely amazing. A day full of finals. I'm actually really excited to watch the boys wheelchair mile. Really glad to include Para over here. Anytime Para gets included into a meet, I'm always excited. I feel like they deserve so much more support within track and field, and we're all one community, so why not all rally up?
Well, in training out at the Olympic Training Center, you've had the opportunity to be on the same track as a lot of the para athletes and actually in the same training facilities, which not having those events at the NCAA level, you're not on the same team as them. But then once you started competing for Team USA and running professionally, jumping professionally, started to have a lot more of interaction with para athletes. And you know, we see them a lot at major marathons, but you know, it's a huge part of track and field as well, not just the road running scene.
Absolutely. They're amazing. Their stories are always amazing. And one thing that I love about them is they're so open. So if you have a question and you're like, hey, like, what's your story? they are more than willing to tell their story, and it's always incredible, which is why we hear, you know, able-bodied tell their story, and we find that incredible. But when you have somebody who ends up losing the limb or can't do something, and you hear that story about how they've overcome that, I love it. I love to see it. They deserve so much more credit, and super excited to see them. They didn't have a world championship last year, but their world championships is back again this year. So I am excited. I'm rooting for them. Shout out to everybody in Para USATF.
Still getting ready for the boys' 60 hurdles here. And the girls' championship pole vault is now getting underway with first attempts at the opening height of 335, 10 feet 11 and 3/4 inches just coming up. Are also starting warm-ups in the boys' long jump. Lots of action still to come. We'll see the boys' mile finals coming up later, and a lot of excitement for what may happen in that final heat. We've got Connor Burns, who won the 2 mile in that one, and a couple other athletes doubling back. Aaron Solomon, who was in the 800, didn't have the best run, looking to come back, a little bit of a redemption tour. And then in the girls' mile, we've seen some really impressive performances, but Allison Ince, who won the 800, is going to be doubling back, and Ellie Shea, who won the 2 mile and the 5K, is going to be tripling back. So it'll be really cool to see.
A triple.
We've got the 800, 1500 runner in Ince, the 5K 1500 miler in Ellie Shea. They're coming, meeting in the middle.
Right in the middle.
And we're going to see that battle. It'll be really cool
so
to watch.
fun. I love to see battles like that. It's kind of like when you have the 100 and the 400 and they come down to the 200. You're just like, I love to see that battle happening.
We're starting to see a little bit more of those cross-event challengers and challenges, especially in recent years since Fred Curley decided he was going to, you know, the former 100 runner turned 400 runner, said, I'm going back to my roots. I want to run the 100 because I want to be the fastest man in the world.
Absolutely.
Accomplished that, and now everybody wants a piece of it.
And now everyone is like, hey, you have this target on your back in every event, the 1, 2, and 4. Everyone, all eyes on Fred Curley. He's changed the game. We've got Michael Norman, who's actually said that he's going to be coming down to the 100, and so I am excited to see all the action that's going to be happening in professional track and field.
So what do you think the motivation is coming down to the 100? Is it that's where the money is, or is it a little bit more than that?
100%. That is where the money is at.
So after the 2 sets of hurdles, I know you were supposed to be done, but I'm going to have you hang on for one more race. They're going to raise the track. Actually, maybe I'll have Carrie in because they're going to raise the track and then they're going to do a wheelchair race, which isn't on the schedule. When they're raising the track, I'll swap you guys out. So finish the 2 hurdles and then we'll swap you guys out. I'll talk. Sorry.
And again, yeah, that motivation is definitely, that's where the money is at. I think it's also fun for them to be able to test their abilities. And we've seen Michael Norman. In college, he ran the 100, and he's gone sub-10. So I know he's like, I could do that again. I've seen them do it. I've accomplished. I've got my medal, and let's see what I can do. And I think Fred kind of did the same thing.
Michael, one of those very few that have run sub-10, sub-20, and he sub-45, but he's also gone sub-44.
Yes.
So, you know, it's a very rare group that has done all of those things.
Man. And you know
Fred
what's
and Michael
crazy?
Norman, though,
like,
two of them.
There's two of them that have done something so spectacular. And I was thinking about it last night where I'm just, you know, being here at this meet and watching all of these incredible marks, and I'm like, we've raised the bar in professional track and field, but it only makes sense that in that high school and middle school level that they're also raising the bar, which is why we're seeing all these crazy accomplishments in professional track and field. The bar is raising, and I love it.
Yeah, lots more accessibility into seeing what the professionals are doing these days,
Yes.
seeing what it takes to make it to the next level, and having people being open about their training, what they're doing, provides a lot of young, and young coaches, high school coaches that have been maybe around for a while, now able to say, oh, that's something that might work. I might want to add that into my program. And we're starting to see great depth of fields. There's obviously things that help those top athletes improve all the time. There's technology improvements in shoes and on the track, but that doesn't explain how we've had this incredible performance depth change. And so much of that has to do with people just being more interested, being more engaged, and having a greater understanding of what it takes to accomplish some of those things.
Oh, absolutely. Training is no longer a secret.
And we've got 2 more finals coming up for you now. Rising Stars boys 60-meter hurdles. In this one, we've got Jason Ravello, Isaiah Tansmore, Jeremiah Kelly, DeMarlon Taylor, Chad Trammell, Michael Davis Hawkins, Parker Lupesis, and Ian Hines. They'll touch up these final hurdles, get them set and ready to go. Huge thanks to our hurdle crew who's been keeping us moving along on and ahead of schedule this morning.
Again, they are doing an amazing job, and these boys are now getting into the blocks. Taylor lane 4 with the fastest seated time coming in.
Ravello, Tansmore, Kelly, Taylor, Trammell, Davis Hawkins, Lupesis,
and they are
Hines.
off. First to the hurdle, Taylor.
Taylor out really well in 4.
Taylor
It's going to be
out.
Taylor
Wow.
and a dive at the line from Trammell, but Taylor,
Taylor takes that
8:16.
away. 8:16. Trammell 8:23. Kelly with an 8:28. Amazing race, even with a little tumble at the end.
Yeah, really strong run from Taylor, and he was ahead at the first hurdle. We've got some great data here, so we can tell.
Man,
we don't have to just call it
absolutely.
off screen. We can see here on our notepads, 0.04 seconds ahead at hurdle 1. DeMarlon Taylor was out well. You watch on the replay. He got out of the blocks while he's at the hurdle first.
To the hurdle.
And everybody's chasing him from there. Chad Trammell clips a few hurdles along the way, including the last one. He dives, just trying to do whatever he can, and a graceful job rolling back up into it.
Yes.
DeMarlon Taylor, though, the senior from the East St. Louis Flyers, your Rising Stars boys 60-meter hurdle champ here at New Balance Nationals.
Congratulations to all those boys. What a phenomenal run.
We were talking about our hurdle crew. They've already got us reset
Already.
for the girls.
Man, I think they deserve an award. Is this like a world record for how fast they can
Best
move hurdles?
hurdle crew in the biz.
They are
At the
doing
track
an
at New
amazing
Balance.
job.
As the girls take to the track, we've got 8 in this one. Simone Bernard, Dallas Guy, Cassidy Hopkins, Gabby White, Sydney Harris, Carrie Vanoy, Sarah McKee, and Jordan Rochester. Gabby White, your top qualifier, goes in 4 from Bullis. Her teammate Cassidy Hopkins will be just to her left. We've seen a lot of Bullis this weekend.
Bullis and Bullis. Man, that team has done such a phenomenal job. They're definitely a powerhouse. Great job to those coaches. They definitely know what they're doing. And again, this is your Rising Stars girls 60-meter hurdles final.
They'll get an opportunity here to take a run out at the first hurdle before they move into it.
I just really love that neon lime green and blue combo. It looks so good together.
The New Balance kits that the Bullis Bulldogs are rocking. Our top qualifier, Gabby White, ran 8:70 in the semifinals. Sydney Harris of IMG Elite ran 8:78. Hopkins 8:90. Took 9:02 to get into this final. We are just about ready They've had them take their final runouts. They're going to get the second hurdle set back up shortly. And lots to look forward to, but on these sprints, we've seen a lot of the same clubs in Bullis, IMG, Motor City Track, TSA.
Yes.
We've seen them in race after race after race, and it really goes to show the teams that prioritize competing at the national level really show up and show out.
Absolutely. Being able to showcase their talent, being seen by coaches. They came out here, they've definitely showcased their talent. These kids have come out here and put on. They did not come this far to just come this far.
And we are ready for the Rising Stars Girls 60 Finals now. Bernard, Guy, Hopkins, White, Harris, Vanoy, McKee, and Rochester.
White in lane 4 with that fastest seated time coming in.
.870 in the semifinal for Gabby White. She's in 4. And White out really well. She's first to the first hurdle. Sydney Harris as well. Cassidy Hopkins of Bullis. Bullis trying to go 1-2.
White, 1-2 for Bullis. Gabby White with an 8:57. Cassidy Hopkins with an 8:68. Sydney Harris coming in third with an 8:74. Absolutely amazing job.
870 in qualifying, 890 in qualifying for White and Hopkins. They go 857 and 868. Bullis goes 1-2 in the Rising Stars Girls 60-meter hurdles.
Oh my goodness.
Talking about their celebration now. They get out of the blocks so well. Gabby White first to that first hurdle. And then her teammate Cassidy Hopkins just goes with her the whole way.
Again, these ladies do such an incredible job of really running through that hurdle and not hopping over the hurdle. Running through that hurdle is so important.
And now getting an opportunity to celebrate with each other. And lots to celebrate for Bullis this weekend.
Lots of celebrating for them, and we have plenty more seeing them on the sprint side of things. They have a lot more athletes in these finals, and I look forward to seeing it.
And there's your final results. Girls 60 meters hurdles Rising Stars. Gabby White, Cassidy Hopkins, Sydney Harris, 1, 2, and 3. Your top 8 there. Congratulations to all these girls making the final in this Rising Stars event, putting on some great performances throughout this weekend.
Absolutely amazing job. And again, congratulations to all of those ladies. And with that, we are going to be taken away. We are going to be switching off here to Carrie and Dana.
And we'll pass the headsets over to Carrie and Dana.
All right, guys, we will see you guys later at another time. And up next, we will be having the Boys Wheelchair Mile Championship.
As they set the track up, and the Boys Wheelchair Mile will get ready to go. They'll get the bank going, and we will be back later today bringing you more races, but it's Boys Wheelchair Mile up next on the track. Carrie and Dana, have some fun.
All right, Carrie, day 4 of the New Balance Indoor Nationals 2023. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, inspired. Oh my gosh, it's been so much fun.
I am just so grateful for all of you guys at home who have been listening. You know, these are this is the first time we're on camera. I'm Dana Jordana with Carrie Tollefson.
Yes.
The voices that you've been hearing.
One of, or two of the many, right? There's been a lot of people, like, we're down on the infield announcing, but then we're up here, you're over with Sidious, like, it's all over, we're all over the place.
Such a great team here this weekend. It's just, I am so continually impressed by New Balance, this meet, this facility, and the sun came out for the final day, so the athletes are going to have a brilliant place to warm up outside here at Boston Landing.
Yeah, it's been packed. I mean, even just now, we were trying to get out of our car and across the sidewalk to get into the building, and it's like Human Frogger, I was saying. I don't know if you know that game.
Oh,
but
of course. Frogger's a staple.
It was like, we were like, no. Okay, let's go.
My turn.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you always have to keep your head on a swivel at a track meet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, actually, yesterday I was on the infield doing the PA announcing, and the 200s were going off.
Oh, wow.
And some of the officials started to walk, and they were in lane 3, and these kids are not slow. They were coming as fast, and I had to yell on the mic, get out of the way.
Hey, at least you had a microphone.
Yeah.
Get your voice moving.
It was crazy.
There was one in the shuttle hurdles, too, but that race is just crazy.
Yeah, there's been so many events. We're watching some of the field events this morning as well, and we are getting ready to watch an athlete in the wheelchair division. He's going to take off Damasi Mayo.
Yeah, Damase Mayo, local athlete to Boston, who is taking on the mile for the wheelchair race, and we've heard that he's targeting a 4:20 mile.
Yep.
So 65-second quarters here at the track at New Balance.
They were raising the track a little bit, so that's the little bit of a delay right now. But it's so cool. I mean, really, you were just showing me some pictures. I was on air last night during the Chloe concert. And
oh, yes. The Chloe concert was amazing.
I mean, talk about it a little bit. It was packed.
Oh, so Chloe, you know, obviously works with New Balance, and I just didn't know what to expect here. There is this track, of course, but below the track is a concert hall, a huge concert hall. And there was a DJ before. The athletes were having a lot of fun celebrating their races. I know if it was me, I would not want to have a race on Sunday because that was just such an incredible time. And at the end, they dropped down some balloons. Some confetti looked challenging to clean. You know, on the track right now, we've got a little coaches referee meeting for the girls pole vault going on. We had such an exciting competition yesterday in the boys pole vault, you know, reaching a new height where the winner went for his PB, just missed it. But we're going to see a lot of these athletes competing in college next year, so these are the names to remember.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it all weekend, but what a great experience for athletes to come here, compete against people they've never competed against, so kind of like going in blind, right? I mean, they can look up results and things, but a lot of times you have no clue who you're actually going to be running against or jumping against, and so it's just like a whole new ball game. This has really elevated all of these athletes' game now. Like, they've been to one of the biggest meets in the country, probably one of the biggest meets, if not the biggest meet in the world. I mean, 5,800 athletes here this weekend.
You're right.
Just trying to find space to plop your bag down has, you know, definitely been something you got to navigate through.
There's more space here than some other indoor facilities where you're running through a
for sure.
very tight tube.
But there's still so many athletes. It's awesome. I mean, that's the best part about it. You're sitting next to people that you know you're racing against, or you're watching people warm up, and I've loved every minute of it. And not to mention the crowds have been packed. So we are just getting ready for this mile, the wheelchair mile, and it is Damasi.
Yeah, Damase Mayo.
Damase Mayo.
Getting a little warm-up lap in, see how this track feels. Every surface is very different and ever so important in any race to get to be able to feel it. So this lap, we're about to see something very fast. They're just checking the rails, making sure everything is good to go after they brought these hydraulic banks up. I love his kit, Tiger Stripes.
Well, we have seen some amazing races this weekend. What was your favorite event so far?
Wow, you know what? I have short-term memory when it comes to this. The boys 5K was absolutely phenomenal.
It was.
Last night. I was just extremely impressed by the guts and grit that it took to come through.
Tyrone Gorsey.
By Tyrone Gorsey. Tyrone Gores and come through, drop down that final spicy K, and get under 14 minutes. Incredible.
Well, here we are. The PA announcer is announcing Damase Mayo, and he is getting lots of love from the crowd. You know, wheelchair racing here in the U.S. is just booming. I mean, whether you're on the roads, on the track, and it is really, really cool to see. I mean, there are so many different athletes. A lot of them training out of Champaign, Illinois.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they have a huge group there. But there's also a new group starting up in, well, not a new group, but there's a few athletes that are training in Arizona as well. And, you know, they're always looking for the next brightest star. And this might be our next brightest star.
And Damase Mayo is wearing a Brighton singlet. And we're in Austin right now, but Brighton is 5 minutes that way? 2 minutes?
Suburb.
Are we actually are in Brighton. New Balance is in Brighton.
I mean,
so
I don't know.
We are. This is his backyard.
It's his territory.
His territory.
Well, and the Boston Marathon's coming up, and he's going to get to see Danielle Romanchuk and Marcel Hugh and all these like amazing names that I know he knows, or he at least will find out real soon. But this is when they started. They started in high school. Tatiana McFadden was really the one that kind of got everybody excited about wheelchair racing. She fought for it so hard, and she is now, you know, rounding out at the end of her career. But anybody who knows anything about wheelchair racing knows that name. She's an author. She's a speaker. She's an ESPY winner. Like, she has just done so much for the sport of wheelchair racing. And, you know, one of the big reasons why we have indoor racing now is because of someone like Damase Mayo going after it and giving it a go, trying to break 4:20 today.
There we are. Damase Mayo. Against the clock, and he's off.
And he has those pace lights as well that we've been watching so many people chase. And, you know, there are many races so far that have been behind. And then they've slowly caught up, and it's really kind of cool. Did you ever get to race against the lights?
I never did, but the interesting part about wheelchair racing specifically with these lights is that it does take a while to get up to speed.
Oh,
Carrie.
for sure.
So these first laps, you know, take a long time to get the momentum. So you saw Damase just behind those lights, and he's already in front of them.
But I mean, even so, it's just such a cool thing to be able to chase, even if they are out in front of you. And for instance, somebody that's in the lead or in a race on their own, that is their competitor. So It's cool for him to have that.
Absolutely. Nothing I experienced, and the crowd here bright and early, around 10 a.m. at the track at New Balance, the energy is up for Damase Mayo. We'll get this 400 split real soon.
So 4:20 pace.
Looking for that 65 on the clock. All right, 66 high for that first 400.
So, and he is right there on his light, so he knows that. He knows that he's with a distance, but, you know, we've talked about it time and time again. You've got to be right on that pace. Every point, 5.3, all that stuff adds up, so he's got to keep that in mind, keep the pressure on. And here he comes around. The crowd gets wild as he comes around here.
1K to go.
Damase Mayo.
He just picked up the pace a touch.
You can see Andy Downen right there on the infield. Andy's been so busy. He was once a racer himself, such a good miler in his time. Now works for New Balance and puts on all these great high school events. And he's been out on that track since Thursday, just going crazy. He's just in his moment right here. And he's really excited to see Damase Mayo, the future's brightest,
Damase Mayo has 800 meters to go.
800 to go, come on.
Working on these challenging turns. The indoor track has these tight 200-meter turns. We have a bank, which does give an advantage to this style of racing, but is ever so challenging to navigate the steering in the wheelchair races, especially as you're going around these bends.
You need him to stay on it here. Went through that 800 in 2:11, so he's just a couple seconds off of what he wants to be, and you can see those lights are right in front of him, but we've seen many times where people have made that final push and their final kick, and they get right back on it.
600 meters to go for Damase Mayo. In the orange, the Brighton orange.
Damase Mayo only in 10th grade. He's just a sophomore in high school. He's got plenty of time to get back here to race again, but we want to see something big for him, and it looks like he is so close. He's having a great race.
This is where it starts to hurt with 400 meters to go. He's going to start kicking. The crowd just got loud for Damase Mayo.
4:20 is the pace that he wanted set, but 4:32 is his PB. So we still might see a new PB, which we've seen time and time again this weekend.
Leaning over, giving it everything you got. This is such a taxing event. The upper body strength required. With 150 meters to go, Damase Mayo looks to go around that final turn for heading into the bell lap. And everyone is loud for Damase Mayo. 200 meters to go.
Come on, here he goes.
Pushing himself to his limit here. Fighting to get that personal best today at the track at New Balance.
Well, you can see the pain set in. He's looking around. His helmet's coming up and having a little bit of a pause as he comes up, but then he digs back in. He's got 100 meters to go.
Pushing himself to the very end, Damase Mayo.
Watching that clock.
Let's see if he can get under that 4:30 mark. And Damase Mayo just over it.
Oh, 4:30.8.
4:30.8.
Oh, he's got to be pleased with that. No matter what, when you are out on the track on your own doing your own race, it is so tough. And he had those lights to chase, but to keep digging, and he did. And time again, you could see there were moments, right, when all of us racers get out there, there are moments when we so want to give in. And he looked up and he thought, no, I'm still going. It was really, really cool to watch.
And we are moving right along to the Rising Stars boys 200-meter final. It's a busy day of track and field here. And a thank you, hand up from Damase Mayo. Gets a piece of that tape to bring home. We're going to be seeing a lot of him in the future. This is coach there with the tiger on his sweatshirt.
Awesome.
Here we go, Rising Stars, boys, 200-meter final. Heat one of two. And they just changed the angle of this bend just a touch for the sprints. They make it a little bit steeper. And Damase Mayo.
Getting his due right here.
Oh, look at that, top end. Top end on the chair, top end speed.
Well, it's so interesting to see all the different chairs that the athletes have and to hear how the specifics of the way they sit.
A little personality in there.
And personality, how they decorate it, yep, that's for sure.
You know, as you look at an older athlete like a Daniel Romanchuk, the physicality and muscular structure that builds over time as you do this race.
Well, they say Daniel Romanchuk has a 6-foot wingspan. I mean, his arms are so long, but his mom is quite tall. She's like 6'3" or 6'4", and really was an athlete herself. So it's no, wonder that her son is the best in the world, and also
Track
just
runs in the family.
exactly.
Around here.
Yep. So looks like we have this first heat up. They are getting ready, getting those blocks set.
And we're looking for some personal bests to be set in this Rising Stars boys 200 meters.
On the inside, we have Evan Pardue of Elite Track and Field Training. Then in lane 4, Rowan Calder II from Knight Riders. He's only in 9th grade. In lane 5, William Hofler from Trinity Titans. And then on the outside, that's Jose Davis Whitaker from Golden Eagle Elite TC. So the 9th grader. We have all underclassmen in this heat.
That's what we like to see for the Rising Stars. These are the athletes of the future.
Now this is the first time this weekend that these athletes have been able to use the blocks. Yesterday there were so many heats that they didn't have the blocks.
It makes a really big difference,
It
especially
does.
in a 200, being able to push off and use all of your force to stay in that drive phase a little bit longer. Keep your head down. And I believe they'll be in lanes the whole time here as well. Obviously we've got a 200. So we won't really be able to tell until that final bend who's pushing out. It's the challenges of the indoor track.
Evan Pardue, Rowan Calder II, William Hofler, and Jose Davis Whitaker. First heat of the Rising Stars boys 200 meters.
Resetting the athletes. They're telling Beyonce to be quiet for a moment.
Every time I hear Beyonce, I just kind of gotta move a little bit.
There we go.
You can't not.
You can. Rising Stars boys 200 meter final on the track. And they're off.
On the outside, Jose Davis Whitaker getting a good start. Using that downhill momentum in lane 2. It looks like Rowan Calder II really starting to make a little bit of a push. Watch on the inside though, Dana.
This is going to be tight, straight to the line. Jose Davis Whitaker on the outside, but is it going to be Evan Pardue? Let's see. Oh, it's William Hofler from the Trinity Titans.
21.95. Woo! They're awake.
In lane 5. So that's the time to beat, 21.95.
So in this race, we have 3 sophomores and a junior. Micah Walker in lane 3, Cameron Flowers in 4. Griard Weddington in 5, and Jermaine Brown in 6.
Look at that finish there from William Hofler from Trinity Titans to take it. And 21.95, the time to beat for section 2. The Rising Stars boys 200 meters. Micah Walker, Gerard Weddington, and Jermaine Brown. Quick reset.
Here they go. Oh, it looks like we have an open lane there out in 4.
Jermaine Brown out hard. Gerard Weddington in lane 5, charging through.
And it looks like it's in lane 5 there. Gerard Weddington. Oh, man.
And Jermaine Brown coming to the line.
Who's going to get the lead? It looks like
lane 6.
You think lane 6, huh? I thought it was
Gerard Weddington.
Yeah, he just looked like that last step.
And with a 21:68, that is the fastest time for the Rising Stars boys 200 meter. Gerard Weddington takes it with second of Jermaine Brown. And third is William Hoffler from Heat 1, 21:95. Congratulations to Gerard Weddington. And now, before we know it, the Rising Stars girls 200 meter final. In lane 3, we have Daylin Gibson from Jackrabbit Track Club. In lane 4, we have Vanessa Waite from Powerhouse Athletics Track and Fields. In lane 5, we have Rhea Randolph from Jaguar Track. In lane 6, we have Taryn Henderson from Motor City Track. 4 athletes here today. The slow clap has started at the track carry.
They're ready for it. We're seeing some of our jumpers go.
When you look behind on your screen, a nice jump on the infield. The boys' long jump.
Gibson, Waite, Randolph, Henderson in this first heat.
Athletes are held down on the track. And they're off.
Getting a good start out in lane 6. That's Taryn Henderson. But in lane 4, watch Vanessa Waite.
Vanessa Waite on lane 4 is making up that bend on Taryn Henderson. And Rhea Randolph in lane 5. Looks like it'd be a tight finish. Rhea Randolph in lane 5. And Rhea Randolph takes heat 1.
What a
24:50.
What a patient 200. If you can call a 200 patient. But she really did. She did not let up at all and snuck in between to get that win, Rhea Randolph. 24:50. It's the time to beat.
And that's a personal best for Rhea Randolph. Previous personal best was 24:96, and she runs a 24:50.
Yay! We were saying yesterday how you have to celebrate those wins.
Yes, you do.
You have to celebrate the PBs in life because they don't come all the time.
And it looks like we have 2 athletes in this second heat, the Rising Stars girls 200 meters from Bullis, a high school we've seen over and over here.
Oh.
We have Somayaya Braggs from South Day Express TC in lane 3, Mariah Bernard in lane 4 from Bullis, Sage Hinton in lane 5 from Bullis, and Caitlin Lennon in lane 6. Bullis, what a meet.
Yeah, last night, remember, the 4x2 went 1 and 3. They had 2 different teams. They had an A team and a B team, and they went 1 and 3.
Yeah.
And they had different
Uniforms.
kits on.
There you go. And, you know, they also won the boys 400 meters. Sprint Dynasty, Bullis. Holding these athletes. Can they beat that 24:50? Heat 2, Rising Stars girls 200 meter final.
Here we go, the second heat of the Rising Stars girls 200 meters.
Caitlin Lennon out hard in lane 6, but it looks like Sage Hinton is making up that turn from Bullis with Somaya Braggs as well in lane 5. On the inside, don't forget about Mariah Bernard. And on the outside, it's going to be Sage Hinton, but just gets tapped by Caitlin. Sage Hinton got it from Bullis. Second, Caitlin Lennon in lane 6. Held on to her spot. Bullis goes 1-3.
Sage Hinton taking the time there in 24:10. She will be the Rising Stars 200-meter champion.
And Rhea Randolph, our previous heat winner, comes in 5th overall. So we had Sage Hinton in 1st, Caitlin Lennon in 2nd, Mariah Bernard in 3rd. Congratulations to Sage Hinton. Remember that?
Yeah.
All right. You know, back to Carrie. I would say this is our bread and butter here. This is the boys' mile.
This is the boys' mile.
I almost said 4 laps to glory, but we're on an indoor track. It's 8 laps to glory.
So we have 3 heats.
It's the boys.
Oh, excuse me, we have way more than that.
I was gonna say this is the boys' championship mile.
Yes,
Carrie.
we have 8 heats of the mile today for the boys.
Here we go. Mile is such an iconic race on the track, and it's exciting to see these athletes come out, chase this personal best. And they're off. We have Preston Sanderville, Tyler Daly, Wyatt Athey, Colin Safford, Matthew Serving, Connor Hitt, Luca Borg, Connor Long, Dylan DeCambra, Ethan Papa, Jake Pagaluso, Ethan Rashad Cocker, Matthew Servin, and they went through that first lap. We'll get the 400-meter split here. We're switching gears here from events. They went out pretty fast the first 230.23.
It looks like Sanderville's in the lead right now. We'll get this quarter mile split coming up here, about 63.3 to be exact. Preston Sanderville, Matthew Servin, Ethan Rashid Cocker. To be honest, pretty much everyone is still in this race, but Preston Sanderville is starting to see a little bit of daylight in between the two of them, trying to push this early pace.
And Preston Sanderville is coming out here, charging ahead. His personal best is a 4:17.67 from Thunder Road Running.
This is that point in the mile where you kind of want to settle down, but yet you can't really because it's going to come quick. You know, they have just over a K to go, and you have to be ready for anything. There's some of these athletes that are coming down in distance from the 5K or the 2 mile, and that's where they really start their long drive. So you have to be really aware of what's happening. You can't fall asleep in these middle laps of the mile.
Absolutely not. And as you said that, it looks like Nick Martin just goes around Preston Sanderville, going through the 800 and 2:08. On track for that sub 4:20 time, right around the wheelhouse of these athletes, right on those pace lights. Nick Martin running really strong, opening up his stride. This is a true middle distance event, Carrie. You know, it goes by in a heartbeat, and you have to really pay attention. We'd love to see this field absolutely strung out as Nick Martin comes through with 600 meters to go, going through the 1K in 2:40. Nick Martin's PB is a 4:19.80. We'll see if that goes down today. And Preston Sanderville is doing a great job sticking on him, not giving up. probably happy to not be doing that work anymore as we come through with 400 meters to go.
So 1 and 2 are out there, but they have that group working super hard, changing the leads here and there to try to regroup with those top 2. And we see Martin in front, Sanderville in second. Rashid Cocker trying to make that push to close this gap up with less. They have about,
300 meters to go.
Yeah, they have 300 meters to go right now.
And it looks like Preston Sanderville has a little bit more life in his legs, goes around Nick Martin. And what does Preston Sanderville, what does Nick Martin have left? What does Preston Sanderville have as a response? Preston Sanderville, 400 meters to go.
Preston Sanderville opened up the lead early on in this race, was pressing from front. Now he's starting to chase those lights as they get closer to him. But look at this lead he's built over the last 100 meters. With 100 to go, he might be able to get a new PB. He's going to have to move.
Preston Sanderville working this last 50 meters to come through, and it looks like he's going to take Section 1 of the boys championship out. But look at the race right behind him.
Yay!
Beautiful kick for Connor Hitt.
Not quite a new PB for him, but he closed in 64 seconds, so he has to be pleased with how he ran that race.
And that's Preston Sanderville winning in 4:19, followed by Connor Hitt in 4:21, and Ethan Rashid Cocker. And we are already lined up for Section 2 of the boys championship mile. And we have Keith Warner, Travis Gaffney, Chris Leonard, Ethan Cope, Luke Churchwell, Kristen Grodnick, Roan Kelly, Ayush Saran, Liam Davis, Basil Mathis, Nick Schutzbank, Diego Mendez, Aaron Cantu, Riku Sugi, Will Liu, Ryan Ori, and Avery Keith. Riku Sugi coming back for another race.
Yes.
This weekend.
We've seen quite a few athletes, either double, triple. And you know, if you are able to do that at the New Balance Indoor Nationals, you might as well go for it.
And this is a pretty large field that we have here. 17 athletes. Always tough in these middle distances when you do have a lot of athletes with a very similar personal best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trying to figure out where you go. Do you get out hard and try to establish your position on the rail? Do you wait and work your way through? This second heat, they're going for 4:16. That's what the pace lights are set at.
And that's Diego Mendez out front.
And they are in front of those pace lights, so the pace is hot, which we like to see.
Is, you know, I keep saying it this weekend. Maybe I was saying it too much. 62 point for that first 400. That is definitely on a personal best pace. That's a 4:08 pace for the mile. And, you know, these are athletes that are running a full mile. There's a lot of states that do run a 1600, so a couple extra meters here as Diego Mendez really is opening up with 1K to go.
Matt Schutzbank from the Nyack Track Club keeping his eyes on the back of Diego Mendez. You can see that he's watching that colorful singlet and trying so hard to use the energy smart and just get in there and get close to him. But right now, it's Diego Mendez.
Diego Mendez, but Matt Schutzbank is caught up to him, and so have these lights. With 800 meters to go, we go through 800 in 2:07:09. Matt Schutzbank right on Diego Mendez's tail, with Basil Mathis and Riku Sugi following right there. Who's going to be the first one to make a move, Carrie?
I don't know. I like where Basil Mathis is right now. He seems like he's content to be on the railing, but he will need to get out, and there are a lot of guys in this lead pack. Still about 9 guys that are right there.
And we've got to watch that this pace doesn't slip because the field is bunching up. There's not a lot of room to make moves as Diego Mendez still leads from out front. Riku Sugi from the Thompson Nelson High School has slipped into second place. these athletes are bunched up, but they're working. This is a great pace.
They're slipping a little bit from those pace lights. They're running right around 4:17 pace right now for that full mile. But for the first time, we're seeing a new change in the lead.
Sugi charges to the front, coming up on that 400 meters to go.
Riku Sugi from Thomas Nelson High School.
Riku Sugi.
But then here comes my guy, Basil Mathis.
Oh, we can't play fair to scary.
I just saw him.
You know, very tactically strong from Basil Mathis, like you said, tucking behind, but don't count out Diego Mendez, sitting in third place, did a lot of that early work, but Riku Sugi leading out front, but I do believe Basil Mathis is in a great position here, heading into this bell lap, and there we go, on cue. Basil Mathis swings out in front with 200 meters to go.
Basil Mathis having a strong race, just covering moves. He's really chasing those lights now, trying to get in front of them. And we see Diego Mendez now moving his way, and he is closing hard, Dana.
Diego Mendez did the work up front, and he is chasing down his time, but it's all Basil Mathis opening up in this final 50 meters. Basil Mathis coming through, charging through the line, and he gets a personal best by 3 seconds to take heat 2 of the boys championship mile. Hands on the knees, but he's happy, and you see Diego Mendez looks up at the clock.
The new time to beat, 4:14.96.
And Roan Kelly from Falconer Track Club gets second. Great running by Roan.
That was an exciting race. Different lead changes, lots of things happening back in the pack. But they worked together. You could tell they were really working to chase those lights, but also to beat each other. And that's the main game, right? Is to see who can get to the finish line first, regardless of the time.
And we've got Heat 3, Tamara Kavinas, Ethan Hogan, Kofi Fajor, Parker Broderick, Brian Gent, Adrian Hahn Vanstein, Drew Moore, Jack Bundy, Connor Rutherford, Andrew Casey, Benjamin Hughes, Tyler Tubman, Kyle Eberhardt, Solomon Holden Betts, and Ryan Connolly. Another big field of 15 athletes. And these pace lights are just heading down by another second, 4:15 on the lights. Early leader, hard to tell before this break as they come in around the cones. Everyone is there. Carrie, they're all bunched up.
This is a big bunch right here. And you can see you have to be so careful when you make those moves. You know, when you are in a big group like that, you have to protect your space, but also you have to be aware of everyone else's. And all it takes is one wrong move, as you know.
And that's Kofi Fajor, who is also from Massachusetts, has raced a couple times this weekend as well.
As he's coming down here in distance from the 2 mile yesterday to now running the mile. .61.75 through the first 400.
Very quick for Kofi Fajor. Followed by Parker Broderick, Ethan Hogan.
4:15 is what those pace lights are set on, so they are out in front, and they need to run that 4:14.96 to put them in the lead.
And Kofi Fajor dominating so far with Ethan Hogan right behind. Kofi looks very strong and in control.
He does, as we watch Ethan Hogan, though, slowly start to get back up on his shoulder. Just really tight against that rail, which is smart in these earlier stages of the mile. Don't run any more than you have to. Hold on to that front spot if you can, and plan out that kick. These are some high turns, right? So they have to make sure that they are planning out when they do that. It's best to do it on the straightaways and not try to run any more than you possibly have to.
And that's a 2:04.22 through 800 meters. Great pace for these athletes. That's about 4:10 pace.
Yep, just under. You're right on. 4:09.4 pace.
I still got the track math.
You do. I got to have my book.
You know, the mile's easy. 600 meters to go. Kofi Fajor followed by Ethan Hogan, Connor Rutherford, and Drew Moore. Watch out for this pack of 4. Fajor, Hogan, Rutherford, and Moore.
Rutherford has a little bit of space here, but you can see that the pressure is on for him. He's trying to close that gap up. And here's where we're seeing is Ethan Hogan trying to make that move on the straightaway, and now is he going to settle back in? It looks like it. But as we said it, Rutherford is right back up on him.
And Rutherford might swing around on the straightaway, and it looks like it's Ethan Hogan trying to swing on Kofi Fajor, trying to stay on this pace. If they can push each other, they're all going to come away with personal best with 400 meters to go. 1,200 meters in 3:07.84. And that's Ethan Hogan out front with Connor Rutherford. Kofi Fajor just has to hold on, followed by Drew Moore.
Ethan Hogan has had a very patient race, and now he is putting it on with, just under 50 meters to go here. Can Rutherford come back to him? I don't think he can.
200 meters to go for Ethan Hogan.
200 meters rather, and he is really pouring it on.
Opening it up, Connor Rutherford, Drew Moore. What does Kofi Fajor have left? But it's all track, open track for Ethan Hogan. 100 meters to go. Now he's just chasing that former version of himself, Ethan Hogan. 50 meters to go. This is going to be a phenomenal race for Ethan Hogan. Charging through and right behind.
Got under.
Connor Rutherford and Drew Moore and Kofi Fajor, followed by Tamarat Gavanas.
And our new lead, Ethan Hogan, breaking that 4:10.
That is a huge personal best for Ethan Hogan, running 4:09.92. His previous PB was 4:15.73 carry.
Yes, I love that.
That is a phenomenal day.
He needs to go back home and watch that race. He ran very, very smart. He was just kind of biding his time. Tactically, he was right there on the railing, just tried to make a move. Didn't work. He settled back in and then really made his push.
It looks like personal best for the front 4 of that race. So,
Heat 4 on the track.
Matthew O'Brien, Oliver Brandis, Guillaume Alwyn, Brian Gamble, Caden Kingsmith, Ford Washburn, Noah Brecker, Keegan Smith, Owen Clemens, Reen Langley, Matthew Doherty, Ryan Beagle, Aiden Hodge, Caden Montini, Ethan Edgeworth, and Landon Romer. All right. Pace lights for Heat 4, 4:14.
4:14.
1 second down.
Squeezing that pace down.
You know, our last heat was just 1 in a 4:09, so
they gotta go.
They gotta go. And sometimes what they do is they change the pace lights to be the pace of the previous race. So if we see any update, we will let you know. But we have another athlete from the emerging elites, Brian Gamble, out front. You know, I think these Massachusetts athletes do feel at home here.
Well, and then the Minnesota guy is right up front now, Noah Brecker. I got to just give a shout out to Noah Brecker. You guys have been listening to my Minnesota accent all weekend, and we have a Minnesotan right here in the lead.
You know, I wouldn't have believed a Minnesota accent was real until I met Carrie.
Oh, it's real. It doesn't go anywhere. All right, going through in 60.84.
60.84.
So Brian Gamble, Ford Washburn, Noah Brecker, pretty much everyone still in this race. Those are our top 3 currently.
It's around, let's guess, 4:05 pace.
Ooh, that's your guess?
Well, if it's 60.84, that's the math. But we'll see if they can hold on.
Right.
Let's check the book. Well, let's see. We got Brian Gamble out front. And a lot of these athletes, especially the juniors, are trying to lay down a fast time at the end of their indoor season. They're trying to get recruited. They're trying to move on to the next level here. Carrie, did you feel that pressure in high school as you were looking for, you know, those collegiate opportunities? I know you ran at Villanova. You were trying to be seen.
Well, this is perfect. I mean, we know that actually my coaches are in the stands right now. Today was their day. They could come. And, you know, there are a lot of people watching the rising stars, but also these current stars. And, you know, a lot of these athletes have already committed in this race.
And Noah Brecker
going through that 800 and 205.91, so really slowing that pace down.
You know, and that could be a prudent move here for Noah Brecker. Just to slow it down just a touch, because as they get to 800 meters, this is 600 meters to go. They're going to start winding things back up.
Well, Noah Brecker is one of those guys. He's very good on the cross-country courses. He's also run 8:57 for 2 miles. He did that in January, so he has that strength, and he needs to really use that in these final laps of the mile. But here comes, I believe that's Ren Langley up on his shoulder.
And Noah Brecker committed to the University of North Carolina.
Yep.
A Nova rival.
Oh, yeah.
And this is going to be 400 meters to go. This is a Brecker, Langley, Romer battle. And who's going to have it on the bell lap? Brecker's holding on to that inside rail, but it's Langley right behind. And Noah Brecker.
Noah Brecker really trying to push hard here. He's got to do that right now. You can see a little bit of pain on Ren Langley's face. He's not quite as relaxed. He looks good with where his form is, but a little bit of pain on his face. And Noah Brecker looks smooth right now. It is a two-man race currently.
1 lap to go for Noah Brecker and Ren Langley. Noah Brecker looking very smooth, but Ren Langley holding on. Noah Brecker pushing. Ren Langley wants this. He's pushing deep. He's trying to see where there's room to go around with 100 meters to go.
They got to keep an eye on the clock, though. They went through that 3/4 at 3:09, so they have to really hurry here to see if they can get close.
Ren Langley.
4:09.
Noah Brecker's going to hold him off. Ren Langley's right there. Noah Brecker.
But they did not beat the time from the previous heat, Dana. 4:09 was...
that was just a phenomenal racing, though.
4:09.92. But our winner is going to come from heat 2.
For now. We are only on heat 4.
True. I'm getting so excited over here. We've called a lot of races.
We got 8 of these.
8 of them.
I was like, Carrie, they're running a great race out here. Day four, guys.
Yes, thank you. Let me calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
I got pretty sweaty, and usually I don't get sweaty until the final race. We got to wait for the cold sparks.
We got to wait for the cold sparks, but, you know, we are already on heat 5 of the boys mile championship. William Carlton, Riley Newport, Ryvie Novak, Bry Grievous, Timothy Roden, Noah Johnson, Nathan Lopez, Sebastian Martinez, Grant Morgenfeld, Maxwell Harden, Sam Boyer, Thomas Westfall. And there we go. Breaking in.
Okay. So we are settling in here.
Heat 5 of 8. And we have some athletes doing strides, so this field looked a little bigger there for a moment.
And I'm just getting a text here now, juggling a lot of things, but 4:10 is what they're setting this to, because that is the time that we need to beat.
That is the time that we need to beat.
So let's just look at that real quick, because I was screwing myself up and everyone else listening. 4:09.92 from Ethan Hogan is the fastest time right now. 4:10 came from Noah Brecker from that last heat, and he is in second currently. So those are the 2 top times, 4:09.92 and 4:10.71.
There we go. And William, it's like Maxwell Harden slips to the front, running that first 460.86. Maxwell Harden with a tightly bunched pack behind him with 1K to go. That big ice jersey we've seen a lot of this weekend at the New Balance Indoor Nationals.
That's kind of fun to watch their back. It says, "Stay frosty."
I love it. I love it. Maxwell Harden on that 4:10 pace slide at the front, leading a big group of guys.
They're getting close to 4 laps to go here. And I don't know about you, Dana, but what what was your like spot? Like, did you have a spot in the race where you wanted to go every time? Did it change race by race?
Oh, I was always a front third girl, especially in the mile.
Okay.
I never wanted to be in the back. I never wanted to swing up. I always wanted to be there.
And when did you start your kick?
I had to start my kick early because I was strong, but I didn't have the top speed. You know, I couldn't close in that 26, 27 final 200, you know, on my best day.
26, 27.
That's what they're doing now. That's what they're doing now, Carrie. Ooh. But if I could close that, you know, get as close as that 60 flat last 400 as possible, that'd be a very good day. But those were tough days.
So chasing those lights, like we said, 4:10 pace. They got to get on that if they want to get into the lead here. Maxwell Harden, Noah Johnson, Grant Morganfield. I mean, everybody's still in this race.
Maxwell Harden pushing from the front and looks like a little jockeying in the back as we see an inside pass. Dangerous move from Grant Morganfeld, but the space was there. Normally, I do not advise the inside pass.
Well, he is kind of caught right now. I mean, now he could move out, right? But he was a little nervous, I think, and that's the thing that we're learning at these meets, is learning how to run in big packs and to navigate through a big pack like that. But right now, Grant Morganfield, he is going for it, and he is opening up a big lead, chasing those lights, trying to get to the front of them, because that's what he's going to need to do in order to put himself into first place.
And Grant Morganfeld is going for it, coming through the bell lap, chasing these pace lights and chasing his own personal best of 4:13.56. Grant Morganfeld, followed by Maxwell Harden. Don't count Maxwell Harden out.
You're right, Dana. He is closing hard, and he has got, 150 meters to go. He's got to get going.
And Grant Morganfeld keeps opening up, but Maxwell Harden is coming from behind. 100 meters to go. Maxwell Harden has Grant Morganfeld in his sights. Goes around that final turn. Does Grant Morganfeld have a response? And it's Maxwell Harden. Maxwell Harden, 4:10.64. Just misses that top time of 4:09, but a phenomenal finish from Maxwell Harden and Grant Morganfeld.
Look at that grit right there. I love that. Gave it everything he had.
Everything is left on the track. Whether it's your first weekend this week, first race this weekend, or your third.
Moves him into second place there.
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty.
Grant Morganfeld.
I don't think he was frosty
Maxwell
on that
Harden.
one. He was flaming hot. Maybe they should have that on there. All right, Carter Cutting, Colin Riley, Charles Perry, Eric Unger, Brian Bowler, Brody Hartley, Brendan Herger, Aiden Ryan, Ashke Valdul, Simon Shepard, George Andrus, Antonio Camacho Bucks, and Braden Marshall are in this Heat 6 of the mile. Here they go. It has been awesome so far seeing all of these miles. Last night we saw a ton of 4x1 mile races. Some of these athletes doubling back today. Were you someone that liked to race in the morning or race in the evening?
You know, in high school, it was always racing in the morning. Night racing wasn't really a thing until college for me.
In high school, you raced in the morning?
You know, middle of the day, never at night.
Yeah.
Never at night, you know, unless we went to the Armory or somewhere like that. But it's always, I always enjoy racing during the day, and then you have the rest of the day ahead of you.
Exactly. Didn't have to plan your
That's why
meals
I like
around
cross-country.
so much. I know. I like the morning races as well.
Nothing worse than sitting in a hotel room all day waiting for a race.
I know. All right, here we come up to this 400-meter split.
And that's Brendan Herger from the 6 Mile Track Club. The quick pace out front, 60 flat, 0.11. But he looks very smooth and in control, Brendan Herger. Strung out this pack, and when you see that long line, you know the pace is quick. And Ashke Vidul, another athlete we've been seeing a lot of this weekend. And they're really opening up in this feed, and Brendan Herger just has a fluid form here out front.
He looks good. You know, we have talked a lot about athletes being willing to lead races, and some of these athletes just are used to that. They come from a town or a conference or even a state where they're used to being out alone. So it's just, you know, second nature to get out there in front, but it's really what they do when somebody starts to press or get up on their shoulder. And time again, we see these athletes see that they can run faster than they ever have right here at the track. Lots of PBs have been set this weekend.
Absolutely. And Brandon Herger still out front, but followed closely by Carter Cutting and Brian Bowler and Ashke Vidul.
2:04.83 through that 800-meter split.
Yeah.
Those lights are creeping back up. They went through in 60 flat for the first 400, 64 flat for that second 400, which is, you know, pretty typical for the mile. Get out fast,
and it
settle
looks
in.
like we still have Brandon Herger out front, but Carter Cutting is deciding whether he's going to make it move, but it might actually be Brian Bowler that's swinging out on the straightaway. You always say movement on the straightaways. And yes, Brandon Herger still maintaining. Every time you come to a straight, you see athletes swing out and come back in. It's really inefficient to do that. You have to make one move and commit to it. Carrie, when did you make your decisive move in a mile race?
You know, when I was in high school, it was a little bit different, but I think as a pro, I figured out that I needed to start with 500 to go, and whether I was in the lead or sitting, that was where I needed to start my press, and I tried to do every 100 meters a little bit more. I had word cues for every lap outdoors, so 4 word cues, and here we go.
And Carter Cutting might have word cues as he did make a pretty substantial move.
Again, and running another 64 second for that last quarter. They got to get moving if they want to get in front of those lights and to move into that first spot, which is 4:09.92 from Ethan Hogan.
And Carter Cutting out front, coming up with that bell up, and an unfortunate fall back there with 2 athletes going down and getting tripped up. That's so unfortunate to see. Carter Cutting fallen by Antonio Camacho Bucks.
And here he comes, Antonio Camacho Bucks. You could see the grit that he has, and he is in that gray kit, and he is closing in on Carter Cutting.
Antonio Camacho Bucks, Carter Cutting.
Woo!
It's a race to the finish. Carter Cutting has a response, but what does Antonio Camacho Bucks have? Carter Cutting pressing Antonio Camacho Bucks on the outside, running right behind him, and it's going to be Carter Cutting. 4:11.72.
What a last 100 meters, though.
What a wild race. Unfortunate fall that we saw in there. And it looks like we are moving on to the girls' championship 2 miles. We're saving those fastest 2 heats for after the girls' championship 2 mile. And then we'll also have those fastest 2 heats where we dim the lights and we bring the cold sparks out.
Oh, I love that. I love that. It's so fun. Yesterday I was down there doing the announcing and I almost got hit by that. I was right there and then it woke me up. I got even louder on the mic. All right, Lila Waters, Taylor Pangburn, Katie Sabiraj, Maeve Going, Emily Tomez, Macaulay Jesse, Julia Shanes, Caroline Jenowich, Riley Shunning, Anika Sandman, Emma Belvin, Angelina George, Alexa Fortman, Ella Gibbs, Kate Conklin, Daniel Brockby, Morgan Eagle, Lola Deneen, and Meredith Gottsma. There's a lot of athletes in this. 19 athletes in this race.
There we go. Big fields.
And so impressive to see how the athletes get off the line. They were really respectful, but also they just got those first few steps, had to be quick, especially on that in those inside lanes.
So the pace lights here are set for 5:04, but the name of the game here is sub 5 minutes. I remember the first time that I broke 5 minutes. It was such a special day. It's truly an entry into the next level of running for our high school girls. And that's on the mind of everyone in this race. They're right in front of those pace lights that are set for 5:04, but they're not interested in 5:04, Carrie. What's 5:04? That's what they've already run.
Well, they want to get out there and they want to win their heat. I mean, that's the big thing. We've talked time and time again about that. Winning your race is so important. We can't forget that in this sport. We can't forget that time is cool. It's fun, but ultimately it's about winning those races.
And Meredith Gottsman gets out front in front of Lila Waters. Big pack here. And we're going through our 400 pretty quick in 71, well under that 5 minute pace, which is 75 seconds per quarter. Meredith Gottsman
Gottsman definitely strung this race out really fast. She went for it early on, and now we're seeing that gap kind of close up here in our top three. Meredith Gottsman, Lila Waters, and Ella Gibbs.
We're coming through with 1K to go. Ella Gibbs now in this nice front group, establishing herself, but it's Meredith Gottsman. And they've slowed down quite a bit here. Got to make sure they stick on this pace.
We have 2 ninth graders in this race, and they are in the top 5 right now, Ella Gibbs and Maeve Going. But right there in third, Ella Gibbs, now moving into second.
And we're looking as they come into 800 meters, how close are they to 2:30 at 800? 2:30 is that mark. We're double back, you'll have that 5 minutes. And it's Ella Gibbs that slides up, and it's 2:28.97, well under Ella Gibbs.
Ella Gibbs, the youngster in the crowd right now. She is the one taking it to our 2 seniors that are in second and third right now.
Ella Gibbs, phenomenal running. She's running like she's a very experienced athlete. She does have a 5:05 personal best.
Trying to get to that 5-minute mark.
She's really opening up and doing a great job of keeping her stride fluid, looking forward.
So 3 laps to go.
600 meters for Ella Gibbs, followed by Lila Water and Meredith Gottsman, and then the field. Ella Gibbs doing this work out front, but she's chasing that 5-minute barrier.
And she's putting a surge on right now. You could see her make a turn on that back stretch, and she really started to put a little bit of a move on. She knows she's coming up to 2 laps to go, 800 meters left in this race, and she has got to put it away now. There are girls that are starting to close, and they are getting ready for their sprint.
Here we go, 400 meters to go. And we've lost our pace lights in this race, so it's all Ella Gibbs. And by lost, I mean I don't know where they are in the track.
I don't see them right now, but here she goes. Ella Gibbs. Closing in on her is Katie Sabiraj and Lila Waters. They are working together to try to get her, but it looks like she is back out in front of those pace lights, and she is still on pace to set a new PB.
Ella Gibbs.
5:04. What these pace lights are at, and she has that 5:05 PB. She's got to stay right on
Watch
it.
out for Katie Soberage behind her, but Ella Gibbs with 200 meters to go, opening up, and Katie Soberage is really digging in here behind her, but Ella Gibbs out front.
And Lila Water looks relaxed right now, but she's got to get going too. She's got to hold on to that big move that Katie Soberage is making, and they are closing in on Ella Gibbs.
And Katie Soberage has this other gear. Does Ella Gibbs have that next gear? How will she respond when Katie Soberage is about to go around her with 50 meters to go? What does Ella Gibbs have left? And Ella Gibbs has a response here. She's fighting to the line. She's done the work, and it looks like Ella Gibbs is going to hold on to take this first section. 5:05.58.
What was her PB coming in, Ella Gibbs?
5:05.99, so very tiny PB here for Ella Gibbs, but I'm more impressed by that response to someone coming around here. That's an experience move when you're, really feeling in that last 15.
Tired.
But you have another gear.
And you could hear the crowd cheering on the girls that were coming up on her, and she really just dug deep.
And now we have
Look at that
heat
exhaustion
2.
right there.
I know.
I love
Heat
it.
2 on the track. Rena Johnson, Caroline Barton, Evelyn Rogers, Olivia Buffalini, Ruby Little, back again, Morgan Kobolinski, Emily Wickard, Marley Kwaniska, Jalen Harberts, Sophia Fenton, Macy Schreiner, Madeline Williams, Erin Bowler, Victoria Kessler, Sarah DeVasta, Remy Duback, and Elizabeth Coe. 17 women in this, 17 girls in this field. Heat 2.
5:02 is what the pace lights are set at for this.
Big field.
And it is so different being indoors with music going and the crowd's right on top of you. You know, a lot of these athletes went through that pandemic early on in their high school career where they maybe didn't know what it was like to have all these people cheering for them. This might be one of their first really big indoor meets. And it's really cool. I mean, you could see just how excited they're, almost in awe when they walk in, and they're like, oh, this is where a world record was set in the DMR. This is where Corey McGee has raced, or Emma Coburn, or Sydney McLaughlin, or, you know, Trayvon Vermel, like all these awesome New Balance athletes. And they're now part of that family here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals.
Yes, they are. And Caroline Barton is making her stand out front. Pretty ambitious first 400 meters here. Going to be right near that 70-point mark. Going through 472. A little bit slower. Well, out there by herself doing a lot of work.
Yeah, Caroline Barton, she actually is going hard. I mean, you can tell that nobody is willing to go with her yet. They're starting to close in on her, but this was a decisive move on her part. You know, you can see up on the big screen whether she's used that or not. That's also new for these athletes, to be able to see what's going on behind you. But she went for it, and she's not looking back at all. She has this hard-pressed pace, and she is well in front of those pace lights.
And she's wearing that blue, red, white, and blue Americana kit out there in front, Caroline Barton, followed by Olivia Buffalini, Evelyn Rogers, Victoria Ketzler, Morgan Kobolinski, and Marley Kwaniska. And it looks like we have some movement where Evelyn Rogers slip into that front of that pack. They might make content with Caroline Barton.
Yeah, they're going to have to right now, and that's what I think they're seeing, is that she went out for it, and maybe they thought, you know what, she'll come back to us. But now they're really having to close in and get this gap to lessen up a little bit, because, listen, they are under 800 meters to go.
And they had a really great 800-meter split of 2:26.75. If they can keep up this pace, that's sub 5-minute days for the girls in Heat 2 of the championship mile. And I'm very impressed by Evelyn Rogers. She's about to come up on Caroline Barton with 600 meters to go. Looking very strong, and the pack is behind them. Not going around Caroline Barton just yet with 600 to go. You know, waiting to make her move.
Coming up on her shoulder and just slightly putting a little bit of a surge in to get around her, then going right into the railing there, and you see Caroline Barton, she really does move right back up on her shoulder, or just gets up in there. She's not like, I guess, getting too stressed, and a lot of times you see that, like somebody try to really get back up on, right up tight on the shoulder. She's settled in, and she still has 2 laps to go. And right now, Evelyn Rogers looks, though, in command and looks powerful. You can see that in her arm drive and her knee lift. She looks good.
Evelyn Rogers, Caroline Barton, Morgan Kobolinski, and Victoria Ketzler. You know, slowing down just a touch. They're going to have to work coming into this final 400 meters.
72 for the first 400 for Evelyn Rogers, 76.4 for the second. Then she picked it back up to 76.16, and now she's got to really make that move to stay in front of those lights, because they are chasing and coming at her fast. But here comes Caroline Barton. She looks like she's regrouping here. And also Victoria Ketzler is starting to close that distance.
Here we go, and it's a chase. Caroline Barton. She wants this race over Evelyn Rogers, but Evelyn Rogers is holding her off. Caroline Barton is biding her time, but watch out for Victoria Ketzler in third. Caroline Barton goes around Evelyn Rogers. Evelyn Rogers out front, Victoria Ketzler. Evelyn Rogers charging through. Caroline Barton holding on. It's going to be Caroline Barton, Victoria Ketzler.
Woo! She broke
Evelyn
5.
Rogers breaking 5 minutes.
5:02 coming in, you said. She got that win, which we say is always the most important, but then to walk away with a new PB, how fun. But really good racing there. You like to see Caroline take it out, and then Evelyn Rogers really pushing those middle laps to the end there, and then Victoria Ketzler having a huge kick.
Huge kick, but just over that 5 minute. But Caroline Barton, you see that exuberant smile on her face. Her previous personal best was 5:02.87, so this is an exciting day for Caroline Barton and the new fastest time of the day.
All right, heat 4. Yep, heat 3, excuse me. So here we go. Let's give you the names of these athletes in heat 3.
Cadence Kasperick, Liesl Cahill, Huntley Beckingham, Natalie McLean back again, Cora Henderson, Claire Peterson, Josefina Rastorelli, Brianna Malone, Haley Spoden, Madeline Shire, Claire White, Savannah Dennison, Hannah Hollins, Lily Kreigel, Tenley Nelson, and Charlotte Tuxbury.
All right, coming up on this first split here for 200 meters into the third heat of the mile. 35 seconds.
Cadence Kasperick. What a good running name, Cadence.
I know, it's great.
Her personal best is 5 flat 0.70.
Woo!
Carrie, that is, if you come into this meet with a 5 flat 0.70 PB, you're hungry.
Yeah, you are. Well, we were talking yesterday to Danny Jones, also a New Balance professional athlete, and she's run the 800 many times, but her PB is 2 flat 0.1, and she's like, oh, I just want it so bad.
And that's Cadence Kasperick with the fastest opening lap of the day, 69.9, followed by Lily Kreigel, Natalie McLean, and Cadence Kasperick looking very in control. You can see the relaxed face. You know, whenever I got tired, I really started scrunching my face and grimacing, and that's not what you want to do. You want to be just like Cadence Kasperick out here. She looks so smooth in this pack of 3.
I laughed thinking about that because all of my running pictures are like the worst face ever. I don't think any photographer ever took a nice face of mine.
You know,
I've always scrinched
You tried
up.
hard. You tried hard.
I did try hard, but these athletes look smooth right now. They do look relaxed, and I think that's a big point. I mean, keeping your face relaxed, your arms, your shoulders relaxed, all of that, and all 3 of our top athletes right here in this race look great.
Yes, they do. And we're going to get a great indication of what pace they're running as we're coming through our 800-meter split with Cadence Kasperick, our early leader, still out front. And every time on the straightaway we see this happening. 2:27.97 for 800 meters, and that's Natalie McLean going to the front. It's a great way to share the work.
Yep, 2:27, as you said. Yeah, I like that they are working together and trying to go for it. I mean, this is a big race for them, and they have to see what they're made of. And you don't have many opportunities to have all of these girls running this fast. Maybe at States, you know, but really,
Definitely.
you don't get to do this very often.
No, and Natalie McLean holding on out front. Lily Kreigel and our early leader, Cadence Kasperick in third. And Natalie McLean's PB is a 5:01, so everyone around a similar personal best here.
4:59.66 was that time from the last heat. Time to beat.
And Natalie McLean and Lily Kreigel, followed by Cadence Kasperick out front with 400 meters to go. These girls are winding it up.
Yeah, you can see that, right? You can see them getting almost a little bit taller, extending that stride a little bit, really going to the arms and pushing hard. This is Natalie McLean. She's been leading for quite some time now, and she just looks like every lap she keeps that pressure on.
Natalie McLean really working. Opening up 300 meters to go. Looking very strong.
She does look good.
And right behind her, Cadence Kasprick goes around Lily Kreigel, but it's all Natalie McLean. 200 meters to go. She's really going to have to open this up if she wants to get under 5 minutes. You see those lights almost chasing her.
Yeah, exactly. But she's been looking strong from about 3 laps into this race. Before that halfway mark, she took control, and she's really been just kind of tightening the screw every single time. And look at this strength that she has over the last 50 meters. But closing hard is Cadence Kasprick.
And that's Natalie McLean coming through. And it looks like it's going to be a huge personal best, sub 5 minutes. Does she even know how fast she has just run?
4:58.38.
4:58.38.
Slides into that first spot for our championship girls
Brilliant
miles.
running by Natalie McLean.
Right now, heat 4.
She's walking off the track like she's got some business to do. Looking for coach.
Now heat 4 is on the track. That's Catherine Bolke, Lily Jin, McCall Dame, Abby Faith Cheeseman. We know that name. She had a brother that has a brother that is a great runner. Addison Knobloch, Christina Allen, Isabella Walsh, Abigail Belleville, Grace Hansen, Abigail Kowalczyk, Aoife Pashka, Carrie Drake, Amaya Aramina, Caroline Cummings, and Tess Sherry.
Here we go.
Section 4 here underway. We are watching as Lily Jin and Abby Faith Cheeseman lead the way right now.
Here we go.
Lily Jin is a junior, and Abby Faith Cheeseman is only a sophomore. Abby Faith Cheeseman has run 4:56 for the mile. She's a state champion in Tennessee for the indoor track championships this year. As she moves her way around Lily Jin, let's see what happens here if Lily Jin lets her take that lead. You know, working together, as you said, is something that we see a lot of times in maybe the collegiate level now and also on the professional level. But you often wonder now, these athletes have a little bit more access to each other with Instagram or whatever, Snapchat, all these things. And you often wonder if they know each other, for one, and if they do say, hey, I really want to run this kind of pace. Do you want to help me out, or should we do lap by lap type thing? I don't know if you and other competitors ever did that, but I sure did at the collegiate level at least.
Sometimes it's about running by yourself, and sometimes it's about working together. Just depends on the race, and as you get the additional race experience, you really learn what your tactics are. And Abby Faith Cheeseman and Lily Jin, we've seen, you know, at least Abby Faith this weekend. And these ladies want it.
Abby Faith Cheeseman, as I said, has had people to look up to within her own family, being able to watch such great runners, and she really has this spark when you talk to her about what she likes about this sport, and she's excited about it, and she's young. She's only a sophomore. She's been to the Foot Locker championships in cross country, so she's got that great endurance, but also the speed, as you can see as she opens up this lead, seeing Addison Knobloch try to get back on her, and Grace Hansen there in third.
And it's all Abby Faith Cheeseman. 600 meters to go. Abby Faith working hard. She's giving us everything she's got.
Yeah, she is well in front of those pace lights, and she has her eyes down, but you can see that she is still moving at a great clip, feeling good. But that closing gap looks like it is getting smaller and smaller by Addison Knobloch.
But Abby Faith Cheeseman is moving. She's a force out here.
Look at how hard Abby Faith Cheeseman is working though right now. She looks still well within herself, but you can see the drive and commitment that she's had, and she had it since early on in this race. But Addison Knobloch has been looking at her and trying slowly but surely to reel her in. I'm not quite sure she's going to be able to get her, but she has that long stride compared to Abby Faith Cheeseman's smaller stride, and it's a little deceiving. Is she closing that gap? I can't quite tell.
I am unsure as well, as Abby Faith Cheeseman has a mission. She has rent due. She's chasing for all the marbles as Addison Knobloch is behind her. Addison Knobloch really has her eyes on Abby Faith Cheeseman, but Abby has done all the work with 1 lap to go. Abby Faith Cheeseman is going to run so fast today.
Whoa! She is looking good, as is Addison Knobloch and that chase group, Grace Hansen.
Abby Faith Cheeseman, the Tennessee State Indoor High School Track and Field champion. She knows how to win these championship-style races. And Abby Faith Cheeseman just keeps opening up her lead with 50 meters to go.
And look at that final kick. You can see her stride really opening it up, but it's not.
Look at this time, Carrie.
Oh, 5
Incredible,
seconds.
4:51, pulling the whole field with her. How many girls are going to be under 5 flat in this section 4 of the girls' mile?
5 second PB for Abby Faith Cheeseman, and basically a lead from start to finish.
We have had 8 girls so far. Looks like 9. The numbers are a little off here on our end, but 8 athletes in that heat under that 5-minute mark. That's an exceptional race.
That's awesome.
Thanks to Abby Faith Cheeseman, our new leader in a 4:51.
All right, here's heat 5 on the track.
We've got Samira Kennedy, Tula Fallbush, Reagan Riley, Zoe Lamanna, Gretchen Farley, Scout Storms, Stephanie Berman, Hannah Ray Schaefer, Logan St. John Kletter, Ella Wilecki, Olivia Hillmeyer, Meg Madison, Sarah Pierre, Hannah, Andrew Jack, and Paige Shepard. What are we going to see now?
Whew. Who knows? These kids, they keep on surprising us and inspiring us. It's been awesome.
All right, our early leader, Gretchen Farley. Gretchen Farley has run a 4:52. So, you know, we're getting into this category of athlete who has seen under that 5-minute barrier. Gretchen Farley is a senior.
We have a couple 10th graders in this field, but Farley continues to lead, taking them through in just under 70 seconds, 69.78.
All right, that's Gretchen Farley out front. That first 469.78.
You wonder how many alarm clocks these athletes had today with the change in time. I felt like I had quite a few, even though our clocks do that for us now, but I still was so nervous. And I'm sure a lot of these athletes had parents or coaches just reminding them, we cannot get to the track an hour late.
Yeah, daylight savings. We should get rid of it.
I know.
And that's
It's never
Gretchen
easy.
Farley. She doesn't care about the clock. She only cares about this race and this clock, Carrie.
Yeah, she's here. She made it. She's good.
Here we go. Gretchen Farley leading Tula Fallbush and Reagan Riley.
2:23.35 through that 800. 2:23. They are moving.
2:23. And You know, as you get to these heats a little bit deeper down, you can see that the athletes are in full control of this pace. They have that experience. This is their comfort zone, and really with 600 meters to go, we're seeing Gretchen Farley masterclass this race.
Yeah.
Open up, stringing
Winding
this
it
whole
up.
field along with her.
Tula Fabush there in second, holding on, trying not to let any gap get within the two. But Gretchen Farley isn't having it. She wants to put on a strong move here, and you can see that she's having a long drive home.
You know, these are girls with 452, 451 personal bests. And it's all Gretchen Farley opening up with this, coming up on 400 meters to go.
Closing that gap back up, though, Reagan Riley is pulling three girls with her. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at this lap turn here when we have 400 meters to go.
Another 73 on the clock, clicking this away quite nicely. What does Gretchen Farley have left? You know, it hasn't really started this kick, so kind of opening up an opportunity for this pack right behind her.
Here we go, Gretchen Farley. She is definitely looking good. Less than 250 meters to go, and she has kept this pressure on the entire race. And we're watching Reagan Riley move into second here now, and she has been the one that's really trying to close up that gap. And does she have enough time here? Gretchen Farley keeping the gas down, but here comes Reagan Riley. Gretchen Farley, look at that on the backstretch. She's really trying to go hard. She takes a look up at the screen, but Reagan Riley has her eyes on her spikes in front of her. Gretchen Farley, I think she looks like she might have this one.
Gretchen Farley storming down the finish line these last 50 meters. It's going to be a fast time. How far under 450 is she going to go for Gretchen Farley? Taking the win.
New PB, 4:49.07.
Followed by Reagan Riley, 4:50.56.
Wow.
Great running by Gretchen Farley in heat 5 of the girls' championship mile.
All right, 8 in that heat, running under 4:56. Now we are bringing up.
Well, let's see what's next.
We're back to the boys now, right? Maybe have a little bit of time.
A little bit of a reset.
Well, we are getting ready for the boys' mile here, the final 2 sections of the championship boys' mile. Looks like they are getting ready to bring our guys out. They are not quite on the track yet as we watch some of the high jump, or the long jump, excuse me, and the girls' pole vault. Well, I hope everyone's been enjoying our coverage here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. We have had 4 days of action, and actually we are getting ready for the boys 200, excuse me. We just finished up with the early heats of the boys and girls miles. Now we're looking at, I believe, the boys 200 meters on the track. going to bring them out. We have had so much fun from everything from the jumps to the sprints to the hurdles to the long distance events.
I'm back, Carrie.
Yes, thank you.
You're here with Carrie Tolson, and I'm Dana Giordano.
And this is the boys 200 meter championships.
Wow, I could not be more excited for this race. We've got some exciting infield announcing from Jasmine Todd from the Sidious team, bringing the heat for this boys 200 meter championship. The nerves are high. Heat 1, Antoine Spencer. In Heat 4, Javion Green and Tyler Ford in Heat 5. And Heat 6, we have Xavier Donaldson. I love this run out, Carrie.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. You can.
MVA has been a school that we have seen time and time again just show up at this meet.
I think we can let the viewers hear the excitement that Caitlin has on that mic.
Jasmine down
and
there
Jasmine
today.
as well. They're both down there. Yep, so they're past it, I think.
hot.
Yeah.
That's Xavier Donaldson.
So yeah, there's Caitlin. You can hear Caitlin on the far end and Jasmine down. Jasmine Todd on the closer end to us here.
I'm not sure if they can hear that at home. Maybe they
I
can
don't
only
know,
hear
but
us.
it is pretty cool if you can. Well, I think for these athletes to be able to see those sparks go, you know it's something special when you see it at the higher levels with the big fog machines and the smoke coming out. It's pretty cool.
And it looks like we also have Abdul Sai Savan. Let's see, we got to get our, still showing 2 heats on our end, but this should only be 1 heat at the championship 200. We'll get our heat sheet fixed.
They take 8 to the final, so they will have to be paying attention to that time.
Oh, they're doing the intro all at once. I
All
see
at
what they're
once.
doing
Yep,
here.
yep. So this is Brody Buffington. So yes, we will have in the first heat Antoine Spencer on the inside in lane 3, Javion Green in lane 4, Tyler Ford in 5, and Xavier Donaldson in 6. And that so yeah, this is that first heat of the championship boys 200 meters. Xavier Donaldson on the outside, Tyler Floyd in lane 5, Javion Green in lane 4, Antoine Spencer in lane 3.
And Brody Buffington was DQ'd earlier this season from a Maryland race for celebrating too early. Hate to see that. We'll only see good celebrations today.
Now that kind of went all over the.
Wow, went viral.
Yeah, everyone was a little bit couldn't understand that.
Here we go. Coming through. Getting set in the blocks.
And they're off here. Great start for everybody on the inside, though. We're going to watch. We are seeing Tyler Ford in lane 5 really make a strong push, but watch on the lower lanes here. Tyler Ford in lane 5 on the outside. It looks like it's Xavier Donaldson. Tyler Ford in lane 5. Coming through, watching that time, 21:05. That will be the time to beat. All right, everybody. Tyler Ford, 21:05. Now the second heat. Dana?
Here we go. We have Abdul Saisavan, Braxton Brand, Isam Asinga, and Brody Buffington. It's Abdul Saisavan in lane 3, Braxton Brand in lane 4, Isam Asinga in lane 5, and Brody Buffington in lane 6.
So just a quick reminder, Tyler Floyd is his given name, but he goes by Will. So Will Floyd is the leader right now, 21:05. All right, they are resetting a little bit. Saisavan in that inside lane there. Braun in 4, Asinga in 5, Buffington in 6. 21:05.
Getting set in these blocks. Championship boys, 200 meters, heat 2. Brody Buffington in lane 6 on the outside. Isam Asinga in lane 5, chasing him down. Isam Asinga with a great turn. Isam Asinga lane 5, leading out. Isam Asinga absolutely charging it from me. NBA, Isam Asinga, 20.47.
Woo!
Electric time. Brody Buffington, 20.71. That's a PB for Isam Asinga in the heats. Isam Asinga has electrified this crowd here at the track at New Balance. 20.48. Can you believe it?
Isam Asinga lighting it up. And
right.
look at that, taking it all in.
Taking it all in. He can't even believe it. He's committed to Texas A&M. Hyping the crowd up. Isam Asinga could not be more excited. Taking this lap.
20.48. New lead.
And wins the championship.
And wins, but
boys.
new national lead for the fastest high schooler of the year.
Incredible. Isam Asinga. He's coming to the infield to get some. That's a national record.
And a national record. 20.48. Isam Asinga pulling along Brody Buffington as well in that heat. And Will Floyd finishing up in 3rd.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I can't believe it. Isam Asinga. Look at that. Isam Asinga taking first, followed by Brody Buffington, Tyler Floyd, Abdul Saisavan, Xavier Donaldson, Braxton Brand, Javion Green, and Antoine Spencer.
It is so exciting in here. The crowd is hyped. He is hyped.
I can't believe we just saw this national record. I don't even think he realized it. How incredible from Isam Asinga. 20.48 indoors.
Well, Isam Asinga really bringing the heat here as we get ready for the girls to line up. They're starting to come out, and we will have the girls 200-meter final on the track. Again, 2 heats. We'll have 8.
This is absolutely incredible from Isama Singa. Lit up this track. Warming it up for the girls. We saw them yesterday. Braylon Baker. Wait, the lights are dancing on the indoor track here.
Yeah, they are. I don't know if you were up here last night because I think you were at the concert, but when it gets dark out in here, they turn it all off except the lights, and it is spectacular as we watch Braylon Baker, a junior, heading down the line.
Mackenzie Travis.
Another junior, Mackenzie Travis.
Jamisa Ford, hyping the crowd up. Gamecock commit. Elise Cooper, that'll be your Heat 1 field. And Cynthia James in Heat 2. Madison White. Another Gamecock. We got Jamisa Ford and Madison White will be competing with each other as teammates next year. Adasia Hodge from MVA. Can MVA sweep the 200s? And all eyes have been on this athlete. Shanti Jackson.
Oh yeah, she is hyped to be here. She's ready. She's been talking to the press, and she says she's excited. She's really thrilled to be able to be back in Boston, ready to roll.
She crushed the national record yesterday with a 22.77. So can she run faster than 22.77 today?
The track has been good to her.
Always good to come with a PB under your belt.
Yep.
So in lane 3, we've got Braylon Baker. Lane 4, Mackenzie Travis. Lane 5, Jamisa Ford. Lane 6, Elise Cooper.
As they take their blocks. We have Baker, Travis, Ford, and Cooper from the inside out. And here we go. It looks like in lane 4, in lane 5, that's Jamisa Ford out fast, followed by Elisa Cooper. Elise Cooper now moving into the lead a little bit, being challenged on the inside in lane 5. That's Jamisa Ford. But now it looks like Elise Cooper's going to take that win in 23:43 for the first heat of the championship girls 200 meter. The time to beat 23:42.
A 0.01 second personal best for Elise Cooper. And this now is getting lined up on the track is the heat to watch. Shanti Jackson, track pedigree in her family, but today this race is all about Shanti, but you cannot count out Adasia Hodge from MVA, Cynthia James, and Madison White. These athletes have come here on a mission. Shanti Jackson already set the national record yesterday here at the track at New Balance. Looking cool, calm, and collected. We have our eyes right on Shanti. Looking extremely relaxed.
Yeah, she's hanging out on the railing here.
Gives
high-fiving her friends.
High five to Adasia Hodge from MBA. These athletes will be seeing each other for many years into the future. But there's no time for friendship right now. all about this heat at the championship girls 200 meters at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. And there it is, Shanti Jackson, as they take their blocks. Championships girls 200 meters. Shanti Jackson out like a bullet with Adeja Haj chasing behind. It's Shanti Jackson, but Adeja Haj is pushing through that final turn. Adeja Haj out front. Shanti Jackson just behind. It's Adeja Haj. Adeja Haj coming through from MVA for the MVA sweep of the girls 200-meter championship. What is that time? It's a new national record, 22:33 over Shanti Jackson, looks like.
Wow!
Wow.
And that's why you can't call a race beforehand. Shanti Jackson got out hard, but she just didn't have it on that final turn there, and you got to give it up. Hodge ran awesome.
And that's hugs from the team for Adeja Haj from MVA. What a day for MVA, with Asama Singa winning the boys 200, and Adeja Haj coming here in New Balance, making her mark. Let's see that finish. You see Shanti Jackson on the outside in lane 6, Adeja Haj in lane 5, but it's all Adeja Haj opening up, creating some space as those sparks fly, creating some magic of her own.
And look at the power that she has, driving all the way through that finish line. You could see the clock, she could see the clock, and she was fired up. 22:33.
And we got to get confirmation on. They haven't announced it officially yet. Oh, excuse me. Adeja Haj set the record yesterday. That is on me.
Well, Adeja Haj has been having a phenomenal meet, and she
2 records for Adeja Haj. Beating her own record.
And there was a lot of pressure, a lot of eyes on Shanti Jackson, but she's a class act and she understands that. That comes when you run so well, and there's pressure comes with just excitement. People are excited for the careers of all of these young athletes, and so I think we're all looking forward to see all of these. So let's give it up to all of the athletes, the top 8 here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals for the Girls 200-meter Championship. Pretty awesome races.
Wow, MVA sweep, get the brooms out.
Thank y'all for listening to me and Jasmine get y'all turns. Please keep that same energy for the rest of the meet.
And they're not announcing a record on that one quite yet, but faster than she ran in the prelim. There's so much action here, so many records moving along, but we are already here to, oh, look at them. MVA,
how cool is that?
Singa,
Oh,
Adeja Haj.
going to school tomorrow is going to be pretty fun for them.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of sleeping in their future. Or maybe lots of sleeping.
All right, so next race on the track is the Boys Championship Mile.
Boys Championship Mile. There's 2 heats here. This is heat 7. We've got Drew Griffith, Brian DeCola, Jacob Laney, Dawson Welch, William Helson, Josiah Tonston, Gavin Gassino, Braden Seymour, James Wickenshouse, Connor Ackley, Caden Townshend, Wyatt Houghton, and Simon Shabort.
Well, like we said, we're going to have to keep our eyes on the clock again, but we have this first heat of the boys championship mile. It should be actually known it's the 7th heat, as you said. We see Braden Seymour out in the front with Josiah Tostenson in second.
Here we go.
Coming up to 400 meters here.
Braden Seymour taking it out.
Braden Seymour decided to take that lead early on, get out fast, and set this pace. They are in front of those pace lights. And they are going for it. We have Josiah Tostenson in second, Caden Townsend in third, Wyatt Houghton in fourth, but it is a big pack up there right now.
Definitely is. And they coming up with a K to go. Braden Seymour out front. The arm sleeves on from Newbury Park. Braden Seymour working, but a really big compact pack behind him. And it's going to be making a move here at 800. Connor Ackley.
Connor Ackley making a big move there with 800, almost like that was his strategy, was to make that big push here.
Connor Ackley saw on the clock that 205 and his personal best is a 409. And he said, I have a lot more in my legs. I'm not trying to run 409 again today. I want to get a new PB today with 600 meters to go.
Jacob Laney running a very strong race. He ran hard last night in the 4x1 for his team, and he's running a hard one, trying to keep Connor Ackley within striking distance with just under 600 meters to go.
And Connor Ackley cruising out front with Brian DeCola. We've seen race a couple times here.
4:09.92 is the time to beat right now. That's from Heat 6 with Ethan Hogan. So let's watch it. Connor Ackley in the lead. Brian DeCola coming up on his shoulder.
Connor Ackley and Brian DeCola. Connor Ackley just cruising here. About 300 meters to go.
Brian DeCola is now close enough that Connor Ackley knows he's there. He can see him on the big screen, or he can hear him. And here comes Brian DeCola trying to make a move.
That's Connor Ackley at the bell, but Brian DeCola is right there, and he senses him, and he's pushing Connor Ackley. That last lap was a 61. Cruising down. 100 meters to go.
And watching that clock, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, 4:09.92 is the time to beat.
And Connor Ackley holding on to that lead, but don't forget Brian DeCola's right there. Connor Ackley coming through.
He's going to get it. Connor Ackley, 4:08.64, putting him into the lead. Brian DeCola, though, you got to give it up to him. He really ran hard, and Connor Ackley just had enough gas in him the entire way to keep the pressure on and to win basically from lead. He led start to finish.
And that's a 1 second personal best from Connor Ackley.
And as we bring up the final heat of the boys championship 1 mile here at New Balance Indoor Nationals.
Ooh, I'm excited for this one, Carrie.
I am too. The heart rate always goes up when it's the final heat, because we have to watch the clock, but we also want to see who's going to take the win, who's going to set new PBs today, all of the fun that happens within the race.
You know, and we saw a lot of these guys on Friday in the championship boys 2 mile, which Connor Burns won in 8:43.24, and he's in this heat.
So last year, Gary Martin won in 4:02:34 to set the New Balance Indoor Nationals record at a different venue.
I think we might see a lot of these guys have been hanging out in the Citius Mag booth all weekend. You know, they weren't racing yesterday. They did the 2 mile. They had a day off. Instead of going to the Chloe concert, they decided to support their pals in the 800.
Oh, nice.
And, you know, they're talking a sub-4 game. I think there's an energy here of these athletes. A lot of them are committed to run at prestigious universities.
Well, you know, time and time again, we hear about people chasing records. We hear people chasing times. But ultimately, they are definitely looking at each other and not looking at that clock.
You know what? I'm not even going to. It will be pace lights, but this is going to be a barn burner. This is a championship-style race.
Well, here's Clay Shively coming on down.
Clay Shively, just a junior, personal best of 4:04. And this is Colin Bowler, Princeton University commit from New Jersey, Del Barton, just around the corner from where I grew up. And this is Marcus Riley, another junior, is run 4:03. Gotta love these New Balance kits. The iridescent.
Yeah,
very
he's from
cool.
right here in Massachusetts.
Cole Matheson. He's been very excited for this race. He's going to the University of Colorado in the fall.
He's been on the track already this weekend. Cole Matheson has been on fire, running all sorts of different distances, on the grass, on the track. Jackson Heidish.
Jackson Heidish, a Duke commit.
Ran such a great 2 mile the other night.
Tanoda Masata. And here we have Steeden Hergenrother. He's run a 4:08. And this is Tayson Echo Hawk, Oregon Duck commit.
Yeah, all these guys, all these colleges have just wanted to grab them, right?
This is the heat. Recruiting, it's tough. These guys have raced each other a lot. This is Wellesley Shipley, 4:06 personal best. This is Simeon Burnham in the sunglasses and the speed suit, looking fast.
Oh yeah, and Bourbon wants this.
Another duck commit.
He's not afraid to wear the shades. He's from South Dakota. And here we're looking at Devin Kipiego.
Devin Kipiego going to the University of Iowa. Got that 800 speed. Aaron Zalman.
Aaron didn't have quite the race he wanted yesterday in the 800, so definitely coming back here. And Connor Burns, who had that phenomenal 8:43 2 mile the other night.
And we're bringing in some of the big guns for this race. Declan Murray, a commentator. You guys have heard a lot over this weekend.
Well, one of the premier races, and gotta jump on the mic and watch these boys tackle this 1 mile.
Here we go. Boys Championship, 1 mile race. Big field. 14.
And boys off in this one. Aaron Solomon bouncing back from yesterday. Connor Burns bouncing back from the 2 mile. We've got tons of athletes just coming back, doubling up. They were on relays, on individual events, and really just getting after it.
Records are falling. We've gone to the point, this is day 4. We've lost track of who's done what. The names are feeling familiar. The schools are feeling familiar. But today, that doesn't even matter.
And in this one, the kits look familiar.
They all do look familiar.
Miguel Pentojas de Jesus leading the way right now. The boys just starting to tuck in behind. Jackson Hydesh tucked in on the rail in second. Cole Matheson making a move. Devin Kipiego also mixing it up front. And then Aaron Solomon, Connor Burns in there as well.
And they are nice and strung out. We're going to see this first 400-meter split right over 60.19.
Well, we've seen Cole Matheson in second there. He has had so many different events that he's been racing. He was over for the World Cross Country Championships. He's run now here this weekend. He said his body is starting to feel that he has been on the move and doing so many events, but he is ready to come. And you know, he hasn't had his win yet here, and so he's fired up, and no surprise to see him up there in the front.
These high schoolers are resilient. They bounce back quickly for races. And Matheson, no different there. He's locked in second place.
And we said these boys know each other. They've raced each other time and time again. They're coming to these championship level meets. And it's Miguel Pantos de Jesus up front, pushing that pace. These guys are itching for that sub-4.
Jackson Hydish in third. They're having a great 2-mile race the other day, but just coming up short and having his second place finish there in the 2 mile. So you know, too, that's also a little bit of revenge maybe for him today.
Absolutely looking for that redemption tour. Miguel still leading the way. Cole and Jackson locked in, and they're at 2 flat 0.57 for Miguel at the halfway mark. And he drops off, so really rabbiting them out in this high school only boys race, and now it is on.
Jackson Hydish moving into the lead here. Cole Matheson trying to hold on, but here comes Kipiego.
And Kipiego has been talking a big game. He wants that sub-4. He is ready and itching for it. Like I said, these guys are friends. Getting someone to come out and pace you in a championship mile, that is a rarity.
I like that Cole Matheson has made this strong push from further out. He has to. He's got those long distance legs in him right now, and so it's nice to see that he's going for it, but Jackson Hydish isn't having anything for it.
Matheson, Hydish, and Kipiego, 400 meters to go. And Hydish at 400 gonna take the lead.
Kipiego looks smooth right now. He looks like he's got the least stress on his face. Hydish has a little grimace on it.
And Kipiego has that 800 speed, 4.8 guy. I would look out for him in this final lap that's about to come up.
Hydish and Kipiego coming up on the bell. Kipiego's sat, tucked in fourth, then in third, now in second. He's going to make his move before the bell. Kipiego goes. Hydish tries to respond.
And that 4:02.34 is the New Balance Indoor Nationals record that may go down today.
Hydish going around here on that backstretch. This is a big move right here. Declan, take it away.
Kipiego makes his move at 200. Hydish responds with 100 to go. Kipiego's got another gear. Sparks are flying. They're coming down the home stretch. Hydish and Kipiego at the line. They dive for it. Shoulder to shoulder. Jackson Hydish leans at the line just past Devin Kipiego. 4:02.25 officially. That's a New Balance Nationals indoor record. And what a race between Hydish and Kipiego.
And right now it looks like Hydish is the one to take that win in 4:02.25. Wow. Devin Kipiego really pushing hard too. Let's watch this replay.
I am speechless. Jackson Hydish holding him off, safely getting to that line first. It's all about your chest leaning across the line. It's not an arm, it's not a leg. It's whoever has that lean. And I'm surprised they called it so clearly. Getting the tape, 2 thumbs up.
You see as they come off the turn, Kipiego swings wide, and Hydish tries to force him a little bit wide. They just get shoulder to shoulder here as they're fighting to that tape. the lean at the line. Kipyego starts to lose his feet a little bit. Heidish just manages to get one more step in, drive to the line, just bumping there. Lanes 1 and 2, just fighting to the line.
Oh, both of them. Wow, what a race. And Jackson Heidish coming back from that second place in the 2 mile to win now the mile. What a weekend for him.
And it's all about racing here. This is what championship races are all about. Times are great, pace lights are great, but at the New Balance Indoor Nationals, if you push yourselves, you're going to come away with a new record.
4 lead changes just between Heidish and Kipyego in the last 200. Such a crazy way to finish that off. And Heidish getting an opportunity to get his interview down on the track. They brought him a chair. That's pretty nice.
I don't even know if they brought him one. He just took it.
Helped him up off the ground after that dive to the line.
Cole Mathisen really giving them a run for their money as well. He went for it. You got to give it up to him. He's been running a lot, representing the U.S. at the World Championships, and now finishing off his season. He said he was hanging on by a thread. His shin was sore, and all of these athletes hanging on by a thread. Hopefully they can go home, recover now, and get ready for a phenomenal outdoor season.
And we saw Heidish and Kipyego go 4:02. Aaron Salmon rallied back with a 59-second last lap, finishes third. Simeon Birnbaum fourth. Bowler, Mathisen, Shively, and Ackley. Really quick race, but now it's the girls' time to shine.
Now it is the girls' time to shine, and we have Heat 6 of the Girls Mile Championship. We have Nicole Humphreys, Sorcha Shu, Mary Bonner-Dalton back for another race. Jillian Bushy, Kathleen Clute, Nikki Sutherland, Amelia Everett, Charlotte Sinke, Jaylee Wingate, Tilly O'Connor, Angelina Napoleon, JC Sievers, and Olivia Kieslak. Wow.
Full fields here for the girls' championship 1 mile. And we're going to see some of those athletes from the Louisville Flower Mound team that were on that 4x mile competing in here.
Wow, they had a great 4x1 mile last night. The sisters, it was so fun to watch all 4 of them, but yeah, they were really tough.
They ran the second fastest time in U.S. high school history, second only to a former Louisville Flower Mound team.
Yep.
So now that school owning the top 2 times in history.
You know, it takes some momentum, it takes some dynasty, and as we're seeing here, Angelina Napoleon out front to the early lead.
And Nicole Humphreys of Louisville Flower Mound right on her hip. Olivia Cieslak of Haverford tucked into third.
And about a 33-second opening 200, so quite quick clip to get out, open up, and see this line stringing.
Napoleon up front in the New Balance kit. Humphreys tucked in behind her on the rail, and on the outside's Kathleen Clute. They come through in 69.61 seconds through the quarter mile.
Just keeping an eye on that first time right now in the miles. 4:49.06 is what Gretchen Farley ran in the 5th heat. So some stellar times already run in these girls' championship miles.
Yeah, it doesn't allow them to relax in these middle laps. They really do have to press it because it is a final against the clock.
Exactly.
Yeah, that 4:49 by Gretchen Farley was such a well-executed race, did a lot of work on her own. Will Angelina Napoleon have a similar story here?
Napoleon and Clute go 1-2. Humphreys still tucked in there on the rail, but moving up on the outside, Jillian Bushy ready to make her move. And a little bit different of a style for Nicole Humphreys. Yesterday had to do all that running on her own. Now she gets to follow around the track with a few athletes in front of her.
Yeah, we were saying last night the 4x1 mile is so much fun, but it is different. And it's nice that these athletes, most of them are coming back. They've had a race under their belt now. They've felt the track. I don't know about you guys, but for me, always being able to feel the track and the atmosphere was such a nice thing to do, and especially in a race, not just coming out and doing strides and doing a quick run through, having an actual race under your belt.
Getting some of those nerves out in a whether it's a heat for some of the sprint events or in an earlier race in a relay, when you get a little bit of that pressure off of you individually and you're just fighting for the team.
Well, 600 meters to go.
And Angelina Napoleon has a personal best of 4:50.49. We went through the 800 and 2:23. So we'd be right under that pace.
Napoleon and Humphreys. Humphreys now up on her shoulder, thinking about making the move here. Not going to go quite yet. Going to run on the outside of lane 1. Jillian Bushy tucked in on the rail. Nikki Sutherland in 4th. 4:50 to go.
Still 4 in this race. It's going to be a spicy last 2 laps.
Angelina Napoleon trying to hold off Nicole Humphreys, but there's a few other athletes itching to go around.
3:36.5 through 3/4 of a mile. 1:13 on that last lap, and Humphreys starts to make her move, and we get a response from Napoleon.
And don't forget about Nikki Sutherland biding her time, and Declan, the hot pink.
We saw a lot of hot pink taking the track yesterday and bringing home heat and final wins. Nicole Humphreys on the outside, going to try and go around again. Napoleon trying to close the door before the turn. She does once again, covering 2 moves by Humphreys.
And that's such fabulous running by Angelina Napoleon to stay on the rail, hold her ground. You have such an advantage by sticking out in front.
But watch it on the outside in pink, as you guys said it. Nikki Sutherland is starting to make that move with 100 meters to go, all the way in the lead. Big move.
Sutherland with a huge move from 1:15 out. She stretches in to the front. She's going to take home this heat of the championship girls mile.
And moves into first. She's running 4:45.36 today, surpassing Gretchen Farley, who ran 4:49 earlier today. So we have now the 3 fastest girls on top there, running 4:45.36 for Nikki Sutherland, Angelina Napoleon 4:47, and Nicole Humphreys 4:48.
And Nikki Sutherland just misses her personal best, but shows that experience. She's run 4:45 before, comes out here, stays consistent, and really just expert move in that race.
Yeah, quite the tactician. Sutherland, only a junior, but sat back, waited a little bit, and then saved it all. Made 1 move that entire race right at the end, but it was the hardest move, and it was decisive. Pulled away, didn't give anyone a chance once she made it.
She kind of hid out in the back, but you can't hide with that bright pink. I loved it, but they could see her.
And the story of the final heat of the girls' championship mile is Sadie Engelhardt. Sadie Engelhardt comes in with a personal best of 4:35. She has a 2:05 PB in the 800. California athlete, but she goes against 2-time New Balance Internationals champion Ellie Shea, who won the 2-mile and the 5K.
And you have Ellie Shea stepping down from the 2-mile and 5K. You've got Allison Ince stepping up from winning the 800. And then you have the mile specialist with Sadie Engelhardt. So you have athletes coming from all over the place to race here in the mile.
And Sadie Engelhardt being the only one that is fresh. She has nothing in her legs right now. Is that going to help? Is it going to hurt? I think it's just going to make for an awesome race.
And the best part, none of them are seniors.
Right. We're going to see them for a while.
There's Katie McPhail running out, followed by Isabel Conde Frankenberg, who has run sub 440 as well, 438. So can't count out Isabel Conde Frankenberg.
And Kira O'Shea here as we see her on the track. She's another one that we got to keep our eye on. Allie Zeeland, her mom was a professional runner and a great runner herself. She's having a phenomenal year, had a great cross-country season.
And Claire Stiegel, she's run 444 mile this indoor season.
There's Allison Ince, 800 champ last night. That
Running
real bouncy stride.
Wow, she ran so strong, didn't she?
Lee Stevens.
One of the few seniors in this one, Leah Stevens and Allura Marco.
Emma Zawatsky
was 4th in the indoor nationals 1,500 meters, has run 4:48 is Emma Zawatsky.
And Katie Putman coming in with a 4:45 personal best. Another senior in the field. And you've seen her before. She's back again with the shades. Ellie Shea, two-time New Balance National indoor title holder in that 2 mile and the 5K. What does she have left in those legs?
She's already run 4:42 this year.
And she'll be easy to spot in the black and orange Emerging Elites kit.
And that's Tatum David, who has a 440 PB. She'll be looking to go under 440 for the first time.
Well, yesterday they asked Ellie Shea, what's up with the shades indoors? And she said, well, you know, I tend to tense up. I tend to squint a lot. It helps me relax. So pretty great to see, you know, she found something that works for her. And we talked about it yesterday, Carrie, adapting that elite runner mentality very young.
She definitely does. And, you know, even just knowing that she wants to wear her own kit, she's just, you know, that's what works for her. And I also just got to give it up to her for continuing to jump in these races, whether you're running against the best in the nation as a high schooler or pros, she's going for it.
And Sadie Engelhardt on the outside of that bend. Does Ellie Shea do Ellie Shea things and go out and try to lead this race? First time we'll see her in more of a tactical position.
And they're out moving quickly. Sadie Engelhardt up on the outside, started pressing the pace early, as is Isabel Conde Frankenberg.
And Carrie, what's the New Balance Nationals indoor mile record?
I just looked that up. Juliet Whitaker ran 2:20, or sorry, in 2022 she ran 4:37. So we need to keep the eye on the clock there.
And Juliet Whitaker at the NCAA National Championship came second in the 800 and won the DMR for Stanford. So great things ahead.
Yes. It's been really fun to see Sadie Engelhardt race with Juliet Whitaker. Like, just to have that camaraderie and that rivalry, but now they're at different levels, being in high school still, in college. But Ince out in the lead.
Oh, that looks like
it's
Tatum
David,
leading out Sadie Engelhardt.
Ince is in the back there with those braids.
You've got Tatum David, 68 seconds, taking him through the first quarter mile. And Sadie Engelhardt just locked in on her hip right now. Isabel Conde Frankenberg on the rail, and Ellie Shea tucking into third. Letting someone else do the work for a change. That's kind of nice after running on tired legs.
Declan, you might have spoke to Sue. She seems a little antsy in that position, kind of shifting out a little bit, but the pack is really bunched back together. And if you look at the different styles of running between Tatum, David, and Sadie Engelhardt and Ellie Shea's leaning really far forward. She's used to this rhythm running in the longer races. This is a speed race, standing up tall, really having your cadence land directly under you, as you're seeing with Tatum David and Sadie Engelhardt.
Now, just as competitors here, you guys, are you thinking more about Sadie Engelhardt and Ellie Shea worrying about each other? Are they worrying about the entire field? What are you guys as athletes? Would you be worrying about one person or just going for that win?
Sadie Engelhardt has one thing she wants on her mind, and that's that national title. It's her versus the field. It's not her versus the individual.
Yep.
And she's running so smart here. She's not leading, really biding her time, going through 800 in 2:20:37, completely in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Ellie Shea, looking at Sadie Engelhardt, she's saying, okay, I've got a couple races in my legs. I'm just going to key off of you. But at the end of the day, she's thinking, I've got all these other girls that I've got to keep in mind as well.
And I think that Ellie Shea knows that she needs to have a long drive home if she wants to win another national championship here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. And Sadie Engelhardt is biding her time, figuring out. But Tatum David, she is one to watch. She has a great mile PR, and she is leading this race with a vengeance.
David's run 4:40, and she's on 4:40 pace. Took them through in 2:20. Engelhardt right on her hip. Ellie Shea tucked into third. Claire Stegall and Kate Putnam also in that lead pack.
And they're coming up on 400 meters to go. Who is going to make the decisive move? This race is almost over.
3:32, a 71-second lap there.
Cranking it down just a touch, but I know there's more in their legs. As you see, Ellie Shea get anxious.
Talked about Ellie Shea making a move from further out. She's not going to leave it to the last 100. Starting to press now on the outside.
And Sadie Engelhardt could hear her and feel her, and she started to put a little bit of pressure on. And when Sadie Engelhardt felt it, so did Tatum. So they are all moving right here.
Coming up on 1 lap to go, David, Engelhardt, Stegall, and Shea, 4 in it at the bell.
And Tatum David is holding on to that front position, doing so much work up front.
Here comes Sadie Engelhardt trying to challenge David. David smartly moves to the outside of lane 1, protecting her space. Engelhardt's going to have 50 meters to do it. She moves up onto the outside of lane 1. David's on the rail. Engelhardt on the outside. We saw a great race just a moment ago, and here comes Engelhardt. She's going to take it at the line. 4:38.65. Sadie Engelhardt is your New Balance Nationals indoor champ.
What I love about Sadie Engelhardt is she's only a sophomore, but she runs like a pro. She knows how to tactically run these races, and she just sat in second. She sat. She wanted that win, and she ran so smart. It was awesome.
Phenomenal running also by Tatum David. Really gave herself an opportunity. Just didn't have enough in the final 50 meters, going sub 440 in 4:38. A new personal best for Tatum David. And of course, we can't neglect Ellie Shea.
Ellie Shea comes back after winning 2 titles this weekend, and she fights her way to a 3rd place finish in the mile. Impressive running all around. You see that move by Sadie Engelhardt, just tried to make a move on the backstretch. David shut the door, but she was able to get it coming off that final turn, swinging wide, just like we saw in the boys' mile. It came down to the last 3 meters. Sadie Engelhardt, big smile on her face as she crosses the line. She's a national champ.
This is so cool.
And Sadie Engelhardt on the infield with Olympian Kate Van Buskirk, 1,500 meter specialist herself. You're really witnessing the future here.
Sub 15-minute 5K athlete as well. But yeah, Tatum David, you got to give it up to her. She took that lead, and she really powered that entire race. And Sadie Engelhardt had such patience, and she just waited until that final 40 meters almost to make her move on the outside to cross that tape.
And we are just so happy to be here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. We've just seen such incredible racing over this weekend. I'm Dana Giordano here with Carrie Tolson and Declan Murray, and we're going to be handing it off to our sprint specialists for some 60-meter hurdles championships and some 60-meter finals.
It's been an honor to be on the mic. Let's let these guys take over.
All right. And this is Jasmine Todd and Caitlin Hutchinson joining you guys at the track at New Balance. And we are excited. Up next on this track, we will be having the championship boys 400-meter hurdles.
Yo, Jasmine. We have had such an amazing day so far. I can only imagine what these championship races finals are going to look like, especially after the amazing 200 race that we saw earlier. I know that the earlier announcers on the broadcast probably chatted with you about that, but I'm so excited because these sprint races, like, they got to show up and show out now.
Man, let me tell you, they have been putting on time and time again, and I am absolutely excited, and I can't wait to see. Like, we've just been watching so many finals coming back to back to back.
Listen, I think that is the best thing about nationals, when the finals are hit back to back to back. It's a little unfortunate for the athletes that do have to run multiple races. So I know we talked a little bit about Shanti and Adasia. They decided to do A couple different things. So Adasia was also supposed to be in the 60. She decided to pull out and only race the 200, which clearly worked in her favor.
Absolutely.
22:33. But Ashanti took a different approach. She wanted to race both because she wanted to go after both titles. So now we're going to see Ashanti again in the 60, and hopefully she makes her comeback and comes out with the gold medal.
Yeah, I think we're about to see some crazy times. This men's hurdle race is going to be a lot of action. We're going to be a lot of eyes down on lane 4, Abdul Saisavan. Amazing athlete, and my goodness.
I think, you know what, Jasmine, all I'm gonna say is that if they run something crazy and y'all hear me throwing my my chair across the track or something, I apologize. But y'all know I can never keep my energy down. We always got to keep it hyped up for the kids, because in case you forgot, this is New Balance Nationals, the fastest track party in the world. We are here with the greatest, creating the greatest. I can only imagine how excited these boys feel to be on this national stage. And I think the most important thing to remember is, like, you know, even if you don't come out with a gold medal, you can still say you're one of the fastest kids in the country.
Regardless, you came out here and you're showing out. At times, kids could be really hard on themselves when they're not coming out with that win. But think about the accomplishment that you made. You're here, you're competing, you're getting experience, and all of them ultimately are doing so well. But while we have this little bit of a break, I do want to take a moment to say, you know, shout out to Sidious Mag.
Okay, for sure, for sure.
And so if you guys are looking for all things track and field, track nerds, make sure you guys give Sidious Mag a follow on Twitter, Instagram. Go to the website, follow the lab count. Make sure you guys tune in Out of the Blocks. This is all things track and field on all levels, professional, pro, college, high school, all things track and field. We've got you covered. Make sure you guys tap in Sidious Mag. If you guys want to hear more of Caitlin and I, you can tune in to Out of the Blocks on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. We've got amazing athletes like Trayvon Bromell on our podcast. So make sure you guys tap in, tune in, and we are starting to get ready to rumble here on the track.
Girl, we is about to get lit on this track. If you were in the building, you know me and Jasmine took over the mic a couple of times, and we had this stadium jumping. People on their feet, people screaming, people clapping. New Balance Nationals is the place to be. If you ain't nowhere else, you need to be out here in Boston, okay?
Oh, man. And now we've got the boys. They're starting to line up. They're getting ready for their intros. So far, this entire meet, what has been your favorite event?
My favorite event, girl, the 400. I'm biased. Zaya Akins, Kentucky commit, girl, like she the national champion. We finna get her on the ticket. Like, that was my favorite race. Come on.
Of course. How could you not pick her?
Right. Facts.
I should have known. Should have left that question to myself.
Jasmine, what was your favorite race of this weekend so far?
Honestly, watching that 200, that was just an absolute amazing race all around. Great competitors. And now on the track, we're going to have the championship boys 600-meter hurdles. Lane 1, Xavier Banker. Lane 2, Justin Horn. Lane 3, Yeshaya Brown. Lane 4, Abdul Saisavan. Lane 5, Joshua Money. 6, Braxton Brand. 7, Jaden Douglas. 8, Bradley Franklin. And they've got the sparklers out on the track. These boys are ready to perform. Again, I keep saying every time I come on, they didn't come this far just to come this far.
Listen, if y'all ain't in this building, if you can't hear what's playing on in the background, you already know Just Want to Rock by Lil Uzi Vert. Okay, these kids is out here and they just want to rock.
Yada, yada, yada.
Hey, what? Oh.
And I think they are absolutely ready to rock out there.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. I'm sorry, you know me and Jasmine, when we get together, we start to act the fool on the mic because we know that the track and field needs energy. These kids deserve everything that is coming for them. They are getting ready. We are doing these intros. They're about to go over these hurdles. And Jasmine, I think we're going to see something hot.
I definitely think we're about to see something extremely hot here on this track. Everybody is rolling. And again, the track at New Balance, it's such a beautiful track. They produce such amazing times. We've seen a lot of national records broken this weekend. What more can you ask for?
Another national record. Oh my God, I really can't ask for nothing more. I'm just glad that these kids had the guts and the grit to get out here, because it ain't easy getting out to New Balance Nationals. Girl, I was too slow to go. So
could you imagine being at a meet like this, the atmosphere of this, and all of the attributes that they're getting as a high schooler?
listen, bro, all I got to say is that if I was a New Balance champion, you would not be able to shut me up. I promise you would. The way, like, if I never ran track again after that day, I would quite literally just brag about it for the rest of my life. I was a New Balance champion, 90 years old, sitting in a rocking chair in some old folks' home talking about, I was the New Balance champion. What you do after that? Don't worry about what I did after that.
Don't worry, I was a New Balance champion, and that is all that matters. And up on this track, these boys are getting ready to go again. That is Branker, Horn, Brown, Savon, Monet, Brand, Douglas, and Franklin.
Oh, Lord, Jasmine, I'm shaking in my boots like I'm the one on the track. Shoot.
Man, I am telling you, being here has given me all the anxiety, the nerves,
snap.
the anticipation as if I am competing, and it has been insane. They're getting me ready for my track season.
So, Jasmine, you have competed on the elite level as a high schooler. Like, what does it feel like knowing that you were in that position and now you get to watch other folks be in that position?
It's amazing. It's a blessing. One, just being here and being able to experience this, but also to see how it's developed over time.
Right.
Girl,
we was never this turn right.
Any of this. Like, I wish we had this back in the day. You really, like you said, you would not be able to shut me up.
Girl, you know what they were saying on Twitter? They said, Chloe Bailey was at my meet. I would have dropped 10 national records. I'm like, as you should.
Man.
Shoot, I'm about to get out there and run myself. I look like I'm 12 years old, right? Like I could be out there with the little kids.
You know, when I came into the hotel, they thought I was one of the athletes that was competing.
Oh, y'all, they
are getting into
the
these
blocks.
blocks. We are ready to go again. That is Branker, Horn, Brown, Savon, Monet, Brand, Douglas, and Franklin.
Oh, snap.
And that will be lanes 1 through 8. And into the blocks they go.
They're off. Beautiful over hurdle one.
Hurdle one.
Very even.
Yes, let's go.
ATL Zoom.
What an amazing race. ATL Zoom Athletics 7:59, the official time.
Jasmine, does that say 7:59?
That says,
are you for real?
7:59.
Nah, that kid's a monster. Somebody check him.
The first one to go over that hurdle. What an amazing race. We see him down there hyped, and he has every reason to be hyped.
Nah, 7:59 is actually ridiculous. These high school kids is moving like they veterans,
Oh, my goodness.
Like he's a...
Congratulations. No. And then we also have Jaden Douglas running a 7:72. Joshua Monet running 7:80. Yes, Caitlin.
If I'm not mistaken, he would have placed at NCAAs yesterday.
Girl, yes.
What y'all got in that juice?
He is moving. ATL Zoom Athletics. Wow.
Oh, my God. Be so for real. What? Yo, did we just watch that, like, in person?
We just watched that in person.
And look at that replay. He looked so cool, calm, and collected coming across that line. Like, that was ridiculous, okay?
Vet moves all around, smooth out those blocks, first over the hurdle, and was able to maintain that. Again, he was the favorite coming in, and he showed why he deserves that dominance.
And you know why I'm getting excited for this girls' race, right? I'm going to tell y'all why I'm getting really excited for this girls' championship race. You know, if it bleeds blue, I'm going to be extremely biased. We have two of my future teammates, Emmy Scales, Camden Bentley, who are going to be in this race. But let's not ignore the rest of the field because they are also extremely fast. We have got Tyler Cox, Mercuria Harris, Sky Lee, Alicia Samuels, Chelsea Williams, and Nona Waldron, who will be in the finals coming up real soon, real hot. We have got them on the track doing their intros.
You guys hear all this bias that she's giving right now?
Okay, but then I just said, but I just said the rest of the field was fast, so don't do too much, okay? Oh my God, Jasmine, hurdling, it's such a technical event. As you can see with all the hurdling that we've seen over the past couple of days, like one wrong step and it could be a disaster.
There's so many things that come into hurdling. It could be coming into the, you could be coming into the hurdle too fast sometimes, too slow.
Like Grant Holloway, he's real.
He is very fast when it comes to coming into those hurdles. You have to make sure you're maintaining proper form because you don't want to clip that hurdle with your trail leg or your lead leg. Hurdles is such a technical event. And our favorite coming into this will be Alicia Samuel, lane 4. Be on the lookout, but let's not neglect all the other ladies.
Yes. And you know something, you know a lot of something about technicality in events because long jump is also a very technical event. We've actually got long jump happening on the track right now currently. Jasmine, give us a little bit about your thoughts on what's going on and how you got to maintain focus.
You know, women's long jump, they're just getting started. They are starting their prelims before they head into finals. They'll have a few flights. But they're just going to have to really maintain focus, do everything that they've done. We've finished the boys' long jump, their championship. Let me scroll up to those really quick. They are getting into the blocks.
They coming.
Boys' long jump, their winner was Robert Handelsman with a 7.22, and watching them was absolutely incredible. It was a lot of fouls out there, so these boys just really got to focus on getting those foot down. I'm excited to watch these girls get out here and jump.
I think another thing to talk about is the hurdle height difference between men and women. I think that's very, very interesting and how it shifts over time. I think the girls hurdle, I forgot the height for the girls hurdles. Is it like 33? But then the guys is like 39 and like increases to like 42. I think that's insane, right?
Absolutely, because once they bump up to that college level, it goes up another notch, and those hurdles are high.
I know, but the good thing for the girls, like their hurdle height doesn't increase anymore after this.
They stay right there, which, you know, I'm okay with that. I think that we're all okay with that. When you look at the women's genetics, you know, we stop growing after a while, like very early, sooner than the boys. The boys don't really stop growing until like after they're in college. When do they stop growing? At like 20?
Yeah,
18,
I don't even know,
way
girl.
later in age.
They super gremlins. They superhuman.
Definitely easier to accommodate.
Yeah, but it's about to get active. These ladies are now standing behind their blocks. Who is going to get that championship?
They are now behind the blocks, and that is Cox, Herricks, Lee, Samuel Scales, Bentley, Williams, and Waldron.
Okay. Say it with some pride on your chest.
1 through 8.
Oh, they all doing the power pose. That's how you know they're going to run fast.
That's how you know these girls are ready. Hands on the hips.
Too ready. Shoot.
And these ladies are getting into the blocks. It's always fun to watch everyone's individual block routines.
And there they go. They all looking beautiful over hurdle 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Lord. Close to the line. Who is it going to be?
And that will be Samuel taking it
Oh,
away.
my
Lee
God.
in second, Scales in third. 8:27 for Samuel.
Oh, my God. Y'all, 8:27. I don't even got no words. This is how you know. I can't get it out, Jasmine. I can't get it out.
8:27.
Wow. Sky Lee in second with 8:29. And future Wildcat Emmy Scales, 8:32 for third.
Wildcat's got some good people coming on their shoulders.
Hey, we hurdle you, okay, baby?
Okay, come on, hurdle
Masai,
you.
Kenny, Jasmine, Sid, you know.
Alisa Samuels, congratulations. What an amazing race. As we clear the hurdles off, we are about to get even faster. And you know what? We've got a special guest that is coming to join us right now as we watch these 60s.
I'm excited for
Man.
these 60s. I'm so mad that I was never fast enough to really be a 60 runner for real. So I really be admiring these kids because y'all be moving for show. Like, let me sit and wait.
It's the stop of mid.
Hold on, wait, y'all. I need y'all to understand. I'm over here chilling, talking about 60s. I look to my shoulder and I see Sydney McLaughlin.
What's up, guys?
Sid,
how are
hey
you?
girl.
Good, how are you?
Man, I am good, excited as we're about to watch these 60s.
I know.
Sydney, 60. You know a little something about 60s. You was just running a 60 a couple weeks ago.
Girl, first and foremost, got left out the block. Honestly, the 60 is like no joke. I looked up and the race was over.
Literally, it's
So I have so
short.
much respect for short sprinters.
I don't know how they do it.
My long stride, it was confused. It was so confused.
And you know what's interesting to talk about? Speaking of which, so like when you're a 400 hurdler, there's two different approaches that people like to take for training.
Yeah.
You got people like Britton Wilson who's like, I'm about to do all these 6 and 800s, and you got people like Masai Russell who decide to do more of the 60 and the 60 hurdles.
Yeah.
What's your approach, Sid?
Honestly, I think both are really important. You have to be able to have that strength to withstand that last 100 meters of the 400 hurdles, but you also need the speed because, like many have said, we've turned it into a sprint. So I think both approaches are awesome and necessary because you have to be able to be a great hurdler and strong enough to hold it. So.
Hey, listen, she is the world champion, the Olympic champion, and the world record holder. So if anything, I would take some advice from her.
And now coming down as we get prepped, it is Josiah Rogers, Antoine Hughes Jr., Isma Ixna, and unfortunately we watched Michael Larry over in the long jump and he did hurt himself a little bit, so he will not be joining, and that was the favorite out of lane 4. Lane 5, Brody Buffington, Jeray Hawkins lane 6, Christian Anderson 7, and Jalen A. Scott in 8, and I still expect some speedy times out of this.
I'm about to throw in a little bias out there. Hoga athlete Jalen A. Scott, Heart of Georgia.
I am tired of your bias.
Listen, I'm friends with everybody, so I'm
over it.
gonna give a shout out to Coach down there in Georgia. I see your kid out here; he is doing his thing. So hopefully he comes away with a gold medal.
I heard there were some speedy times going on earlier today.
Oh, Sydney.
I wasn't here, but I heard it was spicy.
Spicy? Jasmine?
These guys were absolutely moving. For the boys, coming in 6:69 for our fastest guy, MVA, but unfortunately he's hurt, so we're not seeing him. But we do have Brody Buffington, who we've watched, 6:70 in.
Mr. Buff man. Listen, I'm sorry.
Buffington goes very well with him.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. He is a pretty buff kid. I'm not going to lie. Sid, some of the other stuff that we seen today.
The 200.
The
16-year-old. 22:33. You 16? Girl, you would have been third on the podium yesterday at NCAAs at 16.
Crazy. I don't know what's in the water these days, but these kids are flying.
And you know what's in the water. First of all, you had the water.
Started the water.
Don't even cap.
Okay, you've done trickled this water down to them.
Matter of fact, she done spiced up the water a little bit herself. I'm not gonna hold you.
Nah, man. I 22.3. You said?
Yeah.
In high school.
Yeah.
High school.
So
that's faster than I ran in college.
Man, me too.
That is insane.
I ran 22.8 in college.
You were an elite athlete at the high school level yourself. So what is it like coming out here and seeing more elite athletes at the high school level?
Oh my goodness. It just reminds us that there's always someone better, on the way up, and the future of track and field, especially in the United States, is so bright.
It's so bright.
And I think we're seeing now, with who we have at the elite level, we're going to start changing things in our sport, but this youth is going to take it to the next level.
Yes,
so it's really
absolutely.
exciting.
Oh my God.
So,
ooh, shaking in my boots.
Are in the blocks.
Man. They are out. Mr. Buffington looking pretty rough coming down that straight. But he's going to have to fight for it. Who is it going to be?
It's right
Wow,
now.
6:59. Girl, we forehead to forehead.
Brody Buffington, 6:64. Jeray Hawkins clocking in a 6:69. Absolutely amazing job.
Man.
Sid, I know we don't have a side view, but we got a head view. What did you think of that race?
I think it looked way better than mine. I'll tell you that right now.
Nah, she on this mic cutting up.
Way better.
She is on this mic cutting up right now. I need her to stop playing with herself.
That was big respect.
Wait a minute.
Big respect.
Again,
Absolute respect to these 60 meters.
again with the NCAA, I'm sorry, he would have qualified for nationals. Like, that's crazy.
It's crazy.
When you put that into perspective, and just like you said earlier, I literally was just saying this several times after being here and watching these high schoolers compete. This is my first time watching high schoolers compete in a long time in person.
Yeah.
And so me sitting here watching the way that they're developing and the times that they are producing, I'm like, it only makes sense because of how much we've elevated on the professional side. So you would
Absolutely.
expect these high schoolers to be elevating as well too.
Absolutely. I think there's so much that's being learned both on our side and their side, and it trickles down, and I think training's getting better, recovery's getting better, nutrition's getting better, and as the sport grows, both professional and collegiate and high school is all growing with it, and I think we're seeing that now with just these high schoolers taking things to literally levels that are astronomical. I don't even know what's happening.
Look, I don't know what's happening
It's
anymore,
crazy.
but I am loving it.
Oh man, it's great.
Me personally, I feel like I missed the train of getting speed in high school. So I'm gonna need y'all to give some of that back to me. And I think it's my turn on the speed train. Okay. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I'm sitting in between. It's a duck sitting in between two wildcats right now. And I mean,
Okay,
you're
yes.
at a
Hold on, wait.
perfect
Let's
school
say it. Throw
to
it
gain
up.
speed.
Say it. Throw it up.
Okay, wait. Tell me why when I went to school, I was like, do we have like some sort of sign? And everyone was like, no, we don't. No, and I'm like, what do you mean no?
Well, now I'm teaching you the
Okay.
K. Like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Big BBA.
My whole college time.
Never taught you that?
No.
What?
Some people were like this. Some
That
people
is-
were like,
What is that? That's not
like the okay. I don't know.
They ain't that. We UK though.
I don't know.
What?
I was confused.
They had you out there looking crazy.
I just didn't do anything. I was just like,
She said thumbs up.
We're here. We've done it. Fantastic.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
And up next, we've got an exciting race. We've got the championship girls 60. We've got Nia Wilson lane 1, Alicia Samuel lane 2, Avery Lewis lane 3, Brianna Selby lane 4, Mackenzie Travis lane 5. We've got a no-show for Shanti Jackson, which I can understand after
I
running
think
a
she
200
pulled up a little bit too.
and running a little bit. Lilia Campbell in lane 7 and another no-show in lane 8. But we are still going to see some great times. I'm super excited to watch this.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm feeling my heartbeat in my
Now,
chest
Sid,
again.
Even though Shanti Jackson is not running in this 60, we've watched her compete, and she's done something. She kind of reminds me of you, if I'm being honest. You are so expendable, and we can put you in so many different events, and you excel at everything that you've done. And she's doing the same thing. She's been running from the 8 down to the 60. What kind of mindset does it take to change between those different events?
the mindset that I'm going to be comfortable being uncomfortable, and that I'm going to go out there and I'm going to show that I can do it all. And, you know, I think she's done such a great job just being able to transition from each event and show her range, which not every athlete can do. Her range is enormous, and big props to her coach and just her resilience to be able to go out there in all of those different settings and put on a show. And I think it's amazing because, I mean, she's excelled in all of them, you know, and it's exciting to see, because once she decides to pick one and really hone in on it, I think it's going to be incredible.
It's going to be a beautiful day.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I can't wait to see what she does in college. I'm just
Oh,
sitting
man.
back like,
Man.
yes.
That's a college coach's dream right there.
about
You
to be
can
a
do it all.
Razorback.
Oh, man.
She's about to be a Razorback. Lord, and they just won the Nationals last night, so I know she turned.
Absolutely.
Shoot. Because they stacked down there already, so imagine getting the third. Well, no. I can't even remember her stats. She's so darn good. Like, shoot, either way, you getting the Shanti Jackson on your team after winning a national championship, you might think you solidified for life.
You really can't ask for more than that.
Come on, having a field day. I know they turned down there in Arkansas.
And these ladies are now getting into the blocks.
We might have 2 empty lanes, but that ain't gonna stop nobody from doing what they gotta do to come home
And they are
first.
out, and it's looking like lane 4.
Wow, no surprise
So
there.
that is Brianna Selby, a 7:30 mark for her. Mackenzie Travis coming in second, 7:38. Really close for that third place. Avery Lewis, 7:39.
Dog.
Amazing job to these ladies.
Yeah. Bro, as soon as I seen that she had purple hair, I knew she was going to run fast. It's something about having colored hair. I'm just like, you just can't be slow. It's just genetically impossible. Once you dye your hair, you get the speed gene. Like, it just happens.
It's the genetically impossible for me.
Yeah. Listen, don't worry about the words coming out my mouth. Just go with the flow.
You are absolutely silly. So with that, we have come and Caitlin and I and Sydney took over a little bit for these sprints, but we are now going to turn it over to Kate.
We just gonna get a mic so But thank y'all for listening.
Why did I say Kate?
Thanks for having me, y'all.
Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you so much for
girl.
coming, Sydney. And we are turning it over now.
Next race on the track is going to be boys, freshmen, 800 meters.
If we can have all 16-meter hurdlers, boys and girls, report to the podium, please. So next on track, we have the freshman boys 800 meters. There's 5 sections. They're going to be going from slowest to fastest speeds. Times in this first section will range from 2:09 to 2:12. But as we've seen, almost every personal best has been eclipsed on this lightning fast track here at New Balance in Boston.
Back on track with the boys, freshman boys 800s coming up.
I think we got to bring the hype because they were just hyped up with those 3 ladies in the booth here.
Great job by Caitlin, Jasmine, and special guest appearance from Olympic gold medalist, world record holder, Sydney McLaughlin.
It's been so fun to watch her kind of walk around here because everyone is just in awe. You know, I mean, it's so fun.
Oh, it's awesome. And for Sid to make the time to come back and celebrate with all these young athletes, and really exciting experience. But, you know, we go from one of the peaks of the day in the 60s, the 60 hurdles finals, the 60s. We had the mile finals just before. And then we come in and we jump into some freshman boys races, but then we pick it right back up. We go 4x8s and 4x4s to finish off the day, because no better way to finish off a track meet than with some relays.
Oh, those relays have been so much fun already this weekend. We've seen so many great ones, but yeah, I think everyone kind of waits around for those final 4x4s. It's always the exciting race. And I think, you know, it's just like the kids. I was just talking to Cole Mathisen in the hallway. These kids have worked so hard indoors that they're ready for a little bit of a break. So, like, they just need the meat to keep going. They are excited to run their races or compete in their events, but they're also really excited to move on now, take a break, miss the sport, and then come back for outdoors.
Yeah, and that does, when you race this often, it starts to wear you down a little bit physically, but also the mental and emotional stress of all those high-profile races that someone like Cole would be running, making his way to World Cross and doing things like that.
Travel. That's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, and having to manage high school on top of all of that, missing, just the travel alone, missing a week of school to go and race it's fun, but then you have a lot to catch up on. And so very exciting, though, to get those opportunities at such a young age. And we've got the freshman boys running 800s here. 5 sections of freshman boys 800s. And it looks like we keep having somebody step on their toe over the line, so they're going to bring it back up.
They're a little excited.
And the boys are off. Freshman boys 800, Noah Stroman, Jackson Davis, Caleb Winders, Nate Rogerson, Evan Kingsmith, Micah Dickren, Henry Burge, Alan Sultan, Charlie Davis, Brandon Morrow, and Caleb Davis.
I think I heard they were trying to go between 209 and 210 for this heat.
One of the fun things about running at New Balance Nationals, when you're a freshman, you almost never get an opportunity to run a race fresh, especially the 800. It's later in the meet. You've run a 4x8. You might have run the mile. You might have run a 400. So you have all these events leading up to it. When you come to a meet like New Balance Nationals, you get the opportunity to go and have an opportunity to run it fresh. And we actually just saw a fall back in the middle of the race there. Taking a look at the pole vault here while we've got the boys 800s going as well.
And now we're back watching those 800s. Starting to string out a little bit, Declan, and a little bit of pressure on the outside.
Richard Federico the third, Pierce Parker.
Went through in 61 for that first 400. Now they have 200 to go, and he's really opening it up.
That's Richard Federico the third, emerging elites, that same kit we saw in Ellie Shea. And he's going for it. 133 at 600.
Well, they're from right around here, and they like to go and do hill repeats at Heartbreak Hill. A lot of people that have run the Boston Marathon know where Heartbreak Hill is. But the emerging elites here out of Massachusetts, really, they know how to race. And here he comes across the line.
Richard Federico the third, 2:05:42. Takes section one of the boys 800.
Blew that 209 out of the water there. 2:05:44. Actually, there's 6 athletes here at 2:09. Pretty awesome.
Yes,
all ninth graders.
6 going under 2:10 is really solid. And we've got 4 more heats of the freshmen coming. Heat 2, we've got Ian Desir, Thomas Ray, Adam Caldwell, Benny Schmidt, Aiden Dunn, Henry Carlson, Kirill Arnold, Marlon Wiest, Aiden Sawicki, John Nathan Lawrence, and Atlee Finney.
So that 2:05:44 is the time to beat.
And Carrie, I must say, I named my son Aiden. Different spelling than these two, but I named my son Aiden, and I don't really know many Aidens. I'm here today seeing a lot of fast Aidens all throughout the weekend. I think that's a sign of good things to come for my little guy.
Well, and he's not even one.
Yeah,
He's already starting to think about his future as an 800-meter runner like Dad.
The way that how fast he crawls, I think that,
we're
only 13 years away from him competing in the freshman boys New Balance Nationals.
Declan, what was your PB?
My PB was 146.
Oh, smoking.
So a long time ago, but not as a freshman. A freshman in high school, I ran 209.
Nice. Well, let's get this first 400-meter split, and they are out hard up in front. That's John Nathan Lawrence.
And Lawrence took him through in 28.0, and then he runs a 29, 57.83. We're going to start seeing some of these freshmen try and break 2 here, and it's hard to do, especially as a freshman, but the best way to do it is just take a crack at it every time you're on the track and start to learn that pace and learn what it feels like to fight through the pain on that third 200. That's what Lawrence is doing right now. Starting to make up ground is Thomas Ray and Atlee Finney in second and third. 200 to go.
Was that the thing that you did, really work that third 200, especially indoors? It makes sense because you have those laps like clear and distinct.
You'd like to think of it, break it up into those 200s. I liked to work it from 500 meters into the race, down the backstretch and outdoor, or coming around into 200 to go, so you get a little bit of momentum going. That's what Thomas Ray did here. Thomas Ray, John Nathan Lawrence, and Lawrence is going to take this section. He's going to go right at 2 flat, .14. Nice run from John Nathan Lawrence. Thomas Ray closed really hard, finishes second, 2 flat. Atlee Finney, 2:02.
Wow.
Personal best from this field. And I think that shows the next heat that what happens if you go out and grab the race and take control. 57.83, they were at the 400. And taking a look over, we've got the girls pole vault. This is Veronica Vaca. She's got the event won. She's attempting 13 feet 9 1/4 catches it on the way up. That's 4 meters 20. But Vaca has locked up the win. She's your New Balance Nationals champion. She's going to take a few more attempts at 4:20.
And here's heat 3 of the freshman boys 800 meter. We have Marshall Vernon, Alfred Willie, Lorenzo Lopez, Blake Dixon, Spencer Ashba, Robert Budzinski, Zach Zolmi, Caleb Brock, Samuel Keith, and Aiden Christie is a DNS. Another Aiden.
Another Aiden. And that's how I spelled mine. A-I-D-A-N.
Nice.
All right, we've got Marshall Vernon, LaSalle Academy out in front. Zach Shlomi in second. They came through in 28.6, so similar to what we saw in that last heat, getting out, getting after it. And Vernon looks good up front. He's running on the outside of lane 1. I think he thinks they're a little closer behind him than they really are, but shows that he's thinking of the tactics of how he should be running this and protecting his space up front.
Yeah, you are right. He is really running on that outside lane. Coming through 400 and 59.12. Zach Shlomi has that great kind of easy gallop behind him, but he has his eyes on him. He's sort of in that no man's land right now. Will he try to make up that distance, or will that pack start to close in on him and sort of wake him back up?
Vernon still holding that 1 second lead coming into 200 meters to go. Shlomi in second. Eyes up on Vernon, though. He takes the bell. Freshman boys mile, section 3 of 5. 130.9 at 600. See that gap starting to close.
Oh, he's got to get going if he wants to get up on there, and here he goes. Look at that long stride.
Zach Shlomi making a late charge. Marshall Vernon's led from the gun. Here comes Shlomi. Vernon's got another gear. He gives up the inside lane, and Shlomi charges at the line.
I think he got him, and he got him. Oh, did he know? Yep, he did.
Shlomi, 2:03.14. Vernon, 2:03.16. Really strong running from Vernon, and he just slid a little too far on the outside there and gave up that inside, and Shlomi saw it, and he had one more surge. Great sportsmanship there, celebrating a fast race together. Both of them 2:03.
Again, we see that time and time again in championship races where some people sort of run people out, but you have to remember that inside lane is all for the taking.
Sometimes positioning yourself there, you're trying to, yes, tactically force them wide, but you're also trying to kill their ability to make the move. And in that situation, he just provided a little bit of an opening. Shlomi with the inside pass. This heat on the track, we've got Connor Manning, Grady Len, Ayodele Joy Griffith, Daniel Lubinsky, Robert Young, Mateo Chisera, James Hansen, Colin Smith, Preston Barnes, and Cameron Anderson.
Oh, they are out hard again, but this looks like it might be a little bit more of a bunched up group than that last one.
Still out, moving along very quickly. I think we'll see a 27 on this one. 27-64,
Yeah.
Robert Young, Westerville Central. The Warhawks. And Chisera in second in 28, Connor Manning third. And we see another one running on the outside of lane one there. And just, they're really giving that inside lane, I think, almost overly being tactical here.
And maybe the new, for some of these athletes running on a bank track, that does feel weird. You think you need to feel the bank a little bit more, but really getting in on that inside lane, especially when you have the lead, it's really the best place to be.
58.6 through 400. And, I also say a lot of high school tracks don't have the rail.
Yes, and that's scary.
And it is. I've seen a lot of athletes that have clipped the rail. They used to be able to get really close to the line. They might just have cones around the track when they're training. So provides a little bit different of a challenge. We've got Chisera now challenging Young. Young's not giving it up.
Yeah, but this is smart now. Josera trying to really make a push to get around him before he gets to this turn, and he's doing that.
And Young has to give the pole position to Chisera. And he doesn't quite have the response yet down the back stretch. 150 to go. Chisera, Young, Joey Griffith.
Chisera looking strong, but look at in third. Here comes Joe Griffith.
Coming off the turn, Chisera starting to fade. He looks behind him, Joey Griffith at the line. Chisera just holds him off, 2:02.44, falling at the finish line with the lean.
This is what I like. Photo finish basically every time.
And that's the type of 800 running that's so fun. Somebody goes out, takes the race, they start fading, they tie up. It's not necessarily the guy sitting in second. Sometimes it's the one in third or fourth that makes that huge move, just a little bit more strength to bring it home.
It's like the Sweet 16, right? Every NCAAs in March, we're always like, who's going to win? Or going into overtime, all this stuff. That's what it is right here.
Well, as a Nova graduate yourself, you've experienced quite a few of those. As a Loyola grad, I'm all about March Madness.
Oh, it's so fun.
Final Four run a couple years ago where Loyola and Villanova in it together. Opposite sides of that bracket. Back over. While we've got 800s on the track, we've got another attempt at 420 on pole vault. Veronica Vaca up, and she clips it on her third and final attempt. Great effort from Vaca. She's your New Balance Nationals champ. 13.7 1/4, 4:15. She's a national champion.
Well, we're 200 meters into this fifth heat of the 800 meters for freshman boys, and Noah Stroman is out in the lead, taking them out in 26.79.
Fastest first 200 we've seen so far. Stroman, Winders, Davis, Dickren, Davis, Burge, Rogerson, King Smith, and Sultan.
Oh, and now it is Brandon Morrow. Excuse me. Nope, it is still Noah Stroman.
That's Stroman in second. We're hearing over. We're just missing something from the on our scoring. But Stroman in second right now. Alan Sultan is leading the way. Stroman now takes the lead. Coming up on a lap to go. Stroman and Winders now. Winders on the outside. 56 through 400, 126, so they slowed up a bit there. Stroman and Winders. Stroman still leading the way, and Dickren in third from Newbury Park.
Look at this hard push here from Winders on the outside. And Stroman has shown time and time again he is not willing to give up this lead. And look at this final push. Here comes Winders on the outside.
Noah Stroman, Caleb Winders on the outside. Winders and Stroman lead at the line.
Another one. Who is it?
I think it was Winders on the outside. We'll have to see. 156.30 for Winders. I think we might see just a 156.31. 1/100 separates. And Noah Stroman made a strong move right from 400 meters out, taking the lead after Alan Sultan led the first 2 laps. And Caleb Winders, 156.30. Freshman boys 800 champ at New Balance National.
And the fastest in the country for freshmen, taking over that new national best time.
What a run. And fun to do it in a field where it's all freshmen. You don't get that too often.
No.
Bright future for these young men. We've got the girls 800s next. Freshmen. Taylon Ingram, Kelsey Jones, Devin McElroy, Sarah Roberts, Mia Manfredi, Ava Mon, Addison Sear, Barrett Price, and Olivia Martinek. Your results from the boys 800 up on the screen there from that final section. Freshman girls 800 is off. And Kelsey Jones of Trailblazers blazing the trail on that inside waterfall straight to the front.
And that
puts
great
5 meters.
outfit.
Yeah, the lime green long socks. I was talking with Jasmine about the different generations of how young athletes dress, and Jasmine said everyone was wearing long socks 15 years ago. Everyone wanted to be Allison Felix.
Oh, I'm sure.
Everyone wanted to be Allison Felix. So.
Well, and now the bodysuits are back, which is what I raced in back in the day. So we saw Sadie Englehart wear the full-on bodysuit today after she won the mile. So it all comes full circle.
Yeah, we saw a couple of the boys wearing them in the distance events too, which it's making its comeback.
Yep.
Kelsey Jones still leading the way, 33.8 through 200. 222s to 227s are the seed times in this one. And Jones is out. (109.54).
And she has definitely gone from the gun, but Sarah Roberts in second has kept that position right there. But again, everyone going out to the outside. How did you run in the first lane?
You know, I think I might have moved to the outside of lane 1, but I was never riding that line.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to be middle, maybe the outside of lane 1 right before a banked turn, and then make sure I'm cutting in really close to that turn, because if someone's going around you on the turn and they're trying to push, they can run those extra meters.
Yes.
That's okay. You do have to fight for your position on the home stretch, but you also have to learn, you know, if somebody's right on you, then maybe that's when you want to press out a little bit. You know, if you've got 5 meters on the field, you want to know where you're at in the field to know that I don't really need to move out right now. I can just run the shortest line.
Well, some of you youngsters that are listening right now, you're listening to Declan Murray, who's a 146 guy. He knows how to run this race.
Kelsey Jones coming down the home stretch. Sarah Roberts charging for second. 2:24 for Jones. Leading gun to tape. Sarah Roberts also runs 2:24. Barrett Price 2:28. Ava Mon 2:30. Mia Manfredi, Taylon Ingram, and Olivia Martinek round out this field.
Top 6 from the Rising Star shot put just concluded. To the
All right, here we go, heat 2. Let's get these names read. This is Jordan Jones, Maddox, Leah Glavin, Sienna Bolds, Devin Jackson, Abby Artabane, Kieva Birmingham, Callan Stabler, Carolina Earhart, Mia Waldron, and Alexandra Morgan.
Heat 2 of 4, freshman girls 800. And we saw that first section go 2:24. That's the time to beat right now.
And out hard is Jordan Jones, Maddox.
31 seconds. That's a time that we see a lot of NCAA meets. They're running 2:04, 2:05. They might go out that fast and run an even split. So Jordan Jones, Maddox getting after it. Caroline Earhart in second. Mia Waldron and Alexandra Morgan starting to try and close that gap from second to third. 67-0 at the quarter.
So slowing, that's typical, right? Going out hard, slowing down a little bit, but then letting the field get back into the race. That's always a hard part when you do that real hard first lap and slowing everything down that second lap.
It's hard to stay engaged, and especially for freshmen where you're still learning how to run the event. It's really easy to run 31 for a lot of these 800 runners. 31s, they can do those all day in practice, but once you try and run a 31 and then you run a 33, then it's really hard to even run the 34s and 35s to bring it home. Carolina Earhart, though, bringing it down 144 through 600.
Wow, she's really cranked it out here as she looks at that clock and she sees that she might get a new PB.
Earhart on pace for right around 220. She's trying to bring it home. Carolina Earhart, 2:21:04, and Carolina Earhart now new leader in the clubhouse.
Wow,
in the freshman girls
2:21:04.
800.
Nice. I mean, what a fun way to end the indoor season with a new PB, and then going into your outdoor track season knowing, like, I'm pretty fit right now. The hard part is holding that fitness, and I think, you know, these athletes are fairly young, and hopefully they're not really tapping out on that high end of their training. They're just sort of getting into it, learning the sport still, but that is the hard part about this sport, is holding on to that peak and then coming down a little bit, but then peaking back up before May.
Yeah, having those little down times in training where you can go and run
So
really fast, and it's helpful not just from a training perspective, but also for building confidence in young athletes.
Exactly.
Giving them an opportunity where they can run fast when they're feeling good,
Well, and
not
I
just
think
run fast when they're tired.
Right, and I think a lot of athletes forget that you have to be rested, and pretty much be rested when it counts, right? So you want to work up and you want to be a little bit fatigued in the middle of the season just because you're pounding out the mileage or the reps and also racing a lot, but you have to be rested. And all athletes at the high level rest. We take days off.
And sleep a lot more than we did in high school.
Exactly. We put our phones away.
Yeah.
We didn't even have phones when I was running.
We've got in this one Janiyah Ford, Kai Stockton, Carter Torrance, Josie Schill, Susanna Mancini, Emily Wedlake, Jordan Goodwin, Julia Gustafson, and Steele Summers, the 9 in this heat. They went out through 33.3. A little more controlled first lap, but they'll see if they can run a little more even splits this time. Carter Torrance, 69.36, so looking to run a little more even splits here. Stub 70 at the halfway mark.
Watching that 2:21:04 time, that's the leading time of the day for the freshman girls 800 meters.
Carter Torrance, Julia Gustafson, Kai Stockton. Carter Torrance been leading. And now trying to power away. Gustafsson was in second, took the lead before 600. Julia Gustafsson.
Look at Torrance though, coming with the big bow in her ponytail. She's got that long stride.
Carter Torrance coming off the turn. Gustafsson, does she have anything left? She responds. Carter Torrance going wide on the outside. She's going to take this section 2:19.07. Carter Torrance, new fastest time in the freshman girls 800.
Wow.
What a run. Julia Gustafsson and Carter Torrance. Torrance got past with 200 meters to go, and she rallied, made a strong move the last 100 to take the win.
It's so fun, and I keep thinking, right outside here's a crumble cookie. And I hope that everyone goes out and enjoys any time, but just has so much fun, like rewarding themselves with maybe some ice cream cookies. I don't know what you did when you were...
Hard to walk past that after a race and not stop in.
No, it's so fun.
We've got Charlize Trinity McKenzie, Addison Moore, Zoe Dorsey, Courtney Toy, Eliza Farr, Makita Berry, Maggie Whitman, Quinn Stoll-Melly, Abigail Hennessy, Annie Sewell, and Sasha Lamakina.
Were there things that you did during the season that, you know, really got you in the zone? Like, for instance, I remember Des Linden, who is obviously one of our best runners ever. She said before the New York City Marathon this year, she gave up a few things just because she wanted to see if she could do it. You know, like she just wanted to get into the zone and really focus in. And I would do that. Like, I like to have a soda here and there. And when I was in training for a big race, I would say, okay, no soda for 10 days or whatever it was. It was some kind of treat. It might have been, you know, candy or whatever. But there was something for me that I would say either give up or I would have to go to bed by 9:30. Like, not necessarily is it food, but it was like maybe it was some kind of, you know, other activity or whatever.
I would always try, especially when I got into college, I started trying to set times where I was going to go to bed.
Yeah.
Because we woke up early and lifted at 6:30 in the morning. And so if I wasn't in bed by 10, then I would be pretty disappointed. So during the racing season, I would always make sure in bed by 10, and then that way, even on those days where I had a 6:30 lift, I was still getting some pretty good sleep.
Yep.
And then I would also treat myself with the occasional nap in the middle of the night.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So yours was sleep.
Yeah, mine was definitely sleep.
As Addison Moore and Makita Berry are battling it out here in the fourth heat of the freshman 800. Yeah, I would have sleep. Visualization was a big thing for me. When I knew I was getting ready, I would have to do some visual games. I would maybe buy myself a new pair of shoes.
That's always a good one. Freshen up, feel good on your easy runs. We got Addison Moore and Makita Berry. Moore, they were 138 through 600, storming down the home stretch. This is a quick one. Addison Moore and Makita Berry, 2:12.63. Addison Moore, personal best, and she takes the win in the freshman girls 800.
And she's exhausted, as she should be. She ran great. Look at that.
They're waiting. They're getting the chips from the athletes, and some of them are struggling with the lactic acid to find where they are.
Yeah.
Addison Moore, 2:12.63. They went out in 30 seconds, 1:03 through 400, and held on to run 2:12. Really impressive running. Addison Moore led the whole way. We're in the final round now of the girls' long jump. Through 3 jumps for most of these athletes. So still a few more third round jumps to go. That's Sydney Burr now on the track, on the runway, getting ready to move along in the long jump. Right now at the top, Julia Ballone has jumped 570, 18.8 and a half. And Kara, you know, we talked about some of the impressive performances over the years, but what I was reminded of was back at New Balance Nationals a few years ago, Sydney McLaughlin jumped in the long jump over 6 meters, and she said yesterday while talking to the CDS Mag folks that she'd like to find a competition or two where she might be able to jump the long jump sometime, but I think she'll have a tough time getting her coach Bobby Kersey to allow that.
I was wondering if
days.
Kersey would let her do that. You know, it's a lot of torque on the body when you haven't been doing it for years. But, you know, that's the thing. You have to keep things fresh. You got to keep it exciting. And, you know, for someone like Sid, who's been, you know, we see that with her. She'll drop down and run 60s, or she'll run the shorter of hurdles. And, you know, she's keeping it fresh. And I think that's really important for your mind as well as your body, figuring out how to move quicker through your events. And so it's been fun to watch all the different events that she does.
Well, and Sydney's still young, and you know, we think Sydney's been on the scene as a pro since she competed in the Olympics in 2016. She was 16 years old.
She was.
So, you know, it seems like she's just been around in the game so long, but now, you know, she's always looking for things to do to challenge herself in a different way.
Are we going to see in the 800? I know a lot of people want to.
I think everybody wants to see the 400 hurdlers in the 800, but I want to see her take some cracks at that 400.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that.
So
she's
you'd
probably
rather
a little
see
more
her in the
interested.
400?
I'd rather see her in the 400. I'm sure she could do some awesome things in the 800, but knowing her skill set is so strong over the 400 flat.
Yeah.
You know.
Work that speed first, and then maybe as she gets a little older, then move on up.
Yeah, and for hurdlers, I think the training is so much closer to a 200 than it is an 800 that, you know, we saw Ryan Benjamin run some crazy fast 200s. I'd like to see what she can do over 200. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, now we're seeing all these different athletes that were 400-meter specialists drop way down to the 100.
Jasmine and I talked about it this morning. There's a couple motivations. One of them is the 100's where the money's at.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the big money's at. But who doesn't want to be the fastest man in the world?
I know.
Right? Fred Curley wanted to be the fastest man in the world. You don't get that running the 400, so he said, I'll go run the 100. Boys, Rising Stars, 4x800. Two sections here. We've got Ridge Runners, Ridgefield, Delco United, Riverdale, 6 Mile Track Club. We've got Warrior Track Club, Charlotte Country Day, Shrewsbury, Union Catholic, Washington Township, Riverside Runners, Toledo St. Francis DeSales, and Norwich Wildcats.
Wow, is Riverdale Track Club way out there.
Out. 27:41 at the 200.
And we saw this time and time again yesterday in that 4x1 mile. We gotta, I mean, I know we're indoors, but I gotta make sure everyone that's watching understands it's a 4x1 mile. But we did see a lot of times athletes getting out super fast in that first leg, and then slowly but surely the big pack would start to reel them in.
Yeah, and that is pretty common in those middle distance events. A couple different reasons, but different event specialties, different styles of running the race. But when you do it on a relay, there's just the tactics of where you place your athletes, putting them on different spots on the track.
Yep. Well, here they're coming. That's Delco United, TC, and Washington Township Elite, along with Riverside Runners. All three of those teams working really hard. And there comes Ridge Runners as well.
Liam Schwabik of Riverdale out in the lead.
Woo!
And a huge move. Ridge Runners and Delco United. Wow, what a run from Liam Schwabik, 158, closing it down well. And a lot of runners at 2 flat at that first split.
Look good, Riverdale still holding strong, but here comes Ridge Runners. Ridge Runners really making that push, but guess what? Washington Township Elite is getting ready to go around.
And they will make that pass. Washington Township Elite trying to lock in on Riverdale. as Washington Township has made up that gap. They're going to just move out wide. Colin Keenan, he's going to go around. And I think in a relay, especially in one of those first 2 legs, that's the move you make. If you've got the momentum, you go around and you try and put some distance on.
Definitely put the hurt on and mentally kind of get in their heads like, oh my gosh, they went around me that hard. They must be feeling really good.
If you're on that 3rd leg, maybe a little bit different of a strategy. If you're going to go, you really want to make sure you hold onto that lead on the 3rd leg. So
you have to be careful when you've already built up a lead. Sometimes it's just to sustain in that 3rd leg.
Washington Township Elite, they've got 1 lap to go. Union Catholic making up huge ground here. And from Union Catholic, Gavin Devine trying to close down. He made up a lot of ground on Riverdale. Now he's trying to make up the ground on Washington Township. Washington Township Elite. They took off a little early for the handoff, but
and that
they
is
got
so
it together.
hard. When you are passing that baton off and your guy or gal goes a little too soon, you're like, no!
They got a nice big exchange zone to get that handoff in, so able to correct that one, but 2 flat split there for Washington Township. 2 flat split for Union Catholic. They're a 2.5 seconds back. Riverdale makes the pass, or trying to make the pass, and they do. The Union Catholic runner there trying to make sure he maintains some position, and he didn't like getting past that close, so he makes the pass right back.
Yeah, Washington Township Elite looks reserved. Like they look like they're not too stressed with knowing these guys are closing in on them. And maybe that's the strategy too. Let them in and then just hammer home these last 2 laps.
Tough being the chased athlete here. That's Aaron Kolosowski of Washington Township Elite.
Ooh, here comes Union Catholic. Oh no, Riverdale did not like that. The battle is still on.
Really tactical battle back here, but Union Catholic trying to make the pass again and getting the door closed, and that starts to wear you down.
200 to go.
We're going into the final handoff here.
Well,
Section 1 of 2, boys 4x8.
Washington Township Elite has been in the lead since that first leg. They have put that pressure on, but now it's still a 3-man game right now.
Washington Township Elite, Riverdale Track Club, and Union Catholic. A good baton pass could be what brings you into the lead or loses some of that lead. Oh, and Washington Township gonna step off the track. There's a lot of confusion. Union Catholic and Riverdale, they weren't too sure. I think what happened is Washington Township had an injury on their last leg. He's in trainers, but they still wanted to give the opportunity for their team to run. So he took to the track. You need all 4 to take to the track. They put them out. He took the baton and stepped off, but that threw the Union Catholic team and the Riverdale team off. They were confused with what was going on.
It threw me off. I was like, wait a second, what's happening?
But nice of the teammate who, he's got his shoulder taped up, probably took a fall at some point this weekend and not really able to get out there and run. But everyone else on the team said, we made the trip out here. We want to go and take a crack at running fast. And they ran 2:02. Or they ran quite fast on those early legs. They ran 2 flat, and 2:03 for Washington Township.
And here comes Union Catholic, TC, a team we've seen so many times in so many different races.
And Union Catholic going out 27 seconds, 29 flat. See how they go here coming through that third 200. 56.05 through the first 400, runs a 30.9, so slowing up considerably here. Charlotte Country Day still a ways back, but trying to make up ground.
And here they come. You know they're excited for their guys. Union Catholic TC taking another win here this weekend.
158.55 close for Union Catholic. 804.98 in the Rising Stars boys 4x800. That's just heat one. We've got another one to come.
So 804.98. Keep our eye on that time.
Time to beat.
Heat 2, we're going to have Cherry Hill Track Club, Western Cary Track Club, Dog Park, Hawks Track Club, Croton Run Club, Olentangy Berlin, RFH Dogs Track Club, Ruston Track Club, Bronxville Track Club, Poly Prep Country Day School, Borough Panthers TC, Carolina Cavaliers, and Natick Track Club.
We saw Natick in the 4x-mile yesterday as well. Brought out a strong distance team.
Hot track up in the house, football running club. The boys are running RFH track club.
804.98, that time to beat from Union Catholic. And those waterfall starts really just force you to get out, Carrie. They are booking it around that first turn, trying to establish some position.
And they want to get down off that curve as fast as they can. How much more energy do you think it takes for those outside lane guys? I mean, they're in there for, you know, most of that first lap.
You know, it really does depend. I think if you get out really hard and can get to the front, it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
But if you get out hard and you're forced to stay wide, then it can really hurt the rest of your race. And if you're running out there, you'd probably be better off just slotting right into the back and waiting until the race sort of sets itself up and then making your move towards the front.
I mean, these athletes are so much more experienced, it seems like, as ninth graders. You know, they seem to know what they're doing. I don't know if I was trying to remember to not bring two left shoes. Like, maybe it's just been that long, but, you know, the sport has been so much more available to the athletes over the years, as you and I have been racing in many years now, and it just seems like the kids are getting it.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, too, is that you see a lot of great indoor track on the East Coast for years, but that's really started to move broadly across the country where everybody's getting those opportunities to run. And I think that relays also play a big part in that. There's a little bit more opportunity in a relay to take chances and get after something, and when you get the baton on a second or third leg, you're kind of forced out of your comfort zone earlier as an athlete, and you get out there and put something down and then say, hey, I think I can do this in my open event as well.
Well, and getting out of the comfort zone is really important. And a lot of times we've talked a lot about this, but some of these teams don't have the competition that they're seeing today. So it is uncomfortable, and it makes you a little bit anxious, and it makes you think a little bit more in a race when you normally are trying to turn your mind off. You know, we don't want to think so much in a race. Some of the best advice I've ever been given during racing is don't think and just run. Just do your deal. Let your instincts take over. And, you know, in a race like this where there's 5 guys up front right now in the 4x8, there's a lot of thinking that goes on.
Yeah, and those that are able to kind of turn that down a little bit so you're not thinking too much about what's going on in your body. It's more about, okay, when am I going to make this move?
Yep.
I'm waiting, I'm going, you know, thinking about one thing at a time and not being all over the place.
Yep, staying in it, staying positive.
We've got Dog Park in the lead. Natick now moves into second. Western Cary Track Club and Croton all in the top 4. Ruston Track Club now making their way up into it's a group of 5 right now, but slowly grouping back together.
Ooh, this is going to be fun here. Fireworks in this final lap for this leg.
Dog Park, Croton Track Club, Run Club. Croton now moving up on the outside and making the pass. Dog Park trying to stay connected. Ruston now going to try and go around Dog Park on the back stretch. Croton pulling away here.
That Ruston Track Club is trying to make a good push. Every little bit counts. And those handoffs are so fun to watch.
Yeah, you see especially the ones where it's a little bit crowded there.
Yeah, it's a mad dash to get onto that turn and get away from everybody.
Croton Run Club leading the way. They've had a 2:01 and a 1:58 split there from their second leg. Fastest split we've seen so far on this section of the 4x8. Rising Stars Boys 4x800. Time final, remember that time to beat is 8:04.98, and through 2 legs, Croton Run Club right on pace.
Fastest split of the day so far in this Rising Stars 4x8 is from Charlotte Country Day School. Their first leg went 1:56.
It's a huge run by Charlotte Country Day. Croton Run Club and Dog Park. Dog Park a little close to the rail, started wobbling a little bit there, but managed to stay upright. Cherry Hill, Ruston, and RFH. Natick trying to hang on the back of that front group as well, in the white jersey with the white headband.
Again, I mean, there are still so many athletes in this race. Lots can happen, but Croton has really kept his foot on the gas. And the Dog Park needs to start closing it in right now if they want a chance to win this one.
Dog Park and Croton. Croton leading the way, 100 meters to go on leg 3. Going into our final exchange. Croton Run Club. Can Dog Park bring it back? They run too flat, does Croton. Dog Park runs too flat. Cherry Hill's in 3rd, Ruston in 4th. I kind of liked watching the Croton Run Club. I thought it was interesting. They did this really low handoff. And it kind of forces the athlete running to take the baton rather than receive the baton. And I was interested to see it. I think it might actually, it works out really well when you're in the lead, but I'd be interested to see how that works when you're in the middle of a big pack, to have that low handoff, if it's better off because it's out of the way of other hands.
A little different,
or does that kind of get in the way of legs at some point too?
Well, clearly they've been practicing too.
I've seen on all of their handoffs, they've done it the exact same way and executed it perfectly. So I'm sure their coach will be super pleased with how they did that, because even in a 4x8, like, handoffs really do matter.
They're coming in fast. All right, Croton Run Club, been hunted by Dog Park.
Croton Run Club still leading the way. 8:04 is the leader in the clubhouse right now, Union Catholic Track Club. There were 158 and 156 closes for Union Catholic and Charlotte Country Day.
Here it goes. This is what it's all about, the last 200.
7:29 with 200 to go. Croton Run Club leading the way. They've been leading since just before the halfway point in this race. Dog Park's closed it down. They're going to swing wide on the turn. Dog Park on the outside of lane 1. Croton leading for a mile. Croton and Dog Park, it's going to come down to the wire. Croton and Dog Park lead at the line. I think it's Croton. It's going to be Croton 7:59.74. Dog Park diving at the finish 7:59.79. An inspired last leg from Dog Park running 1:56.71. Really impressive job by Dog Park to stick in that race, close it down. Croton does enough to hold on for the win.
Croton just kept on pressing and pressing and pressing. And man, Dog Park really did hunt. Just didn't have quite enough real estate to get around. What a great race.
Fun race and another dive at the line.
Yeah.
We've seen quite a few of those.
I'm telling you, you cannot go away and, use the restroom or get a snack during these long relays or the long races. There's been a lot of dramatic finishes in the middle distances and the distances this weekend.
We saw a couple of those in the mile. We saw it in many of our many heats of 800s yesterday.
The 5K, we thought in the boys race for sure, we thought the record was out the door. And then he came back.
Closing it down.
Gorzy.
16 seconds faster on the last kilometer.
So crazy.
From 4 to 5K as opposed to 3 to 4K.
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff. And we got the girls' Rising Stars 4x8 on the track. Compiled results for the 4x8 on that screen there. We got Woburn Track Club, Eagles Track Club, Devils TC, Whitensville TC, Hall, Arlington, Scarsdale, Team Genesee, Cub Athletics, Rebels, Weston, Charlotte Country Day, Maverick, Reagan Elite, and DC Cadets.
Now, we've had a number of races where there's been a lot of pink. And this one, there's a ton of it.
Yeah, we got this Rising Stars girls 4x8. Lots of that hot pink, light pink. It was the winning color yesterday. A little bit of fuchsia. Yeah, it was the winning color yesterday, that's for sure. Some people went, for the fierce colors on day 2, more the pastels on day 4, more the pastels in the early days. So.
Well, these girls all look good out here right now in Weston High School in the lead with Rebels right behind them.
And Rebels now making that move to the front. Down the back stretch. And a big, powerful move. It looks like Maverick moving up. Cub Athletics. Rebels still leading the way. Arlington Track Club moved up 4th into 2nd.
So anytime I ever ran a relay, I had this sense of urgency. I mean, no matter if I knew we were going to win or if we were, hoping to just run a fast time, there was this urgency. And I love that these athletes are doing that. There's something so individualized about our sport. But at the same time, when you have 3 other girls or 3 other guys that are not only depending on you, but they're together sort of as this unit, this family, it's so important. And it really kind of takes you to a different zone when you're out there racing. There's a time when your mind wants to go to that dark spot, but you can't because you have to run for other people. As we see a huge move here.
That's Cub Athletics making the move to the front. Rebels in 2nd. They're going to go to the handoff with a healthy lead.
And that's what I'm saying with Cub Athletics, for instance. She had 200 meters to go, and she knew she needed to get that stick to her teammate. And that's where you find that extra gear, and you want to give it so much because you got all these girls waiting for you to get your leg done.
And Rebels getting past there, but saying, I've still got to keep fighting to the line. I don't feel good, but I can't feel sorry for myself. I've got to keep going. I've got 3 more girls that want to get out there. They want to run fast, and I just get this across the line. We're still got a shot to win this thing.
And you know what? First is the ultimate goal, but second is the next best. Third is the next best. So even though you might not be in the lead, you still got to fight for every position. And that is something as an older athlete too, I think people need to realize. It's not the end of the day or the end of the game when you don't win. You got to fight. You got to keep fighting because every single position matters.
Whether that means medals at World and Olympic Championships, whether that means finished places at Diamond Leagues that get you a spot at the next Diamond League meet. They get you a spot in the Diamond League final. Picking up points, even if it's 7th or 8th place, a couple of those can get you into a Diamond League final at the end of the year. And ultimately, that's how the pros get paid.
And even if you're running for a conference, say, you guys have to remember every point counts. So if you're frustrated during the middle of the race, put that behind you and get going, get back onto that positive thinking, and fight for every position you have.
I was at the Big Ten Conference Championships 2 weeks ago and talking to one of my old coaches, who's now at Iowa, Jason Wakenight, and he was saying we have a couple athletes that doubled back, and they ran the 400 and the 600 at their conference championships, trying to scrape through a few points. And we were reminiscing of a time where I ran the 400 and 800 with 18 minutes rest at our conference meet in the finals, just to get 2 more points.
Exactly.
Just to get 2 more points.
Yep.
And that was so our team had never finished in the top 3 at conference. That was so we could finish second.
Did it happen?
And we got second.
Nice.
And then the next year we came back. I ran 4 races. We ended up winning the conference meet. But you just do everything you can to win as many races as you can. And it's a lot of fun too, and you can contribute in some way to that team's
Most definitely.
Cub Athletics is out there at the second pass. 221 was their first split. 223 was their second leg. Cub Athletics way out front. Nearly 50 meters on the rest of the field. Rebels, Weston High School, Charlotte Country Day in this one. There's a 9-second differential from first to second at the last handoff, but Carrie, there's a mile left in this one. So it's a lot of running still left.
There's still a lot of running left. And this is where you have to look around you too. We can see that Cub is so far out, but there's still a number of athletes that are sort of in that pack, and you have to, we've talked about it time and time again, but win your race, win the race within the race. All of those different little things are going to kind of wake you up, and right now you can see that the Rebels are starting to really make that push and separate themselves.
Rebels, a definitive second right now, and trying to make up as much ground as they can. Still that 9-second differential from first to second. But Rebels putting some distance on third.
Well, the pace lights are out right now, so they're chasing after times as well. But Cub Athletics just crushing it.
1 lap to go on this third leg. Girls Rising Stars 4x800.
So Cub Athletics had 2:21 for their first 800, 2:23 for their second 800. Let's see what this third one is as they come around and hand off to the fourth leg.
Really strong run. Lila De La Vega Rodriguez of Cub Athletics.
2:22.
221, a 222, and a 223 on those 3 legs for Cub Athletics. Really strong running and depth in performances.
And the Rebels holding strong there. They've had 3 athletes average right around that 226 mark. Hall TC now moving up into second.
And in that white jersey, Kieran Murray for Cub Athletics. Now a huge lead on Hall, 13-second lead from first to second. But Hall trying to close that gap. Kieran Murray, no issues going out hard, goes out in 32 and adds a little bit of distance to the field. Definitely eased up a little that second lap. Want to make sure she saves something.
This is where the action is at.
68 seconds for the first 400 for Kieran Murray.
She's moving.
Teammates all ran in the low 220s. Cub Athletics in first. It's a race now in second. Hall Track Club, Maverick Track Club, Rebels, Charlotte Country Day. They're all pretty close together. And just a lap to go for our leaders, Cub Athletics. Cub Athletics well ahead of second place, Hall Track Club. Hall Track Club in second, still 10 seconds back. 100 meters to go for Cub Athletics.
Well, you wonder what that huddle was like with Cub Athletics before they towed the line. Did they say, let's get out there and let's just crush, let's go for it? I mean, I would just love to be in that huddle, but they have had a phenomenal race as they cross this finish line for the Rising Stars girls 4x8, heat number 1.
9:29 for Cub Athletics.
Woo, another 222.
Really impressive splits. 221, 223, 222, and 222. And those last two 222s were solo. They handed off in the lead on every single one of those. Led from the last 200 of the first leg all the way through. Great running from Cub Athletics. Hall Track Club second. Maverick, Genesee, Rebels, Devils, and Arlington.
So the standing has been set. Cub Athletics 9:29. Heat 2 on the line, goes for the 8. Okay.
All right, here we are, heat 2. Let's go through that start list real quick. Greenwich TC, Guilderland Track Club. We have an unattached team. We'll try and figure out that name for you all in lane 2. Guilderland Track Club, as I said, Warrior Track Club, Braintree TC, Cow Harbor Track Club, Quincy Track Club, Franklin Track Club, Holliston Track and Field, Riverdale Track Club, Port City Track Club, Mainland Track Club, Austin Preparatory, and Warriors Track and Field Club.
Section 2. You understand?
And they're off here in the second heat of the girls' Rising Stars 4x8. The fastest time of the day so far, we just saw here, Cub Athletics in 9:29.67, taking that heat by 10 whole seconds. All 4 of those athletes running right around 2:22 pace per 800. And right now, as we're watching Guilderland Track Club out in front. So Guilderland Track Club up there, Riverdale Track Club, Quincy Track Club. Those are the top 3 right now, but there's about 9 teams all in this. Every single one of these teams still in this race, but being pressed pretty hard up front. That's Riverdale's Track Club. Going through in 66.39 for 400 meters. Very fast. And Riverdale Track Club starting to open up their lead here, with Guilderland Track Club in the red shorts being passed by Quincy Track Club. This final 200 meters of this opening leg, Riverdale opening up quite a bit of a lead as Quincy Track Club keeps the chase on. We are going to see a quick time here. Remember, we are watching the Rising Stars girls 4x8. So quite a few youngsters in this race here. Riverdale Track Club getting ready to hand off to the second leg of the 4x8. Let's get a split on this first leg. It looks like she ran 2:16, the fastest split of the day for our Rising Stars girls 4x8. As we watch the second runner for Riverdale Track Club take that baton, followed by Quincy Track Club, Mainland Track Club, and the rest of the field. You can see a hard push here by Quincy Track Club. That second leg has their eyes on Riverdale's Track Club. And moving into third, it's Mainland Track Club. Excuse me, that is Franklin Track Club that's now moved into third. Riverdale extending their lead by almost 50 meters. Quincy Track Club in second, Franklin Track Club in third. So we had an opening leg, the fastest of the day, by Riverdale Track Club, 2:16.04.
A really impressive run from Riverdale. And Quincy now trying to close that gap on leg 2.
Quincy and Franklin have been working very hard together in this second leg. They've been trying to close that gap, and they definitely are.
Well, we talked a little bit yesterday about those different tactics, and if you're running a 2:16 open leg, that's certainly one of your two fastest, probably getting out there and pressing it down. So Riverdale getting out way ahead and then just trying to hang on.
I mean, a lot of times coaches will put one of their faster legs in that opening leg, and I can remember at Villanova when I was racing a lot of times, whether it was the DMR or the 4x8, we did open up always with one of our really strong runners to make sure that we did get a bit of a lead.
Yeah, and you're fighting for position, and you want to make sure you're out of the traffic.
Yeah.
If you run reverse order and have your fastest runners all towards the back, you might not be able to get them to run that fast if they have to weave in and out of traffic to move up and through the rest of the field.
For sure. All right, we're watching this second leg of Riverdale Track Club. Get ready to hand off to the third leg. Let's see this split. And a 2:27. So yeah, they really did. They packed it on in that first leg. Second leg not quite as quick, but she held her own. She did her job. She kept that distance between 1 and 2 here. And number 2 right now is Quincy Track Club, still being pressed by Franklin Track Club.
Quincy and Franklin going 2:23 and 2:24. Riverdale, Quincy, and Franklin. Riverdale still a healthy 5-second lead right now.
Josera is the fourth team right now. Yes. Josera in that black kit with orange writing.
If you're watching along with live results, they're listed as unattached in the results page, but Josera in fourth, and they had a 2:23 leg as well, moving 7th to 4th, all on that second leg. Riverdale really just not giving it up very easily. They said we've got 5 seconds on you now, and we're just going to keep pressing, foot on the gas the whole way from Riverdale.
But I like how you can see that Franklin and Quincy, they're working together, and their eyes are up at the girl in front with Riverdale Track Club. Like, they are looking up there. Actually, teams 4 and 5 right now, that's Warrior Track Club and Josera, they are closing the gap in on the second and third place teams.
And Franklin Track Club decided it was time to make a move, but Quincy seems to have responded pretty quickly here. Riverdale, Quincy, Franklin, and now Warrior Track Club. Guilderland also in the mix.
I just love the relays, though. I think it's so important for athletes to get on a relay and to know what it means to run for somebody else. You know?
Having those people relying on you and holding you to running through the line regardless of how well your individual performance is going, still fighting for your teammates.
Well, we know there's a lot of young athletes that are watching out there right now. Maybe my daughter included. Ruby, if you're watching right now, she's in 7th grade. This is what's so important. You see all these athletes now, Riverdale out in the lead, but look at 2, 3, 4, and 5 all coming at her.
They were in the lead by 8 seconds after the first leg, 5 seconds after the second leg. That's down to 3 seconds, and now they're overtaken on this final leg. Riverdale overtaken by Guilderland and Quincy.
And now it's become just this race, right? It's just they're focusing on each other. It's the last leg. It is so important to get to that finish line as fast as you possibly can. There's no one that can make things up for you. It is all about the last leg.
That's Addison Velacoop, Salma Buktam of Quincy. And Warrior Track Club's got Molly Kiley on it, so we've Addison, Salma, and Molly running for Guilderland, Quincy, and Warriors. 3 teams in it. Time to beat 9:29.67.
And that is so important that you have to remember there is a time still that you're chasing. Yes, they are racing those 3 together, but they are also chasing that clock, which is a hard thing to do in a relay. And Warrior Track Club moving now into first.
And they're a good bit back from what that last heat was at the final leg. We'll see what they're able to do.
Oh man, 200 to go.
Warrior Track Club now leading Guilderland in second. That's Molly Kiley who's taking the lead over Addison Velacoop. Salma Buktam in third for Quincy, fighting to stay in this one. Addison of Guilderland gonna swing wide. Addison moves to the lead. That's Guilderland Track Club. Does Warrior Track Club have a response? Guilderland, Warrior, Quincy. Here comes Quincy fighting for second. It's going to be Guilderland that takes the win. Quincy in it, second in this heat. 9:38.24 for Guilderland. So your winners in the Rising Stars Girls 4x800 out of that first heat, that's Cub Athletics. Cub Athletics first. Guilderland's 9:38. Good enough for second.
Wow, what a race.
2:17 split from Addison Velacoop of Guilderland. And that just shows you that a really fast split from Guilderland on that last leg, but the consistency of what Cub Athletics did, there's your full compiled results. Cub Athletics went 221, 223, 222, 222. Yeah. Consistency. They just ran across the board, leading at every single handoff. Guilderland with a really strong close, but they were trying to make up ground, make up time that was already lost in those early legs.
Yeah, you know, I think what you look at this and you think Cub Athletics, that coach must be super excited when he can say, let's just see who wants to run what leg today. Because they're all so consistent.
Right, and you just start to line things up based off of who's feeling great.
Hey Declan, I'm off air. It has been such an honor to be calling all of these young athletes. I can't wait to see what happens in the future for them, but I hope that they go home and celebrate all of the big wins.
That's right.
Regardless if they crossed that tape or they didn't, this is a huge win for them, and it's been an honor to be on the mic.
Well, it's been so fun, Carrie, and we'll keep rolling here. We're bringing Kate Van Buskirk in. She's been down on the track, and she's been up in the booth yesterday, so bringing her back in for more action.
And keep trying to twist her arm to get back on the track because she's such an awesome runner. We like to see her on there.
1,500 runner from Canada, Kate Van Buskirk, joining us, and we're going to kick off the boys 4x400. 4 teams in this section. We got 7 sections in the Rising Stars boys 4x4, Centennial, West Orange, Hingham, and Oakdale. Centennial out in the lead. West Orange Track Club out of New Jersey.
Rolling right now, 4x4 Rising Stars Melody as opposed to Oakdale. Oakdale's ready to go. He was second place now.
And Oakdale now trying to make a move here. We've got Centennial Athletics. Centennial, Hingham, Oakdale, and West Orange. Oakdale, Hingham Track Club, West Orange, and Centennial. Centennial out there in front in the gray kit. And that's Oakdale on the outside in the pink kit making the move. Oakdale, Centennial, and West Orange. Oakdale and Centennial now. And those splits a little bit off on 3 and 4 there, but give you Oakdale in the pink kit, Centennial in the grays, West Orange in the black kit in third. This is a timed final for the Rising Stars boys 4x4. Racing the clock, all 7 of these heats. And Oakdale out in front right now, 51-42 split. Moving really well on that second leg. Centennial now chasing down Oakdale. Oakdale still out front though. It's Centennial in the grays, hip 3. Trying to reel him in. We got just over a lap to go. Oakdale out front still. Took the lead going into that first exchange. Oakdale and Centennial. Oakdale looks like they're going to hold on. Centennial's going to try and make one last push down the back stretch. And a late push from Centennial. It's going to be Oakdale in section 1. They get the heat win. 324-33. That'll be the time to beat for these next sections coming up in the Rising Stars boys 4x400.
Glad to be back on the broadcast, and that was an incredible time, 3:24. That team came in with a 3:33 seed, so about a 9-second improvement on their seed coming in, and that is, they threw down. So that's the time to beat now, and we are just going to keep getting faster through these sections of the boys 4x400 meter relays for our Rising Stars.
That's one of the fun parts about 4x4s late in the season is you finally get the full team together. You know, your seed time might be scrapping together whoever feels good at the end of a meet. You want to make sure that you're keeping athletes healthy. If there's, you know, some injuries here or there that you're trying to manage, you don't get that full clean run with your top 4 runners until late in the season.
Absolutely. And you know, we had Heather McLean in the booth yesterday, and she was saying that you always have a 4x4 in you, right? Because you can always turn up for your team. This is like, you know, the premier event. That 4x4 relay is where you kind of like bring it for your team, you're representing, and we've got some speedy guys on the track right now. So this is True Speed Athletics, Golden Eagle Elite Track Club, I-270 Track Club, and I love this, the Fast and the Furious.
Fast and the Furious. At the back of the pack right now in blue. 4 in this one, a scratch from IMG Elite. True Speed Athletics gonna take the first handoff. I-270 in second, Golden Eagle third, and they've separated away. 52-0 split for that first leg. True Speed out there in front, and I-270 going to make the move going into the turn. They get that nice pole position. Always a right time to make it right before that turn, cause them to chop their stride a little bit and also make sure you're running the shortest line.
That's right. That's one of the advantages, of course, of this blazing fast track here at New Balance is that it is banked perfectly for these athletes, but it, to your point, does mean that they're going to have to time those moves accordingly. So that's going to be the Golden Eagles Elite handing off in the lead. That was Bernard Kemp handing off to Junior Grant.
50.5 split on that second leg, so really moving along well here through two legs. Rising Stars boys 4x4. Golden Eagle and I-270, big challenge here now going into the last lap of this leg.
Don't count them out. That is Jordan Safan overpassing Junior Grant. And what a move. He's got about 100 meters to go, and he has asserted his dominance at the front of this thing.
Jordan Safan of I-270 blowing things open going into the final leg. Last exchange here. Shelton Davis going to bring it home for I-270. Nicoy Henry of Golden Eagle Elite going to chase.
And that was a 49-69 split there for Jordan Safan, so that explains why he was able to put on such a huge advantage over the Golden Eagles. Don't count them out, though. Nicoy Henry looking very strong and hotly pursuing Shelton Davis right now as they come in with 1 lap to go.
And seeing their names on their bibs, it looks like we got Juan Carlos Barbena of I-270 and Junior Grant here on this one. Here's Junior Grant trying to go around on the outside. Juan Carlos Barberena holding him off going into the turn, forcing Grant to go wide. I-270 down the home stretch. They're going to hold off Golden Eagle. I-270 Track Club. Carlos Barberena closes it out, 51.77. They run 3:25.64, and that's the second fastest time. Oakdale's time from Heat 1 still holding up as the fastest time so far.
And this has been consistent time and time again throughout this weekend, is that it doesn't matter if you're on paper in one of those slower heats. You throw down times, and we've often seen some of the fastest times of the day come from Heat 1 or 2. And I love that these teams are just bringing, like you said, you know, at the end of the season, you're trying to stay healthy, you're trying to keep that energy high, and these teams are bringing their very best to the track here at New Balance in Boston. So again, Oakdale with that fastest time at 3:24.33 as we get ready now for section number 3.
We've got a full heat here. Manchester Track Club, East St. Louis Flyers, Charlotte Country Day, Team Genesee, Kennequot Track Club, and Union Athletics. And Heat 3 is off. We've got 4 more to come after this. And right away, you see Union Athletics on the outside. Team Genesee in lane 4 making a strong move, making up the stagger. Also in 3, Charlotte Country Day, we saw a strong 4x8 from this team. A couple of those athletes coming back. Quite the cut in there from lane 6 from Union Athletics to take the pole position.
I think this is, again, we've talked about what great experience it is to be able to come to the track at New Balance here in Boston and compete, you know, at a high school meet that really sort of resembles a pro meet. There's just, you know, the energy, the professionalism is really incredible.
The fanfare.
The fanfare, absolutely, as we have this first handoff now. But, you know, I think that's one thing. It's a good reminder that some of these athletes, you know, they are still in high school, and we have to keep that in mind. So I always was told, you know, run the shortest distance. So that means that when you cut in, make sure that you're running, you know, a longer line and being a little bit more patient with it. And some of these athletes are just kind of cutting right into that lane 1.
And getting used to, they're coming down from that bank, and it sort of pulls you in.
That's right.
So they're not quite used to, you have to fight the bank a little to run those tangents.
That's a good way of putting it, for sure.
Union Athletics in the lead. East St. Louis Flyers going to make the pass coming off of the turn. Union Athletics had a 50.3 split on that first leg. East St. Louis Flyers, though, absolutely flying it on this second leg.
So on paper, this looks like it is Darius Ivey handing off to Divine Montgomery.
And another 50 point for East St. Louis.
And an enormous advantage for them. They're about 30 meters up on the rest of the field.
3.5 second differential at the 800 halfway mark. And they are putting it out there. They actually had a really nice handoff too. I was very impressed by how they handled that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we've called all the relays over the last couple of days, and there was so much traffic. It's so hard, again, especially just these athletes getting the experience, maybe not having done this at this level all that often, and having to learn how to sort of navigate all of that chaos that happens at a handoff. Not going to be an issue now with this enormous lead that the East St. Louis Flyers have put on the rest of the field. Again, on paper, that is DeMarlon Taylor, who's going to close this thing out for the East St. Louis Flyers.
51-76, that Devion Montgomery split for East St. Louis. So running fast. Going to take another 51 or faster to get the fastest time. But they're running for a heat win right now. East St. Louis Flyers in the lead. Team Genesee makes a move into second. Battle for second. Union Athletics trying to challenge Team Genesee, but it's all East St. Louis at the front here. East St. Louis Flyers, 3:22.99 officially. Fastest time we've seen so far. That's 3 heats down. Team Genesee comes second in 3:29. East St. Louis really ran away with that one.
So about in a second and a half over Oakdale out of that first section with that really fast 3:24.33. Again, we are cutting down on paper in terms of seed times. And so we're going to move now into
this is
section number 4. That's right.
Got the Gray Bees Track Club, Franklin, Milton, Bishop Hendricken, Hustle Track Club, and Gary.
And our first false start of the relay series.
And we saw a little bit of this yesterday, and when you're running through races this quickly in indoor track, a lot of times in high school they don't run with blocks so they can move through these a little quicker. And what happens is you're just not as balanced. You don't have anything, instead of having, a foot up really off the ground, it's harder to find yourself in that set position. You're not pushing back against anything. So a lot of rocking, a lot of moving, and you start wobbling a little bit because you're just not quite used to it.
That's right. It's such a good point, and especially, again, on this bank, which is advantageous, but it's a hard thing to start on. So really good to see that there were no disqualifications. You hate to see that. So away cleanly at the second time of asking, and as you said, it's a full section.
Gray Bees on the inside trying to make up the stagger right away. Hard to do from lane 1 on a 200-meter track, but they are absolutely rolling. Gray Bees on the inside, fighting with Carey for that pole position, and they get it.
So that's Temi Lalawa Addison of the Gray Bees up against Joaquin Ebert for Carey Track. And this is where the bear jumps on your back. You're seeing these athletes starting to tie up just a little bit. As we said, so many of these runners have come in with multiple other events this weekend, and this is the culmination for them as a really clean handoff there for the Gray Bees. I'm sorry, that's Carey Track Club. Gray Bees up front, Carey Track Club in second.
Yeah, that's right. Carey, you see the green kits of Carey in second. Gray Bees went 51-0 at that 400 split. And they are out there right now. Carey giving chase. Bishop Hendricken and Franklin in it. And just fighting for position now. Here comes Carey. They're going to challenge the Gray Bees. Carey swinging by on the outside. Great handoff, and they're going to move through. Cary Track Club out there moving along, but Graby's now challenging back. And this is leg 3 of 4. The Cary boys out and after it. Graby started reeling Cary in, but Cary's starting to hold him off finally. And it's going to be close at this exchange. We've got a race between Cary and the Gray Bees. They've exchanged leads here. And Gray Bees going for it right now. Closing it down right away. We'll see if they try and go around early or if they sit back. Cary out well, and for Cary and the Gray Bees, we're going to have a lead change. Gray Bees take it going into the bell. Well timed, but Cary's going to respond down the back stretch. Out on the outside of the Gray Bees is Cary. 75 meters to go. They're shoulder to shoulder coming down the home stretch now. Gray Bees and Cary. Cary making a move on the outside, but tying up. Gray Bees fighting back. It's going to be a lead at the line. Cary diving to the finish line. Hits the ground. 3:27.04. Cary's going to take that section 4 just over the Gray Bees.
You know, we've seen some fantastic battles and some really hard-won fights throughout this meet, but I think there's nothing that compares to a relay when you're showing up for your teammates and you've got that team pride on the line. So well done by all of these athletes. We're going to head now into section number 5 of these timed finals. Time to beat still held by those East St. Louis Flyers at 3:22.99. We have another full section here with Austin Preparatory, Falcons Track Club, Western Cary Track Club, the DC Cadets, the Windsor Track Club, and Scorpions TF. So 5 teams underway now in section number 5 of 7 of our timed finals of these Rising Stars boys 4x4s. So out in lane 5, that is Windsor Track Club, being contested on the outside by the Scorpions. So it is Windsor leading the Scorpions.
Windsor out front. Austin Prep now moving along, and Scorpions on the rail in second. Windsor gonna hand off in first here.
So that was Grant Harris handing off to Tayshawn Berry, and he's got a huge lead right now. He is cruising 100 meters into this thing, and he's running it like a 200. I hope he knows that's a 2-lap race. He is moving at the moment, and a little bit of a stumble there behind for the Falcons athlete. But it is a battle on for second as Windsor is dominating.
That 50.2 split by Windsor on the first leg was fastest opening leg split we've had in the Rising Stars 4x4 so far. So out well, putting some distance on, and now just trying to hold on to that lead.
Again, this is where you see that tie-up starting to happen. You're just doing everything you can to get that baton to your teammate. This is going to be Windsor Track Club. Barry handing off to Maxim Copeland. And that lead has been diminished. So Scorpions in second. We just saw Xavier Doctor. That's a name we've heard many times throughout this meet.
49-7 split for the Scorpions on that second leg, and that was what started to reel it in, making up a little more than half a second. Trying to slowly make their way back up and attach on to Windsor before this final handoff. 100 meters to go on leg 3. Windsor and Scorpions are 1-2.
So for Windsor, that is Maxim Copeland. And Hunter Howard is going to take this baton around the circuit for the final 2 laps. Windsor trying to hold on to this lead that they've established. Scorpions in hot pursuit. That is Marco Monger of the Scorpions, and he has eliminated the advantage for Windsor. It is a 2-man race. They are neck and neck with only a lap to go.
And Scorpions just made up all that time, but just poorly timed where he caught up to Windsor. Had to hit the brakes because he couldn't get in front of him before that turn. Lost a little momentum there. Windsor in the lead, 100 to go. Windsor and Scorpions.
And that's Hunter Howard looking fantastic for Windsor out front, and he has maintained that lead. He's going to win this thing. Keep an eye on the clock. Again, time to beat is 3:22.99, and he'll be just outside of that. So Windsor at 3:23.38 rather, so that moves them into second overall. We only have 2 heats remaining.
And we saw on that last leg how positioning just means so much in these 4x4s. Scorpions had a really strong first half of that last leg, but just ran up too quickly on Windsor going into a turn, couldn't get around, and that was the race right there. Windsor able to hold off until the second lap, and then they were able to hold on for the win.
That's so much of the drama of the relays. I've been in both positions where I've ended up with the baton in the lead, or I've been chasing. And I was asking Heather this yesterday, whether she preferred to be the hunter or the hunted. And she said, I really like chasing. And I agree, I like chasing too. But these athletes, again, such good experience for them, because no matter what position you're in, you got to find a way to get it done and be able to sort of anticipate that and then respond to it. So lots of drama in these 4x4s as we head into section number 6 of 7. This is going to be Manhasset Track Club, Amity Track Club, 704 Elite, Above Expectations, and Amesbury Track Club with East Lyme in position 3.
Got Above Expectations and Amity up top. 1 and 2 through lap number 1. Above Expectations blasting down the back stretch. It's actually 704 Elite in the lead. 704 out front. And Amity in second. Got a strong challenge on the outside. 3 wide. And 704 gets overtaken. So that's Above Expectations now in the lead. Amity 2, 704 third.
And I love this drama. Look at all of these lead changes back and forth. So
Amity back in the lead now.
Now we've got Amity, and all 4 of these top teams are still in contention. Throw a blanket over them. Too close to call.
Amesbury really clawed their way back into this one. Going to see pretty impressive time from Amesbury on this second leg. Amity, Above Expectations, Amesbury in 704. And sometimes in a 4x4, this tight of competition actually slows the race down. In most other races, the level of competition really drives it up, but when there's pace changes, there's lead changes, it ends up actually slowing down the overall time. So they're racing against the clock, and Amity wants to start blowing this thing open so they can get a nice clean run for their last 2 legs.
That's such a good point, and I think that that's what we've seen on display time and time again here at the track at New Balance, is that even if the times are a little slower, the excitement is high, and these athletes, again, are getting that, cumulative experience from just racing each other. They're having to compete, and that, at the end of the day, is what track and field is all about.
Amity and Above Expectations in first and second at the second exchange. And Above Expectations getting that baton in second there, just looking really smooth as well. So really smooth runner for Above Expectations. Looks like Lathan Love Brown there.
But look at this charge now by Amesbury. This is going to be Michael Sanchez, and he has put himself squarely in this conversation, looking perhaps to overtake, and he does. He moves into second. That was an enormous opening lap for him, and it is above expectations, trying to hold him off right now. That's Dante Dockery with 100 meters to go. I don't think he's going to be caught. He's got this thing wrapped up for his team.
Above expectations, Track Club. Dockery brings it in for the heat win. Amesbury brings it back for second.
So 3:24.74, and that moves them into fourth overall. As you mentioned, you know, sometimes the times are actually a little bit slower with some of these tightly contested, you know, high pace change situations. So not the fastest time of the day, but a very exciting race nonetheless. And we are heading now into our final section. Again, on paper, these are the fastest runners, but anything can happen. So we've got Stags, Lunenburg Track Club, Motor City, Mount St. Joseph, Archbishop Carroll Lions. We've seen them a ton around this circuit here at the track at New Balance. And then rounding at our field is going to be Grand Street Track Club.
And we're off open lane in 5. Archbishop Carroll scratches from this one. We've seen a lot of really fun races from them this weekend, though. Stags on lane 1, making up that stagger very quickly. Grand Street way out in 6. It'll be a battle for the pole position here. Stags really fighting there, but Mount St. Joseph slots into second. Grand Street way out in front.
So again, that time to beat, 3:22.99. That was set by the East St. Louis Flyers. And again, I love this. They were out of section number 3. So as we head into this first exchange, these guys know exactly what they have to run to be able to eclipse that time. That is Grand Street, who comes in with the fastest seed at 3:27.04. They're in the lead right now. I love those lightning bolts on their singlets. But coming around them at the moment is Mount St. Joseph. That is Pierce Schultz for Mount St. Joseph on this second leg, and he is looking fantastic.
Mount St. Joseph in purple in the lead. Grand Street Track Club second. Lunenburg and Motor City in orange now in third place, and closing down that gap is Motor City. Timing it well to swing wide off this turn, and Mount St. Joseph gonna go and challenge coming into this second handoff. It's a tight race. 4 in it right now. Grand Street, Mount St. Joseph, Motor City, and Stags all there. And we drop the baton. A tough break there. Mount St. Joseph with a clean handoff. Grand Street bobbles the baton in all that traffic, and that's what happens. It's hard to maintain focus when there's 4 coming across there. Mount St. Joseph drops the baton, picks it up and keeps going, but Grand Street drops the baton. Mount St. Joseph keeps going. Motor City in second, Stags in third. It's now a race, 3 teams in it. Grand Street trying to catch back up. Mount St. Joseph. Stags now overtaking Motor City for second. Mount St. Joseph, clean exchange. Not the best, but they get it across. Stags back into second. .322.99 top time. East St. Louis Flyers in section 3. We're in the final section, final leg. Mount St. Joseph.
And he is cruising. That is Devin Underwood, looking incredibly strong right now. He's being chased down by the final runner for the Stags. That's Joshua Gresham. But this is all Devin Underwood cruising for home. Keep your eye on that clock. 3:14 at the moment. He knows what he has to run. That 3:22 is in jeopardy. It's going to be close.
Mount St. Joseph going to bring home section 7. 3:23.81 officially. That time good enough for third overall. Stags come through 3:26.17. Your Rising Stars boys 4x400 champions are the East St. Louis Flyers. Out of section 3, they got out, threw down a time, and nobody else could catch it.
Again, I love this about the relays. I love seeing these fast times come from the early sections. And here you see that messy exchange and the baton drop.
And what we saw there was Grand Street just got the baton hit out of their hand. You really have to hold on to it tight. And
yep.
I don't think there's anything that wrong that happened there. Just wins Mount St. Joseph and Grand Street just collided arms on that exchange. That's what happens when you have 4 teams that are all within about 2 meters at an exchange.
Absolutely, that's right. And again, the experience of that and having to sort of recalibrate and figure it out makes a big difference. I was watching the ACC championships a few weeks ago, and of course I'm a Blue Devil, so I was cheering for my Dukies, and same thing happened in our girls 4x4. Right at the line, you know, we had it in the bag, and the baton just came right out of her hand, and unfortunately they weren't able to hold on for that win. But that's what happens, like you said, and it's good experience for these athletes to be able to manage that well.
So thank you, fellas. Thank you, boys, in that 4x4.
And just showing some highlights from the Chloe concert last night that New Balance put on here at the track at New Balance. Cool highlight reel of an awesome performance, but also it's a really cool experience for all of these athletes.
They call it the fastest party on the planet, and you can see why it is a party, and that is some of the joy and the uniqueness of this fantastic facility here at New Balance in Boston. It is a party on the track and off. Always great to see. We're going to keep that party rolling as we move on now to our girls Rising Star 4x400 meter relays. We have 6 sections of these timed finals for the girls. And section number 1 is going to feature 4 teams. They're going to be Union Catholic, Holy Trinity Track Club, West Orange Track Club out of New Jersey, and the Lady Knights in 6.
And as we get to this point, we see a lot of names that we're familiar with.
Absolutely.
Union Catholic, Holy Trinity, West Orange, and Lady Knights. Lady Knights out well, out in lane 6. Also Union Catholic in 2, making up that stagger.
So again, on paper, this is the slowest of our 6 timed finals, but as we've seen, that doesn't count for very much. These athletes are here to turn up and throw down. So Union Catholic in the lead right now. And all 4 teams still in this thing. That is West Orange behind them. That's Bailey Cox running out of New Jersey for the West Orange Track Club. Holy Trinity making that move around the outside with about 50 meters to go in her leg. And it's going to be a very tight race at the handoff. Union Catholic handing off with a very slight lead over West Orange. That's going to be Kaya Alsmi. And Holy Trinity still in this thing too. Maggie Kingsley for Holy Trinity.
We talked a lot about how some of these teams are finally putting together their best 4x4s. We also should talk about the opposite of that, which is some teams are kind of stringing together with whoever you have left at the end of this meet. And
yes.
You have
whoever's still on their feet.
Yeah, we have athletes that doubled, tripled. They ran relays, individual events, and they're deciding with their coaches, okay, like, I maybe have a little injury or something that I need to recover a little bit more because things didn't go that well this weekend. So someone else gets an opportunity to race. And some of those teams might be the teams with the faster seat times that had athletes individually competing here. So that's why we see this big change where we had a winner out of heat 3 of 7. May not have been the fastest team on paper, but they're the fastest team on the day.
Absolutely. Again, that is the drama of track and field. My coach always said to me, seat times don't matter. Don't pay too much attention to them because you're not one on paper, you're one on the day in the race. And speaking of winning, the margin of victory right now is for the West Orange Track Club, and it's huge. It's about 20 meters up on the rest of the field. That is Tyler Wilson running very strong out of New Jersey. That's a huge opening lap for her, and she is leading Union Catholic, Holy Trinity, and the Lady Knights starting to just maybe feel some of that fatigue right now. But with less than a lap to go, it is Tyler Wilson, and she's going to be handing off to Nadia Coleman. West Orange Track Club looking to assert their dominance here in these Rising Stars girls 4x4.
West Orange Track Club way out front, had a 2-second lead at the last handoff. Trying to extend it, but now starting to feel the length of those 400 meters. 62-second split. Lady Knights in second, Union Catholic third, Holy Trinity in fourth.
I don't know, I think that pink arm sleeve of Nadia Coleman here for West Orange is going to help her.
I love the one arm sleeve or the one leg sleeve look.
It's a FloJo, right? I mean, I love that we're bringing back these, you know, these iconic fashion moments from the world of track and field, and she is continuing to run incredibly well. We've got 1 lap to go now for Nadia Coleman of the West Orange Track Club. Her lead is shrinking slightly. That's Kiabi Addison of the Lady Knights trying to make moves. Union Catholic in this thing still too, but with less than 100 meters to go, it is Nadia Coleman, West Orange Track Club, coming here from New Jersey, and they are likely going to hold on for this win. Time to beat. So 4:05:27 is the time set down by the West Orange Track Club. 4:06:38 for the Lady Knights, and then Union Catholic through in 4:06:91. So those are your times right now to keep an eye on as we move into section number 2 of 6 of these timed Rising Star Girls 4x400s. We're going to have Hillsborough Track Club, Milton Track Club, Tuskers TC, Hillies TC, Gov TC, and CTC. That is the Cary Track Club.
And a full heat on paper and a full heat on the start line.
Great to see.
And they're rolling right through each of these sections.
So 4:11:69 is the seed time for Gov TC. They come in with the fastest seed of the meet, or of this section rather. But again, already 4:05:27 thrown down by West Orange. That's going to be Beverly Ockire of Gov TC leading off, and a huge opening leg there by Cary Track Club on the outside. That's Janelle Caldera. And she is running in a field of her own at the cut-in, going through that first lap in about 27 flat.
Cary out fast in lane 6. Has the pole position at the break and pressing down the backstretch all alone. But still 100 meters left in this one. That's a long way to go in a 400. Cary still pouring it on. Hillsborough and Hillies second and third, but all teams still in this one right now. Cary with a big lead, and they are out on this second leg.
That was a 58.98 for Janelle Caldera. She's handed off to Peyton Murphy. So Peyton is running completely solo right now, about a 20-meter advantage on the field. Keep your eye, though, too, on the Hillies athlete. That's Keegan Whip. And she's looking very strong, trying to eat into that advantage set by Cary Track Club. It's a tall ask, though. This is a huge lead at the moment.
Cary pressing this one down right now, and 58.98 on that first leg was the fastest leg we've had so far in the Rising Stars Girls 4x4, and that's on a start from a standing start, not even having a block start possible. So Cary putting it down right now.
So we're starting to see that fatigue setting in for their runner. She's having a hard time just getting to that line. All of that effort put in early on display at the moment, but she hands off cleanly, and that's going to be Eves Morrison of the Cary Track Club. But now it's a 3-girl race, and in fact, we're going to have a lead change here. That's Hillsborough taking over.
And Cary Track Club got out so fast on the first 200 of that second leg that it was just a really tough way home 27 seconds for that first 200 and looking smooth, but the last 50 were really tough. Carey's now in the lead after Hillsborough had overtaken them briefly. Carey Track Club now putting some distance on Hillsborough once again. Hillsborough in the pink tops in second. Tusker and Gov tucked in behind them. But Carey at the final exchange in the lead.
So it's going to be Erica Rash leading out for Carey. Again, their advantage has been increased yet again, and they've got about a 20-meter lead. 300 meters to go for Rash, and she, I think we're going to call her the Dashing Rash because she is moving right now incredibly strong. So too, though, Hillsborough not wanting to let this thing go. That's Zoe Amafa.
Hillsborough starting to close this one down, making a race out of it. They were down 3.5 seconds at the last handoff, and they're going to go by Carey down the back stretch and open up a big lead. Hillsborough Track Club.
Hillsborough, that is Sabrina Sardar running for them. She is going to take this thing in a perfectly timed race. Look at the speed pouring it on. Time to beat is 4:05.27. It's going to be close to that. Sardar of Hillsborough Track Club coming across the line in 4:04.09 officially for that team, 4:04.11 for the Hillsborough Track Club. So they move into the top position.
Sardar splits 57.89, fastest split of the day. I think we might start seeing more fastest splits of the day as we get these last 4 sections going, but really strong run from Sardar, bringing them back from down really what was 3.5, almost 4 seconds, and then to win that one by 2+ seconds.
Absolutely. Again, the drama of track and field never fails to amaze. As we move into section number 3 now, we've got Port City Track Club in 1, Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers in 2, Guilderland Track Club in 3, Franklin Track Club in 4, Austin Prep will be in 5, and the Scorpions are starting in 6. And good to see a full track out there. 6 teams, 6 ladies. We've got Annie Shea, Jalea Creary, Parker Steele, Sophia Quino, Isabella Tomic, and Elia Murray, so slight advantage. And we were just talking about the fantastic fashion. We've got that Flojo half tight going on, one tight on one leg, no tight on the other leg. That is the Scorpions Track Club in the lead at the moment, and if our information is correct, that's Elia Murray looking fly up front.
And Guilderland Track Club stalking right now. Elia Murray and Parker Steele of Guilderland. Steele goes around Murray. Scorpions now in second, Guilderland in the lead, and they'll be on the inside here. Better position for this exchange. It's tight at the exchange.
So again, it's Scorpions and Guilderland. That's Kendall Barnhart for Guilderland against Fisayo Sewell of Scorpions. And now Guilderland into the lead, being stalked right now by the Scorpions right behind her. They are running stride for stride.
And at that handoff, Scorpions were so caught up with being right there on top of Guilderland that they took the baton, didn't switch hands, which is very interesting. You know,
good catch.
You see, they might, you're not going to switch hands in a 4x1, but in a 4x4, you always see take the baton with your left, pass it over to your right, so you're ready for that handoff to your runner's left hand.
Yep, absolutely. And now we're seeing the Scorpions starting to fade a little bit as Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers moves into second. It is still Guilderland up front. And a clean exchange for them. About a second lead over Archbishop Spalding Cavaliers. This is Grace Dorschner against Seda Asabayi.
59-second splits for Guilderland and Archbishop Spalding. Guilderland, a second lead at the exchange. 1 lap to go on this 3rd leg. And for Gilderland, we've got Megan Swan running on this third leg. Swan now powering away from Archbishop Spalding. And the Scorpions trying to claw their way back into this one.
Huge lead now for Gilderland. This was an enormous leg. We'll get a split time from her, but that was such a powerful run, and having to do it by herself. Clean handoff, and she's run 59.21, so another sub-60 lap for the Gilderland Track Club. They have an enormous lead at the moment.
And they're well on pace to dip under 4 minutes. Remember that time to beat right now, 4:04. 2:58 at 1200, so another 59 or 60 like we've seen from the first 3 legs, and Gilderland could be the next top team right now. It's heat 3 of 6, so still a lot of 4x4s to come. Gilderland leading the way, Archbishop Spalding second, and Scorpions Track Club in third. Kendall Barnhart of Gilderland closing this thing out. Gilderland gonna take heat 3 of the girls, Rising Stars 4x4, and they ran away with this one. A huge run for Gilderland. Kendall Barnhart closes it out in 56.35 to run 3:55.22. What a huge run. All 4 girls for Gilderland. Just huge legs. They've led at every exchange. Held off challenges from Scorpions and Archbishop Spalding. And Kendall Barnhart brought it home with a new fastest split of the day, 56.35. Next up on the track, Heat 4, we've got Rams Elite, Archbishop Carroll, Needham Track Club, Elville Big Red, Hingham Track Club, and Team Lions, but a few empty lanes here. Looks like we've just got Rams, Needham, Hingham, and Lions.
So fastest time in the country this year, just for reference, is 3:44.88. So a huge run there for Gilderland in our last section at 3:55. That puts them currently about 16th in the country. Wouldn't be surprised to see some fast times continue to pour out from these races.
And that 3:44 was set by Bullis, who is scheduled to run in Heat 6. We've seen Bullis all over the place this weekend.
Yeah, if you've been paying attention at all, you know the name Bullis by now, because they have been dominating on the track in the record books. But right now, dominating on the track, it is the Team Lions. So that was a 58-51 opening split for Noel Cumberland. So now Lainey Clements will take the baton around. She's got a nice cushion of advantage ahead of Hingham and Needham, but these teams working really well together along with the Rams to try to close that gap.
Lions, Hingham Track Club, Rams Elite, and Needham, your top 4. And they are all looking to beat that time of 3:55.22. That's a tough ask. Gilderland in Heat 3 went and put down a quick time, and we saw a fast time in the boys' side come out of Heat 3, and that one held up through 7 heats. Team Lions. Noel Cumberland had the fastest leadoff leg we've seen so far today with 58.51. Lainey Clements now closing out the second leg.
And I believe that's Chloe Thomas now for Team Lions with a quick shoulder check, looking for the threat. There isn't any. She's got a sizable lead right now, and a huge move being made on the outside there. That's Rams. And I believe that's Daisha Reed with a big push, trying to close that gap down on Chloe Thomas ahead of her.
Lions still well out in front. They had 4 seconds at that handoff, but it's getting closed down now by Rams. Coming in here, 100 meters until the final pass. Chloe Thomas for Lions, trying to hold this lead. One leg to go. Heat 4, the girls, Rising Stars, 4x400.
So Thomas does a great job of maintaining her composure there. And now this is Natalie Coors for the Team Lions, running solo up front. Again, the advantage for these high schoolers is that they're going to have these gorgeous, huge scoreboards to look up to, so they can get a sense, if they want to, of where the action is behind them. That's an advantage I never had when I was in high school, certainly. I mean, this facility is bananas.
It certainly was something that you'd take advantage of at the professional or collegiate level. Did it ever get distracting?
I think it depends on how much you're just trying to race versus how much you're, it comes down a little bit to intuition and your sense of what's happening around you. But talk about what's happening around you. That lead was enormous at the final handoff, and Natalie Coors now being challenged strongly by the Rams and Needham Track Club. All three girls are in this thing. What's going to happen over the final 50 meters?
Needham swinging wide in the white kit. Rams swinging into lane 2. They'll overtake Lions. Rams and Needham. Here comes Needham. Needham's going to take it at the line.
And
Hingham jumped in there too.
Right,
It's
yes.
unbelievable.
And they end up in second, actually, in that section. Hingham Track Club, 4:03.82, 4:03.37 for Needham, 4:03.83 for Rams, and then 4:03.96 for the Team Lions. So just about 2/3 of a second separating all four teams. Really good to see that kind of competition. And that means that they will move into third and fourth overall. Gilderland still holds on to the top spot at 3:55. They're the only sub-4 team thus far. But as we get ready now for our next section, it is likely that we'll see some fast times thrown down. We've got IMG Elite, we've got Reagan Track Club, Winslow, Bloomfield, DC Cadets, and Roadrunners rounding out the field.
And on the outside in lane 5, DC Cadets in the red shorts and white tops starting to make up the stagger. Also in lane 3 is Winslow making a move. DC Cadets and Winslow fighting for position here. DC Cadets gonna have it at the break. Winslow, though, tucked in right behind.
Great to see these ladies running so tightly together. Again, it sometimes, like you said, makes the times a little slower, but it elevates the level of competition for all of these girls. Taking advantage of this beautiful track here at New Balance in Boston, and some separation now as the DC Cadets continue to extend their lead. Moving into the handoff, I love those glasses. I believe that's Nia Dunham, and she is going to hand off to, I think that's Maya McGilwin.
Strong lead-off leg from the DC Cadets, 60.27, and they are out in front, but we know from the last heat that being out in front on the first leg doesn't necessarily mean you're going to walk away with this thing.
Absolutely not, and there is a battle on for second right now between Reagan Elite and Bloomfield. And the DC Cadets continue to lead. I think they've probably put in just enough work to be able to maintain that advantage. They're going to be looking to keep this thing rolling, and it is a huge race behind them. 4 girls all contesting for that second spot.
DC Cadets at the exchange. Number 2 going to have the lead here, cheering their teammates in. In the Rising Stars girls 4x400, DC Cadets, and now IMG Elite in it. 58-4 split from IMG Elite. And they're closing down this lead. Here comes IMG Elite. They're going to make the pass on the DC Cadets around the turn, using that momentum around and getting quickly onto the rail. That's Zenji Washington for IMG Elite. And DC Cadets going to challenge back down the backstretch, and they're going to make the move around. Passing right off the turn, well-timed move.
Incredibly well-timed, again, being able to know yourself and your teammates, trusting that intuition in these races. It's key. It's something that will be solidified for all of these runners as they continue to gain experience here at the track at New Balance. And we're handing off now to the final runner for the DC Cadets with a very comfortable lead.
DC Cadets 3 flat at the third exchange. Top time right now, 3:55, Guilderland Track Club, but no one else under 4 minutes. DC Cadets are out there, and Reagan Elite trying to make it up. Roadrunner in third, IMG Elite in fourth. 1 lap to go. McElwin for DC Cadets out front. IMG's moved from fourth to third, trying to make the pass from third to second down the backstretch. They're going to go on the inside. Given that inside position,
such a hard thing to do.
And here come the DC Cadets. IMG still charging, but DC Cadets are going to come across the line and take section 5 of the Rising Stars girls 4x400 meters. 4:01.24, second fastest time of the day.
So only Guilderland thus far able to better that 4-minute mark, running 3:55.22. That remains the fastest time. As we head into our next section, so we've got the Carolina Cavaliers, the EO Panthers, Borough Panthers, Windsor Track Club. This features Bullis as well as Track Life University. So we are moving into some hot territory here as we start cutting down these times and these races. Again, 3:55.22, the time to beat. Keep that eye on Bullis. And they have switched up the uniforms a little bit. They were in purple for a long time. They're in blue and yellow now, and they are looking awesome. All 6 teams on track and looking to run faster than 3:55.22.
Yeah, Bullis rocked the purple kits yesterday. Some of them in their individual finals rocked the purple kits today, but it's the blues today for the relays. Bullis is out here, and it looks like they've got Cassidy Hopkins, who's in second right now. Shelby Sanders of Track Life University in the lead.
So Bullis comes in again with the fastest time in the nation at 3:44.88. That was set just about a month ago. They come in with a seat time that's about 8 seconds slower than that. So perhaps some different team members involved, as there is a lead change right now, and that is going to be Windsor Track.
Windsor Track Club in the lead, Track Life University second, Carolina Cavaliers, then Bullis. 58.38 for the leadoff for Windsor Track. They are out. Track Life University giving chase. But all of the top 4 in this one right now. 2 seconds separated first through fourth at the first exchange.
And we had 3 athletes run sub-60 for that opening leg. We had 58.38, 59.34, and 59.67. So that tells you the caliber of these runners. It is continuing to be Track Life University trying to extend that lead over Windsor Track Club. But these girls are throwing down some fast times here today, and they know exactly what they have to do. 3:55, blazing time. That is the time to beat.
Jeffries of Track Life University in the lead. Windsor challenging back at the exchange. Good exchange from both teams. And a real battle. Bullis is now in third and trying to bring it back up. And that's Zoe Brooks from Bullis. And the EO Panthers fighting with Bullis for third position. Track Life out front. Windsor second.
So 4 more sub-60 splits for that second leg. And it's still a 2-girl race. Don't count out the EO Panthers, though. They are starting to close things down on our early leaders. So that is Track Life, Windsor, and EO Panthers. And EO has made up the difference on Windsor, going around with a strong move down the backstretch. 100 meters to go for her. And look at the power that she is bringing to this race.
EO Panthers got the baton in fourth. Looking to hand off in first. Going around Track Life. Track Life's got that inside position on the pass, but EO Panthers go by. Track Life in second for EO Panthers. Right now, that's Alexis Buskey on the anchor leg. Track Life's going to go past him. EO Panthers 55-77 split on that third leg.
Unbelievable, and that explains why she was able to make up so much room. Although Track Life is running away with this thing right now. She is out like a light, and she is going to come up with 200 meters to go. Hopefully she's timed this thing well, because that was an incredible opening lap.
Lauren Bickert of Track Life University. Alexis Buskey of EO Panthers in second. Track Life running away with this one. Time to beat, though, 3:55.22.
100 meters to go at about 3:38. It's going to be close. She's got 10 seconds.
Lauren Bickert against Heat 6 and against the clock. Here comes Track Life University, 3:54. Track Life University, 3:54.61. They win the Rising Stars Girls 4x400. Bullis brings it back for second, 3:57.93. And the compiled results there put Guilderland Track Club's 3:55 set way back in Heat 3 into second place. So 3:54 for Track Life. Guilderland goes 3:55. Bullis goes 3:57. And that's your Rising Stars 4x4 top three. And we've got some championship 4x4s coming up in a little bit, and we might see some of those same teams in there.
I would imagine so, but before we get there, we have the championship boys 4x800 meters. We already saw some of the earlier 4x8s that you were calling with Carrie, and now we're moving into those fastest sections. So we have 3 timed finals for the championship boys, 4x800. And they again are going to go from slowest to fastest on paper in terms of seed. We're going to get all the way down into that 750 range. But kicking things off is going to be section number 1. We've got Patriot Track Club, Manalapan Braves Track Club, the Patriot Athletics Club, West Springfield Track Club, Cary Track Club, CCW LLC, Bronxville Track Club, Glen Oak, Valley Project Track Club out of New Jersey, Cavaliers Track Club, Spain Park TC, the Racing Aces, I love that, Towson Athletics, Portland Track Club, Mount St. Joseph, Jackalope, and the DC Cadets. 17 teams. This is going to be a congested field.
And I expect them to get out fast because of that. Someone is just going to go take it out, right? You want to make sure, especially in that double waterfall start, where if you don't get out, you're going to be running in lane 2 or lane 3 for 150 meters.
Yes.
So that's exactly what we see here. Patriot Athletic Club gets out, 27 seconds.
Big opening lap. I believe that's Ray Pavlik up front for the Patriots. And these seat times all come in just over that 8-minute barrier, so 8:05 to 8:09. And of course, that means if you do that math, each athlete has to run just over 2 minutes if they want to run at that 8-minute 8:05 barrier. So as many runners, as many teams as we can getting under 8 minutes. That is the barrier to break as Carey moves into the lead. I believe that's Max Langenbach.
Kate, when was the last time you got to run a 4x8 during your career?
You asked a great question. I had the honor and pleasure of anchoring my Duke University 4x800 meter Penn Relays winning team more years ago than I care to share with our audience, but that was an absolute blast. Of course, you know, anytime you have these high quality relays, it's just so much fun being able to do it at the Penn Relays, being able to anchor our team. All my teammates ran so well, and we were able to hold off a late charge by Georgetown for that victory. So the last time I ran a 4x8 was pretty special for me.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. And you know, they started a couple years where they had the 4x8 at World Relays, which was a lot of fun. And
yeah.
Hopefully we see them bring that back, because that would be a cool thing to continue to see at the professional level.
Absolutely. So we're coming into exchange number 1 here. Again, it's going to be messy. It's going to be traffic. It is Carey with the lead over the Racing Aces, it looks like. So a 1:57.70. We mentioned that if you want to run under 8 minutes as a team, each of your runners has to run under 2 for their individual races. That is already happening well in the books. We've got 4 teams under 2 minutes for their opening leg, with Carey continuing to lead over the Racing Aces.
Yeah, and this is a lot of those seed times coming from 200 flat tracks or early in the season. They're able to get out here and run at the track at New Balance, such a great facility, and then at a really high level of competition, forcing you to get out fast and with their 17 teams on the track, so you kind of get that hard run out and use that adrenaline and excitement of running at New Balance Nationals to propel you to a faster time.
Absolutely, that's it. Again, it's the crowd, it's the track. This track is on fire. It's funny, our PA announcer Dave Milner was saying earlier, I think they're going to need to remeasure this thing because either it's short or everyone has just turned up to run. And I think that's probably what's happened, is that these athletes know that this is such a cool opportunity for them. This track is lightning fast, and we are seeing impressive times, nation leads, nation records, national records. And right now that is Cary Track Club in the lead with 1 lap to go of this leg. Again, 1:57.7 set by his teammate early on for the first leg. And I believe that's Lex Lundergan for Cary.
And Lundergan got out well on pace to another sub-2 split if he's able to hold on to this.
Running completely solo heading into that handoff.
Interesting enough, Cary facing all the competitors on both handoffs. Kind of a funny thing. And when you do that, it actually, you're running the wrong direction from where your body is trying to go, and you're trying to fight gravity on that banked turn. So kind of funky, but something that, they did it on their first exchange, they did it on their second exchange. I'm going to keep an eye out for it again.
Truly, and I wonder if the coach is, maybe suggesting that, hey, we're in the lead and we've got a bunch of guys behind us. We don't want to leave anything to chance. We don't want to run blind, even though, you are having to turn your body, but at least you're seeing where the danger is, if there is any. Again, we've seen a lot of bumps and a lot of traffic, but Cary, obviously the tactic working for them as they stretch out this lead. That was, we should mention, a 1:58.6 split for Lex Lundergan. And we'll get a name for you about who our third runner is here. But so far, 2 of their 4 under 2 minutes for their splits.
Yeah, pacing as well as you can, and that's what you're coming out here to do. You're not only are you racing against the teams in your heat, you're racing against the clock, and you're trying to go out and get a win. And it looks like that's Max Langenbach on the CTC third leg here.
A race on for second right now with Portland, the Race Maces, and the DC Cadets taking charge behind. But this is an enormous lead, and it's only continuing to grow. So almost 50-meter advantage now for Cary Track Club, with Max Langenbach hoping to eclipse that 2-minute time for himself as well.
And he went out in 57 seconds and just ran another 30. So he's on the way, but as an 800 runner yourself, or 1,500 and 800 runner, you know how much that last 800 can hurt. You had that 1,500 5K strength, so you would usually bring it home well, but more 800 specialists with that negative split, sometimes it's just hanging on for dear life at the end.
Absolutely. Well, again, in an 800, you expect a positive split. You always run slower on your second half than you do on the first, but another really strong performance there. 2 minutes flat for Max Langenbach. So as a team, they are about 3.5 seconds under that 8-minute barrier. Let's see what our final runner for the Cary Track Club can do. He's got an enormous lead at the moment.
Yeah, Langenbach did well to do that all alone out front. Got out hard and held on. And Cary Track Club, a 9-second advantage going into the last leg. And it looks like Colin Peterson's going to bring it home for CTC.
The times just get so much faster with each passing, I was going to say year, but now, frankly, each passing week, times are just getting so much faster that I think it's almost safe to say that the 800 is like the longest sprint. It used to be that the 400 was a long sprint. I think now the 800 is a long sprint, and you're seeing that in these athletes.
Well, 11 years ago when David Rudisha went out and ran 140, I think everyone was like, okay, it's time to say that this one is a flat-out sprint for 2 laps.
Absolutely. So Cary Track Club continuing to lead. This is Mount St. Joseph now into the second, and a battle on behind him. But Cary Track Club with Colin Peterson all alone up front, running blind. And looks like the fatigue is setting in a little bit here. He's just starting to struggle a bit with his form.
heads back a little bit. He's really pumping the arms, but he's going to hear that bell and get a boost.
7:24 with a lap to go for Cary Track Club. Mount St. Joseph and Cavaliers are fighting in second. The Cavs are going to go around Mount St. Joseph. Mount St. Joseph responds, but doesn't have enough to hold him off before the turn. They're reeling in Cary, but Cary had that 9-second advantage. They're just trying to hold on to the finish line. Cary, Cavaliers TC, Mount St. Joseph. Mount St. Joseph's getting passed by Towson. Cary goes first, Cavaliers second. Towson AC third, Mount St. Joseph fourth. 7:58-48, and Cary was able to do it. They go and get that sub-8 mark, a 157 and a 158 to kick them off, and then 2 solo efforts going 2 flat and 201 to hold on to that lead.
Super solid. Well done by Cary to be able to maintain that composure, running completely solo. And amazing to see a sub-8 performance kicking things off for these 4x8s. We're going to keep that action going. We've got 2 more timed finals, and on paper they do get faster, although we've seen, again, so much happen that sort of was beyond the script. We've lost the plot a couple times here. We're going to keep it rolling, though. We've got St. Johnsbury Track Club in position 1. Following them, we've got Homewood Track Club, Fidelis TC, Highland Regional, Bayshore Track Club, Mountain Brook TC, Old Bell, love this, very nice track club, Eau Claire Elite, Hall TC, A2 Track Team, South Fayette High School, Coatesville, Scarlet Knights, Westfield, and the Solon Distance Project. Huge section here, 16 teams again. It's going to be traffic. It's going to be busy. These guys need to stay on their feet, stay composed, get to work, and try to break that 8-minute barrier.
And they're out and blistering pace here. Straight to the front. And you got Solon Distance Project just absolutely going for it on that outside position. And when you're 16th of 16 on the line, you really do have to get out and press the pace. And that is Solon in the lead, A2 in second, South Fayette High School third. A2 track team starting to go around, but not quite on the rail. They'll take it now, A2. We got Eau Claire Elite and South Fayette mixing it up. St. Johnsburg starting to fade, as is Solon Distance Project. A2 in the purple singlet, still out front, being challenged by Eau Claire. South Fayette High School in the white and green, sitting in third. A2, the purple singlet in front. And the other purple singlet on the outside is Eau Claire.
Some separation now with our top 3. That is Homewood Track Club doing their best to keep that elastic tight on the field. But it is Eau Claire, A2, and South Fayette High School. They've got 100 meters to go, and we are at 140 on the clock. So again, a huge move now by South Fayette up front. And they will be in the lead at the exchange. It's going to be well under 2 minutes for that first leg. 1:56 and change as they hand off to Jack Workle for the South Fayette Lions. And he's gone off with a very fast opening 100 meters for his second leg.
South Fayette just really smart leg there. Staying relaxed, getting out hard the first 200, but then staying relaxed, tucked in, making a hard charge the last 150, blowing this thing open, and now stringing that field out really has opened up the running lane. So people are going to be able to make passes. They're going to be able to go for it now because we don't have too tight of a bunch in the middle.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of getting further into this race and having additional legs, is that, you know, the further you get into it, the more likely it is that it is going to string out like that. So big moves up front now. That's South Fayette continuing to lead. Strong push by A2 Track Club behind him. He's got 400 meters left in this leg.
South Fayette and A2 coming up on the final lap of our second leg. South Fayette leading the way. They had that 156 opening leg, but A2 really reeling it in here. A2 went out in 26 on their first leg, so might start feeling it a little bit, but if they're able to wind things up here and stay locked in on South Fayette, it looks like they're doing exactly that. A2 track team closing down on South Fayette. They took that gap from 3.5 seconds down to about half of a second. 50 meters to go on this second leg. I like that high handoff, like a 4x4 handoff from South Fayette, but they ran that the right way.
Again, some of the hardest part of this relay, especially when you have so many teams on the track, is just staying on your feet. So all of these teams done a great job of that, and it's a battle up front, South Fayette versus A2.
A2 gonna challenge, thinking about making the pass. They're gonna do it right at the start of the turn. A2 and South Fayette. Homewood Track Club trying to bring the pack in. Westfield TC gonna go around Homewood. Westfield in the white singlets with the W. And this nice strung out field is going to be brought back together by Westfield. A2, South Fayette, Westfield, Homewood, Mountain Brook Track Club. And it's still 8-2. But South Fayette sticking in there after A2 made that early pass after 200 meters. And South Fayette going into the last leg, they're going to challenge. A2's going to respond, but not quick enough. South Fayette going for it from 200 out.
And I believe that those pace lights are set on the track for the time to beat. So you're getting a sense there of how much further ahead those athletes are from the previous section. And a lead change there now, as that is A2 handing off with the advantage over South Fayette. I believe that is Chase Clapter. Another sub 2-minute performance.
And A2, they ran 5:57 through 3 legs, and that's within a second of what Cary Track Club put down in that previous heat. So that time to beat once again, 7:58, and A2 is going for it. South Fayette right there with them. And because they're chasing a time and not just racing each other, it forces South Fayette to make a decision. Do we want to keep going for it? Do I need to push this, take it on my own? Or do I trust that A2 is running fast enough right now?
That's right. And again, we can't trust that because so many of our fastest times have come out of the early sections. So I love the competitive spirit. I love the ability to compete on the track, but you have to keep that time in your mind. And a big move now, to your point, South Fayette trying to assert themselves up top. These are the Lions. And a huge move. They're putting some daylight between themselves and the rest of this field. A battle on behind them, but it is South Fayette with an enormous move, and he's going to come up with 1 lap to go. He's going to hear that bell.
Made that move as if it was the last lap, but I like the aggression on that third 200. Keep momentum moving while you still got some run in your legs. And they are getting after it. Fidelis Track Club has now made their way up in this one. They were 4th at the last handoff, now in 2nd.
So we still have 2 sections to go, but section number 2 is going to be won in 7:55.5, and that is South Fayette. 7:55.50 officially, and so that moves them into the fastest position of the day. Cary Track Club able to hold on for second at 7:58, but huge move there. And we had a 156, a 201, a 2 flat, and a 157. That was a fantastic final leg at 157.06, running almost completely solo.
Really strong running, that 157.0. And had a little bit of help that first lap. Second lap decided time to go and just put their foot on the gas. Always interesting to see this. The fastest 200 that South Fayette ran on that last leg was the third 200. Went and just put it down on that third 200. In this upcoming heat, we've got Westfield, Westford, Duval, Ridgefield, Valley Project, Rocket City, Racing City, Tiger Track, Beavers, Top of the Hill, Tabor City Track Club, AB Track, Naglock, and Danbury. And it looks like that's Duval on the inside that has just taken off and pressing this one right away. It is Duval. They got 6 meters or so on the field through a lap. And out in 26.9. Duval, Tiger Track Club, Valley Project, TC. Your top 3 right now, but Duval's got a bit of a lead, and we still got 400 meters to go on leg 1.
And they know that there's a fast section coming ahead of them, or after them, I should say, including Hinsdale Central, who holds the fastest time in the country this year at 7:45. So Duval looking to just do everything they can in this section to eat into whatever advantage they think the next and final section is going to have. And I love this, running really brave out front, knowing that you can, throw down a fast time and you don't need anyone else to do it. Real flex on the rest of the field as we come in with 1 lap to go. Again, that is Duval. Looks like maybe Daniel DeMonte.
Tiger Track Club now trying to reel in Duval. Westfield's made their way into 3rd. Impressive front running from Duval, going out hard and just hanging on to this one. But here comes Tiger Track Club on the outside. Tiger Track Club gonna hand off in first. Duval hot on their heels. Westfield in 3rd. A little bit of chaos here at the exchange as always. Everyone stays up on their feet, no collisions. Tiger Track Club 158.5 for that first split, 159 for Duval.
And that's what it's going to take. These runners have to be well under that 2-minute mark per athlete if they want to get close to not only the fastest time of the day, but of course that fastest time in the country of 7:45 laid down by Hinsdale Central. So it's separation now with a bit of a tight fight behind our Tiger Track Club. That is Westfield surpassing Duval. And those 3 have put quite a bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the field.
And that, for reference, that 7:45, just a very impressive running, but that's 146 and change for each of those runners. So a really, really impressive stuff from what Hinsdale Central has done so far this year. $156 and change.
That's right, incredible times. So we've got 1 lap to go now. Another lead change. Westfield to the lead. And that looks like Liam Murillo. And that was a huge move by him. He saw the clock, took a beat, and decided, I need to pour this thing on. So Liam Murillo leading out Westfield Track Club.
That's what we talked about on the last one. Trying to decide at what point Do you just race the people with you, or do you just got to throw it down and go for that next time?
That's right, and he has run incredibly well. That was a 1:55.36.
Fastest leg we've seen so far.
Absolutely, but not to be too far eclipsed. We should say that Danbury, currently in second, their runner ran a 1:56.87, 1:55.13 for Rocket City on those previous legs. So these guys are moving. They know exactly what they need to do. This is a very speedy opening lap here for Westfield. That is Ryan Daly for the Westfield Track Club, running by himself and continuing to extend that lead. He's got about 40 meters on the chase pack, including Rocket City, Danbury, Duval, Tigers, and Top of the Hill.
Lots of 155s and 156s. And being able to put together just one or two more 155s and 156s is going to really blow this thing open on the last few legs. That's what Westfield's trying to do here. They've gone out. They went 26.5 through that first 200 and kept pouring it on.
Yep, 28.31 for Ryan Daly. He's going to approach the line here with 1 lap to go. He's running completely by himself. Another 30.5, so he's still on track for a sub 2-minute performance. Again, that's what it's going to take if these guys want to run the fastest times of the meet. Ryan Daly running completely solo, about 50 meters on the field, and a good fight taking place behind him. But what a cushion he's going to give the anchor leg coming into the line. It is all Westfield Track Club handing off smooth.
157.40 for Westfield, so continuing to dip under the 2-minute barrier. 3 for 3 on their first 3 legs.
And I believe that this is Jonathan Scalia that we're seeing now, and he looks like he's running this thing like a 4x4. I hope he knows it's 4 laps.
Out quick, just trying to separate and kill any of the thoughts that Tiger Track Club might have that they can get back in this.
Well, and what a way to do it. If you can open up in a sub 26 first lap, which is exactly what he did, 25.94 for that opening 200. I have a feeling he may slow a little, although there's no sign of that at the moment. He is flying.
Well, that is Jonathan Scalia of Westfield TC. He is out and after it. 2 laps to go.
So Westfield out of New Jersey. This is Jonathan Scalia, and he has run 156.29 indoors this year. He did that just a couple of weeks ago, and he's looking to repeat that as he's hunting down some of the athletes that he is almost about to lap. 1 lap to go. Incredible run by him. That was a 31.38, so slowing slightly, but still powering around the backstretch. They're at 7:17 with 3,000 meters, and he's 100 meters to go in this thing. What is he going to run? Keep an eye on that clock. 7:35 with 100 to go.
He's a 156 guy individually, but he's trying to run faster. He went out in 54 and change through 400. Jonathan Scalia bringing it home. Westfield Track Club. We've got a new fastest time. He brings the team home in 7:50.06 and runs 1:57.9. That's just great team running, all 4 legs under 2 minutes.
Absolutely, and so close to that sub 750 barrier. We should mention that 7:50.06 puts them 4th in the nation this year. And we have our fastest section on track next. So again, on paper, this is the section to keep your eye on. It includes our nation leader of Hinsdale Central.
All right, folks, we have our 4th and fastest heat of the World Championship 4x100 race coming up next.
And they'll line them out, give them the pro treatment here. How many races did you run in your career that had this level of production value? Maybe the Olympics?
I was going to say, maybe a couple of pro races towards the end, but certainly nothing like this in high school.
Now, huge crowds at the Penn relays, but man, they run the Penn relays just heat after heat after heat.
That's right.
And they just push you through and get you going. And somehow, though, you know, it draws out the best performances in people left and right.
It sure does. And look at this star treatment that we're going to get for the fastest section of the boys championship 4x8. I love the music. I love the lights. I love the fireworks, literal fireworks happening in here. It's going to be hot, hot, hot on this track as we go through the starters for our championship boys fastest section of the 4x800 meter relay. Again, leading things off is going to be the Red Devils. This is Hinsdale Central. They come in with the fastest time in the country at 7:45.
Yeah, my neighbors in Hinsdale Central, about 4 miles down the street from where I live in the suburbs of Chicago. And
love it.
The Red Devils have been a powerhouse. They ran sub 7:40 last year, 7:32 outdoors.
That's right.
That was number 2 in the U.S.
Absolutely. So following behind them is going to be EA 1785 Track Club. They come in with also a 7:45 personal best. They're out of Pennsylvania. Then we've got Phillips Exeter Academy. They come in with a 7:48.01 best for the year. After them, we've got North Track Club out of New Jersey, 7:50.87. Senko Ranch out of Katy, Texas, comes in with a 7:51.38 best. Then we've got South Farms Track Club. They're from Middletown, Connecticut. That's Xavier High School at 3:52.32. Position number 7 is going to be Blacksburg Track Club. That's Blacksburg High School out of Virginia. They've got a 7:52.39. We're starting to see how tight this race is going to be, at least on paper. About 4 teams with 7:52 and change PBs, including Oakton Elite from Oakton High School in Virginia. They come in with a 7:52.55 best. We've also got Brookline Track Club from right here in Massachusetts at 7:54.36. So this will be a real treat for them to race in state at the track at New Balance here in Boston.
I gotta call it out that it's rare that you see another runner named Declan, and they got Declan Mulligan on their second leg. So I'm excited to see what a fellow Declan can do, especially in the 800.
Absolutely, I love that. Great name. And some great hair on that team, too. I saw at least one style and mullet, so that means that they're here to party. Fastest party on the planet. We've got Latin Track Club out of Boston Latin High School in Massachusetts as well, 7:54.60. Union Catholic, we've seen tons from them so far. They're out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey, 7:55 flat. 6 Mile Track Club from Northville is coming in with a 7:44.71. I believe that's a 7:54. That might be a bit of a typo there. And then we've got the Cougar Track Club out of Chatham, New Jersey at 7:54.36. So seat times ranging from 7:45 to 7:54. But again, seat times only mean so much when you're running here at this blazing facility, the track at New Balance in Boston.
Yeah, those seat times, you could have that full team fielding on the track. You could have improved that team. You might have lost someone to injury since you ran that time.
That's
so
right.
Lots of different teams on the track than what would have run those seed times, and some of them have not had their full team together probably since outdoor last year.
Absolutely. So again, on paper, the fastest team on this start line is going to be Hinsdale Central. Time to beat currently thrown down by Westfield Track Club at 7:50.06. On paper, there are only 3 teams in this section who have run faster than that. Again, magic is going to happen. So we are underway with our fourth and final section of the championship boys 4x800 meters here at New Balance Indoor Nationals.
And right off the bat on the inside, Aiden Bandakwala of Hinsdale Central was just having to push a little bit. You know, that top seed being on that rail, you're in a hard position having to get out really fast. So fighting a little bit, stuck on the rail right at the start, but Brookline Track Club is going to get out, or that's Blacksburg Track Club that gets out towards the front. And now Hinsdale Central locked in behind them, North Track Club and Cinco Ranch. Blacksburg Track Club out of Virginia, Hinsdale Central from Illinois.
So that is Aiden Bandakwala for Hinsdale, currently in second. He comes in with a 156 flat PB from this year, run just a couple of weeks ago, and he is trying to hunt down our leader out of Blacksburg.
And some really smart running from Bandakwala right there, just able to hold off the charge from EA 1785 and North Track Club, and he's going to make the move towards the front now, going into the last lap of the first leg. Hinsdale Central, EA 1785, Blacksburg and Cinco Ranch. Cinco Ranch now going around Blacksburg with 100 to go. Bandakwala pouring it on. Strong running on this first leg.
So again, keep your eye on that clock. It's well under 2 minutes. So he's going to come through in about 155.
Faster than his personal
42,
best.
That's right. So a PB from a start position, and that is the way to do it. Kicking things off for Hinsdale Central. They are not here to mess around. I believe that is Grant Miller running the second leg. We'll get confirmation of that for you.
And Hinsdale Central, Michael Scora out there in front. Cinco Ranch in the maroon and white tops. EA in third. Episcopal, that's Eli Engelman. Hinsdale Central still out there, and they went out in 26 on that leg. That's the excitement. You get the baton, you start going out fast, and you're chasing that top runner, and that's Cinco Ranch and EA chasing Hinsdale Central, so they went right with them. Cinco Ranch had to go out in 25-2 to do it, though.
Incredible. So it is that three-man battle up front right now. They're going to come around with 1 lap to go in this leg. And again, as you mentioned, that is Michael Scora up front, still for Hinsdale. He's got an outdoor personal best of 156.25. So trying to eclipse that as well, and now pouring it on for the Red Devils, putting some distance between himself and the two teams in hot pursuit.
He went out in 55 high, and doing well to hold onto it is Michael Scora, and he's starting to separate now. He's not picking anything up. He's just not slowing down quite as much as everyone else. Scora is out there and pressing the pace. Cinco Ranch trying to bring it back before the handoff. Hinsdale Central in the lead. That's a 157.2 from Michael Scora.
So Grant Miller now up front for the Red Devils. He's going to be running this third leg and trying to hold off the charge behind him from Cinco Ranch. Grant Miller, a real distance star. He's also run 158.66 outdoors last year. And it is those two, it is the Red Devils against the Cougars at the moment. They're being pursued by Phillips Exeter Academy, who's moved into third. Again, a reminder that the time to beat is 7:50.06.
And got to mention Hinsdale Central. They're in the lead here, 2 laps to go. They've got Daniel Watke on their anchor leg. Watke, an absolute superstar, 151 or 150 PB, and He ran at the USATF U20 Outdoor Championships and ran 151 for third last year.
That's right, absolutely. He is going to be going to the University of Oregon. Maybe you've heard of them. They've got some prestige in the world of track and field. So, again, anything can happen in the race, but keep your eye on Dan in that final leg. But right now, this is Grant Miller keeping things rolling for those Red Devils, and Cinco Ranch not letting them go.
Cinco Ranch doing a great job of just sticking in this one, trying to maintain contact for as long as possible. And we are coming up on this handoff. Hinsdale Central racing those pace lights right now and right alongside him. And it's going to go to Dan Watke, the Ducks commit.
And those pace lights set to the fastest time in the country this year, which, as we mentioned, is held by the team in the front right now, 7:45, 7:3. That is what those lights are set to, and they are ahead of it, but those Cougars not letting them go.
And that's the race within the race. Watke obviously has to keep his eyes on those lights for that reason, knowing there's a time already in the bank that's pretty quick, but Cinco Ranch has their eyes up on Watke, and they're running to pull him back in. Phillips Exeter Academy now making their way up, moving into second.
So a 27:89 opening lap there for Watke. He's looking incredibly strong right now. He knows how to do this thing. He's got a lot of experience at the very top level. Controlling this race from the front. He's going to come through 400 meters, got 2 laps to go, holding this thing together for the Red Devils, and that was a 28:48, so a very fast opening quarter for him. Looking smooth, controlled, and composed as the battle is on behind him for second.
And just out there running a really smooth race, and it looks like he just turned another gear, trying to tighten the screws a little bit, is Dan Watke. He's got 1 lap to go. Hinsdale Central, they came in the top seed with a target on their back. They've been leading the whole way. The Red Devils of Hinsdale Central, here comes Cinco Ranch. They're going to try and challenge. Less than 100 meters to go. Dan Watke pouring it on now. Cinco Ranch trying to give chase. EA 1785 moving into third, but as the sparks fly, here comes Watke breaking the tape for the Red Devils of Hinsdale Central. 7:43. That's a new top time in the country for Hinsdale Central, bettering their seed time. That team of Aiden Bandakwala, Grant Miller, Michael Skora, and Dan Watke. And that final split, 153-36, and a tactically sound split from Watke. Stayed relaxed, stayed composed, and then just tightened things up and brought home the win.
Absolutely, but you know, we should mention fantastic performance there for Hinsdale and Watke, but 152.30 run by the anchor leg of our second team. 153.1, 153.7 also run by Phillips Exeter and 6 Mile Track Club. So talk about elevating the whole level of performance across the board for these guys. To be able to see some 152 and 153 splits at this track at New Balance in Boston speaks to not only, again, how incredible this facility is, but the level of competition. I'm blown away. That is amazing.
Yeah, not just 1 or 2. They were all over the place. There were teams that were moving up from 7th to 3rd, running 154. And that's what it's all about, is rising to the level of competition, like you said, but also just taking advantage of those opportunities. You don't get an opportunity to have these deep of fields very often.
Absolutely.
And they've taken great advantage of them, and it was a stellar, stellar run in all sections of the boys 4x8.
We'll move now on to the girls' championship 4x800 meter relays. Again, we're going to have several sections of these ladies as well. We've got 4 time sections again, running on paper from slowest to fastest. That is how it played out with the boys. Let's see what we can do with the girls.
Start list for this section: Wellesley Track Club, Rocket City, Crozet Crew, Westfield, Braintree, Glastonbury, Loveland, DC Cadets, Oakton, Elite Weymouth Track Club, Huntingdon Valley. There's 11 in this one. And we'll have no more than 13 in each of the 4 heats. Wellesley comes into this one with the top seed. They're hip number 1 and on the rail in those black shorts and blue tops. 9:38.09. The number 1 time coming in here, Jay Sarah, Catholic from California. They've got an 8:52.68 seed from outdoors last year. They'll go in section 4. Top seed in this one, like we said, Wellesley Track Club, 9:38. Loveland came in today with a 9:39. This is a really tightly grouped race. 9:38 to 9:42 are the seed times for all 11 teams. So within 3 seconds, that's 3 seconds separating over 3,200 meters. So a really, really tight group. And that's why we see them 3 wide, running way up onto the turn. Loveland leading the way. Huntingdon Valley, Westfield, and Wellesley. You see HVTC on the jerseys of Huntingdon Valley. It's Amelia Ogawa for HVTC, running on the hip of Loveland. HVTC going to make the move to the front before the turn. 4 heats against the clock, so going and putting out your best possible performance and seeing how it stacks up against the 3 heats to follow. They'll pass down the home stretch and go into their final lap of this first section. Their teammates all cheering them on as the second legs, third legs, and fourth legs line the track. HVTC, Loveland, and Crozet Crew. Crozet Crew now swinging out wide in the light blue. And Huntingdon Valley in second. Amelia Ogawa led from 300 meters in. It's Crozet Crew now up top. They're going to pass off in first. HVTC chasing them down. Loveland and Weymouth in third and fourth. That's Westfield in pink. Loveland in black. Crozet Crew leading the way right now in the light blue. Riding that rail. Crozet Crew came in with a 9:38.20 seed time, but like we said, this whole group of 11, all these teams, 9:38 to 9:42, so 4-second spread for these 11 in their seed times. And Crozet is out right now, leading the charge. Huntingdon Valley on their hip. Loveland tucked in on the rail behind, and Westfield stalking in the hot pink. 2 laps to go for the second leg of the girls' championship 4x800 here at New Balance Nationals. That's Jordan Stone of Crozet Crew out front right now, and she got the baton in first and has been leading the charge, but everyone really still in this one. .300 meters left on this leg. And they'll pass off to the third leg. Jordan Stone now has a bit of a gap, but it's being closed down by the team from Loveland. Loveland goes by. Crozet Crew, though, sitting in second still. DC Cadets making their way up in the pack. DC Cadets now moving into second. Loveland still way out ahead. And they're going to get the baton in first. Loveland goes, DC Cadets. Crozet Crew passed at the handoff by Glastonbury. And Westfield, HVTC, and Rocket City. Right now, Loveland and DC Cadets up front. Glastonbury's closed down in on them and made it a pack. Crozet Crew running out there alone right now, just on an island between two groups of three.
Such a hard spot to be. You're sort of running in no woman's land there, just having to really stay focused and try to close that gap down.
Loveland still out in front. DC Cadets have tucked in behind, and Glastonbury now going to make the move before the turn. As they come around, they're going to have 2 laps to go. And then they'll pass off to the final leg of Heat 1 of the girls 4x8.
And again, we'll see Glastonbury back for the fastest section with their A team. They come in with the 3rd fastest time of the meet. Again, those times in the fastest section getting all the way down to sub 9 minutes. But right now, a very strong run up front by Glastonbury's B team in that pink strip. They'll come up with 1 lap to go and putting some distance between them and the rest of the field. Running very strong, and you can see the way that she's carrying that baton too. Running like a pro. I believe that's Jacqueline. I'm not sure if it's Jacqueline Dudas or Jacqueline Karen, because they do have 2 athletes with the same first name on this team. But regardless, she's running very well. Again, that 2:20 time set by her teammate out of that first leg. Second leg, rather.
And Crozet Crew now really bringing it back. They faded at the end of that first leg, but bringing it in. Glastonbury and Crozet Crew handoff right next to each other. Crozet Crew just going to say, all right, I'll sit on your shoulder here.
So that is Michaela Netter for Glastonbury up front in the pink. With Crozet Crew chasing down, and then Loveland trying to stay in this thing as well. Don't count out Huntington or the DC Cadets. All 5 of these teams still in this thing.
A little bit of a gap there before HVTC, but they're closing it down now. You always see things string out at the handoff and then come back together once they start to settle back into pace.
The 800's a long enough race that you really want to have some other people to work with if you have the opportunity to. Unless you're in the lead, of course, you just want to keep extending it. But otherwise, it is so helpful, at least through the first half of this thing, to be able to have some other girls out there to contest. And you're seeing that right now with little packs of 2 developing. So we've got Glastonbury and Crozet Crew, and then a bit of a gap back to Huntington and Loveland. They've come through halfway here of this 800-meter leg.
Crozet Crew makes the pass before the turn at 400 meters on leg number 3. And they're trying to spread this thing out. Crozet Crew and Glastonbury trying to pull away. HVTC now winds up back on an island as they separate from that other pack in the back. So we've got 1 lap to go on this 3rd leg of the Girls' Championship 4x400s. Crozet Crew, Glastonbury, Huntington TC, Rocket City, and Westfield. And Rocket City really starting to bring it together now as they make the pass on Huntington Valley into 3rd.
So big move there by Crozet Crew. And as she approaches the line, she's going to hear that bell. Oh no, and she's done. My apologies. So 9:30, 9:29.80.
They had left that one up on the on the lap counter,
right.
so
yeah.
threw us for a loop there. But Crozet Crew brings it home. 9:29. Rocket City 9:32. So setting that standard in Heat 1 of the times to beat. And we did talk about that last section having quite a few quick times. Few that dip under that 9-minute barrier, but that 9:29 stacks up with many of those times in the second section, the third section, as far as seed times go. So really strong performance from Crozet Crew to go out there and press that, especially on that last leg once they took the lead.
Absolutely, and in fact, to your point, 9:29, that's under what the pace lights are going to be set for this second section, which again on paper is even faster than the first. So pace light's going to be set for 9:33 for section 2 of 4 of our timed finals for the championship girls 4x8s. We've got the RFH Dogs Track Club, the Jets TC, Cow Harbor Track Club, Salem Track Club, Shovelton TC, Beavers, Panorama Farms Project, Bronxville TC, Langley, Raleigh Catholic, Arlington Warriors, and Milton Track Club. So 12 teams, slightly smaller field for this next section of our championship girls 4x8.
Heat 2 of 4, and the Arlington Warriors pressing the pace early on, as is RFH Dogs Track Club.
So again, that time to beat 9:29.86, the only team under the 9:30 barrier. That was Crozet Crew out of the first section. And again, a tight pack of 12 teams right now. That's Salem Track Club up front as she approaches the halfway mark of her leg. So that was a 71 opening 400. So right on that 222 tempo, which is what it's going to take. Fastest time out of that first section came from Rocket City, a 2:16.52 final leg. And these girls are starting to stretch it out now. That is the Beavers up front in those pink shorts, approaching 1 lap to go. And the Beavers come in with a 9:35 seed. I believe that's Jamie Confer for the Beavers, being chased down right now by Bronxville TC and the pack following. But a huge final lap here for Jamie Confer. She's looking incredibly strong with 100 meters to go. The Beavers are out of Beaver Creek High School in Ohio. So they have traveled far to throw down here at the track at New Balance in Boston. And a 2:21 opening leg for Jamie Confer of the Beavers. Again, those pacing lights set at 9:33. These teams are well ahead of that. Good move being made there by Bronxville Track Club as well, trying to bridge that gap. And then the rest of the field working strong together, trying to diminish some of that daylight up to our early leaders. So a 31.81, very fast opening split there for Abby Roberts of the Beavers. And she's starting to settle into the pace a little bit now as you get that great wide shot of the track. You can see how spread out these athletes are. It's indicating the speed with which they're turning over. Good move there too by Cow Harbor. Moved her way up into third, just behind Bronxville, and these two working really strong, trying to diminish that gap up to Abby Roberts of the Beavers. So 37.12 for that second 200. But keep your eye on Bronxville and Cow Harbor. These two working really well, and that gap is continuing to shrink up to Abby Roberts. She's going to be handing off to Macy Roberts. And now that advantage has been completely eliminated. We've got a 3-girl race up top. We've got Abby Roberts for the Beavers. We've got Bronxville and Cow Harbor. All 3 of them coming through at 4:09 with 1 lap to go. Big move there by Madeline Stupert of the Bronxville Track Club, 36.75. Penultimate lap for her to bridge that gap. But Abby Roberts feeling the danger. She's going to keep things rolling along here. So 2:21.68 opening leg for Jamie Confer of the Beavers. Abby Roberts is going to hand off in 2:24.99. It is Beavers and Cow Harbor now into second. That's going to be Katie Hayes for Cow Harbor, and she is right on the heels of Macy Roberts of the Beavers out of Ohio. So a race of 2 up front, a race of 2 chasing. That Salem Track Club and the RFH Dogs have put themselves in this conversation as well. Bronxville trying to hold on behind the 2 of them. Again, the time to beat so far today came out of Crozet Crew from that first section, 9:29.86. 4 teams on or faster than the pace lights at the moment. They come through halfway here. And that is Ella Cancro for Cow Harbor, putting some pressure on the Beavers up front. And now we see the teamwork of Salem Track Club and the RFH Dogs. There's 4 girls back in this race now. Strong move on the outside there by Salem Track Club. They're going to put themselves in the lead heading up to the final lap of this leg, and they're just off those pace lights now, so the pace has slowed slightly. They're going to keep their eye on that. That looks like Megan Stafford of Salem Track Club, but the Beavers not wanting to let them go.
As the 2 Ohio teams, Salem and Beaver Creek, chasing the lights down the backstretch.
And the Beavers retake the lead. Strong push with 100 meters to go. Found another gear. And it will be the Beavers with the advantage just behind those pace lights set at 9:33 into the final exchange. Beavers looking very strong. Salem Track Club stalking them down. I believe this is Macy Roberts now. That was Eleanor Shuttleworth for the Beavers. And Roberts running just ahead of those pace lights. So Macy Roberts putting some distance on her competitors. Big move now by the Jets, who are in the conversation for the first time in this thing. That's Caroline Beating of the Jets. And she's now at the top of those pace lights as well. So both of these teams on pace to run at or faster than that blazing 9:29 thrown down by Crozet Crew early on. Macy Roberts has a 2:17.86 personal best, and that's partly why you're seeing these times click down. Caroline Beating, though, right on her heels. Again, we've seen so many personal bests so far from the boys championship 4x8s. guys running faster than their PBs within the relays. Again, these athletes are peaked. The track is hot. We are at the track at New Balance here in Boston, and you are seeing future superstars and magic unfolding on your screen. With 1 lap to go, it is still the Beavers against the Jets. This is Macy Roberts versus Caroline Beating. And Rally Catholic now in the pink behind them. That was a 34-second split for their final runner. With 100 meters to go, we've got 3 teams on or faster than those pace lights. It's Beavers versus the Jets. Macy Roberts is going to hold on for the win. It's going to be just outside that time set by Crozet Cruz. So we've got 9:30.28 for the Beavers. 9:31.76 for the Jets, and then Rally Catholic 9:34.09. So Beavers and Jets in second and third, but Crozet Crew did enough to hold on at the moment after sections 2 of 4 to the top position. And we should mention that was an incredibly fast close by the final runner for Rally Catholic. That was a 2:13.9 final leg for that team, moving them into third overall. So moving now on to section 3 of 4. Again, on paper, these times just keep getting faster and faster. We've got seed times in section 3 ranging from 9:18 to 9:30. Pace lights are going to be set here for 9:03, which is the fastest seed of, which is quite a bit faster than the fastest seed of this next section. So we've got the Gators Track Club out of New York. We've got Duval in lane 2, Legion Track Club in 3, Union Catholic TC's B team in 4. We've got Ridgefield in 5, Greenwich Track Club in 6, Charlotte Country Day School in 7, Webb of Knoxville in 8, Orchard Park in 9, Bison Track Club in 10, and Lime Old in lane 11. So again, fastest seed of this bunch is going to come out of the Gators Track Club from New York. That's a 9:18 flat, but in the moment it is the Bisons leading. They've run 9:27.63 this year. So 11 ladies contesting on the track. Bisons in that orange kit continue to lead through halfway in 68.39. Hot on her heels are the Gators Track Club out of New York and then Orchard Park. So 68 opening quarter puts them just about dead even with Crozet Crew. Now we've got a bit of a contest on the outside. So that's Orchard Park now taking over the lead. Orchard Park, I believe that's Jillian O'Rourke, making a big move down the backstretch. So it's Orchard Park leading the Bisons just behind those pace lights of 9:03. So O'Rourke hands off to her teammate for Orchard Park. That was a beautiful opening leg at 2:18. She's going to hand off to Annalise Heinrich. Heinrich just behind those pace lights, and she's being hunted down by the Bison's second leg. I believe that's Charlotte Dunkel. So Annalise Heinrich right on those pace lights, pulling Charlotte Dunkel of the Bison's Track Club along with her. And then behind them, it is Charlotte Country Day School and the Gators Track Club. Charlotte Dunkel closing that gap for the Bisons. Bisons have run the 6th fastest time in the country this year. They're out of New York City. And although it wasn't updated on the heat sheets, they've run 9:10 this season, the Bison Track Club has. So it's Orchard Park and Bisons. It's New York versus New York. Bisons have run, again, 9:10:14, so that's why they have those pace lights set at that 9:03 tempo. They're just off that at the moment. But Charlotte Dunkel having a great leg as she swings wide around Annalise Heinrich. It's another 35-second lap there for Charlotte Dunkel. So Charlotte Dunkel has run 2:16.9 this year. And in fact, she did that in the Championship Girls 800 final here at the New Balance Indoor National. So that is a fresh PB. And she will hand off now to her teammate, keeping those Bisons squarely in the lead. So Charlotte Dunkel, 2:16.93 for 7th in those 800-meter championship finals yesterday. She just threw down a 2:16.39. So that is an unofficial personal best for her, and what a place to do it here at the track at New Balance. Bison's continuing to extend their lead. And I believe that's Leonie Griffin now for the Bisons in the orange strip. Keep your eye on Orchard Park and Charlotte Country Day School behind her, but a big advantage right now for Leonie Griffin. Leonie Griffin also contested the Open 800, the Championship Girls 800, I should say. She ran 2:14.71, and she is right on those pace lights. This team is trying to break that 9-minute barrier or get as close to it as possible. They are at about 9:04, 9:05 tempo right now. So Leonie Griffin running completely solo as she approaches 1 lap to go, driving those arms. Digging deep, doing it all by herself. She knows where those lights are. She knows what she's got to do here. So she's going to hand off to Juliana Mirabel. The Bison's off those pace lights right now, but well ahead of the rest of the field. So that was another 2:16.98 for Leonie Griffin. So we've got 2:20, 2:16, 2:16 for the Bisons. They're being chased down by Charlotte Country Day School, who's moved into second. Orchard Park trying to hold on to that 3rd position right now. Again, the time to beat for the day is 9:29.86 by Krasik Crew. And these girls on tempo to demolish that. So Juliana Mirabel for the Bisons looking very strong. She's got 400 meters to go of this 800. She's got a 1:38.8 600 meter PR. And she is a really versatile athlete. She runs the hurdles, she jumps, she's a sprinter, and she is showing her dominance right now with about 300 meters left for the Bisons in this championship girls penultimate section of the 4x800 meter relay. So Shaker High School in New York being represented by the Bisons. And that's actually Kaylee Higgins out for the Bisons. Kaylee Higgins running incredibly strong. She's got a 4:38 1500 best, 2:56,000 best, and you're seeing her pour on the speed right now. Keep your eye on the clock. It's going to be outside the time set by the pace lights, but it is going to be by far the fastest time of the day so far. 9:11.2 for the Bisons Track Club. Well done by Kaylee Higgins. So too Charlotte Country Day School, 9:18.04. And Orchard Park holds on to that third position. They've run 9:27.25, 9:29.53 for Duval. So those are your top four teams, eclipsing the time set earlier on by Crozet Crew. And as we move into our final and fastest on paper section of the girls 4x800 meter championship relays, 9:11.24 the time to beat. However, there is good reason to believe that this is going to be hotly contested because we've got Jay Sarah in the house. They have run 8:52 outdoors. Pace lights are going to be set today at 8:51.93. That is the national record that was set last year by the Ann Arbor Pioneers. They're also known as the Purple Track Club. They're going to be in this race as well, but keep your eyes on Jay Sarah out of San Juan Capistrano in California. They are the fastest team on paper, but they're going to have some work to do because they're up against the Carolina Cavaliers, who ran the 5th fastest time ever for high schoolers outdoors last week, 8:48. They're out of North Carolina. Number 4 in the country this year is going to be Glastonbury in lane 3. We've heard lots about them this weekend. Union Catholic Track Club, they were the Millrose Games champions in this event. They're out of New Jersey. They've run the 3rd fastest time in the country. IMG Elite out of Florida has run 9:15.03, so just outside the time that was set in our previous section. Joining them is going to be the Haverford Township Track Club. They're out of Haverford High School in Pennsylvania. And then, as we mentioned, Purple Track Club set the national record last year here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. That time, 8:51.93. It's a slightly different team this year, but keep your eye on Purple Track Club as well out of Ann Arbor. We've got Tabor City Track Club out of North Carolina. They've run 9:18 so far this year. Then we've got a couple more teams under that 9:20 barrier, including West Springfield Track Club out of Virginia and the Tub Gator Track Club representing Cherokee High School out of New Jersey. And then our local favorites out of Brookline, Massachusetts, this is the Brookline Track Club. They've run 9:15.25. And then Padua Academy is being represented by Impulse Track Club They've run 9:20 this year, and rounding out our field is going to be Chelsea Track Club out of Chelsea, Alabama. They've run 9:31.80, but don't count them out. Anything can happen on the day here as we bring the heat and the magic to the fastest party on the planet, the track at New Balance Boston.
And we've had 3 sections already and some pretty quick times. 9:11, that top time already. But a couple teams here, 4 teams with a seed time a little quicker than that. We know that that's not necessarily going to mean anything, but that 9:11 is certainly going to factor in somewhere in those top 8 to 10 spots. It's just a matter of how fast do they go, where do they factor in. This championship 4th and final section, girls 4x800 at the New Balance Nationals. Last distance event of the weekend.
That's right. It's been a fun party. We're going to keep it rolling. Again, those pace lights set to 8:51.93. That would be a national record. So you might be seeing history unfold on your screens. Again, J. Sarah Catholic Secondary School comes in with the fastest time. They're going to be led off by Brooke O'Brien. Brooke O'Brien ran a sub 5-minute mile earlier this year. And that is that team that will come up on your screen or your information if you're looking them up. They're unattached, but that is J. Sarah Secondary School. And to their outside, that is the Carolina Cavaliers, not wanting to give anything away. Union Catholic in this thing too. Some of the top runners in the country. Many of these girls ran very well individually earlier this weekend, and now they're able to turn things on for their team.
Well, you mentioned the Carolina Cavaliers have run fast outdoors, and that's one of those interesting things this time of year, already kicking things off on the outdoor track in the Carolinas. But, you know, up here in Boston, it's still cold, and people are just wrapping up the indoor season, so they've already started tackling outdoor, ran that 5th fastest time all time in U.S. high school girls track, and they are getting after it. It's Carolina Cavaliers, Union Catholic, J. Sarah, and Glastonbury. Glastonbury now moving their way into second.
And that is Justine Prisano up at the front there for the Carolina Cavaliers. And she's run a 254,000 meter. She did that just about a month ago. She's also got a 455 1600 best. So she's got wheels, and she's knowing how to use them as they come into this first exchange. It is Glastonbury versus the Cavaliers.
Annika Paluska of Glastonbury bringing it in strong. The Cavaliers close it out, and a great handoff to slide back into the lead. 2:14s for the Cavaliers and for Glastonbury. Look at Union Catholic go.
A huge move by them, really asserting their dominance up front.
That's Peyton Hollis, and she is going for it. The Melrose Game champs this year. And we talked about that national record set last year at New Balance Nationals indoor by that team from Ann Arbor, Pioneer. And Purple Track Club is in this one. They're back right now in 6th place. Union Catholic's Peyton Hollis, Stella Kerms of Carolina Cavaliers.
And Stella Kerms has a 447 PR in the mile, so you're seeing that strength on display right now. She's bridged that gap up to Union Catholic, and it is a 2-girl race up front with about 300 meters to go.
Yeah, Stella was trying to go around on the turn, it seemed, and Hollis just put a little bit of a surge in. 62 opening 400 from Peyton Hollis, and even with that 62, Stella Kerms feeling the pace starting to lag, so she's attacking, and Hollis just keeps shutting the door on that move. Ava Gattinella of Glastonbury trying to bridge that gap from third. Union Catholic, Carolina Cavaliers, Glastonbury, Jay Sarah, Tabor City, and Purple Track.
So it will be Union Catholic and the Carolina Cavaliers neck and neck at that exchange. Another great leg by both of these teams. 2:10 for a Union Catholic. That was a huge run. And now the handoff.
That's Alyssa Praisano of the Carolina Cavaliers, and she'll slide into the lead. Really solid tactical running there.
So we got two Praisanos on those Cavaliers. Justine led things off. She's handed it over to her sister now, and these girls are moving.
Jamea King from Union Catholic sitting in second behind Praisano of the Carolina Cavaliers. Glastonbury still in contention here, but a little bit back and trying to make their way up before they pass off to the anchor legs. Praisano and King. Cavaliers and Union Catholic. And Glastonbury starting to make up some ground there for Glastonbury. That's Brooke Strauss.
And you can see our third place runner for Glastonbury there is just behind those pace lights, but our two leaders are ahead of them. That means that we have two teams currently on national record tempo, and they are running neck and neck right now. Praisano continuing to lead. She's going to hit the 1 lap to go mark here, and she is just ahead of those pace lights, but the Cavaliers not letting her go.
Alyssa Praisano of the Carolina Cavaliers being stalked by Jamea King of Union Catholic. Brooke Strauss had closed that gap a little bit, but now they're pulling it back open. Strong close here for the Cavaliers and Union Catholic.
So this is going to be Charlotte Bell for the Carolina Cavaliers taking the final leg. And Charlotte Bell herself a 4:45 miler, so we know that she's going to be running fast. They are both still ahead of those pace lights set at national record pace of 8:51.93.
And 2:13.30. The split for Alyssa Praisano. Jamea King went 2:14 flat. And they go out in 31.5 for that first 200, really pressing things on.
So that is Kaylee Gonczarowski for Union Catholic, chasing down Charlotte ahead of her. She's going to be going to Notre Dame in the fall, and she is looking to have a great last time here at the track at Boston New Balance indoors. She's run 2:11.20, and she's run 2:11 a few times this year already, including to finish 10th in the finals of the Open 800 meters. And so a big move there. Carolina Cavaliers.
Charlotte Bell just using that pass to gain a little bit of momentum as they start lapping athletes, and she puts in a strong move. Charlotte Bell, 200 to go.
And you can see how far ahead of those pace lights they are. They've got a solid 20 meters on national record tempo. Both of these teams are on track to run the fastest time ever in the championship girls 4x8 here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. Charlotte Bell, 100 meters to go, trying to hold off Kaylee behind her for Union Catholic.
8:51.93, the national record set by Purple Track Club at New Balance Nationals Indoor in 2020. Carolina Cavaliers and Union Catholic Track Club. It's going to be the Carolina Cavaliers, anchored by Charlotte Bell. 8:48.02.
What a performance. Both of those athletes under the former record, 8:48.86 officially for Union Catholic. Enormous times, 2:08 for both of these runners, both for Charlotte Bell and Kaylee Guncerowski. 2:08.47, 2:08.75, and that is how you set a national record.
And for Charlotte Bell to get that baton in the lead under pressure from a 2:11 runner in Kaylee Guncerowski, and she pressed and pressed. She goes out and solos with Guncerowski right on her heels, a 2:08 and an absolutely monster run. They're New Balance national champs and they're national record holders.
Absolutely incredible.
The Carolina Cavaliers went and ran 8:48 outdoors last week. They come and do it indoors this week for a national record.
That's right. It just speaks to the magic here at the track at New Balance in Boston. Not surprising to see some of these national records go down. Huge run by all four of these girls, and that's a really special thing too about these relays is every single one of those runners has to bring their A game. You know, even if you're a slightly slower athlete, slightly faster, you have to run at or close to your personal best if you're going to try to contest a national record like this. And we saw that with all four of these girls for the Carolina Cavaliers.
And this is that final lap. Charlotte Bell trying to pull away. Guncerowski wouldn't let her go, but the last 100, she put down one final surge. Guncerowski trying to challenge, but Bell and Carolina Cavaliers able to fly down the home stretch, break the tape. New Balance Nationals indoor champs and a national record to cap it off.
And what a special moment for these girls to be able to, you know, this is what you see with the pros when there's Diamond League records or world records set, and these girls are able to do that as well for the national record here at the track at New Balance in Boston. That's going to be a great photo op. These girls are going to remember this for a long time to come.
And there are your results. Carolina Cavaliers 8:48.02. Union Catholic Track Club under the old national record by 4 seconds. 8:48.86 finishing second. Glastonbury 9:04. That's Jay Sarah listed as unattached there. They ran 9:09.
So we should mention that there were 10 teams under that 9:20 barrier.
And you see there at 6th, Bison Track Club, that 9:11 and number 10 from Charlotte Country Day, those came from Heat 3. So we said they'd factor in somewhere in the top 10, and they were 6th and 10th. So really impressive performances and another national record. What a weekend.
It's been absolutely fantastic. Again, the times have been incredible. The crowd support has been great. This is the fastest party on the planet. And right now the crowd, you know, is getting this little bit of a treat. They're enjoying the victory lap by our winners, the Carolina Cavaliers from that championship girls 4x800 meter. We're going to have some 4x4s coming up before we get there, allowing them to savor the moment. And you get to see all four of those girls out there together with that finish banner here at the track at New Balance in Boston.
No other way to cap off a meet than with 4x4s, but absolutely need that opportunity to go take their victory lap and celebrate in front of all these wonderful fans that have been so loud and brought so much energy throughout the 4 days of competition here at the track at New Balance.
And on that note, we should give another quick shout out to all of our officials and all the folks on our production team, everyone behind the scenes making this magic come together. It looks seamless, and I've always been told this by race directors, that the easier it looks, the harder the work was behind the scenes. So we're going to give that quick kudos to all of our folks on the track and the field, making sure that these athletes have the very best experience possible.
Never seen a hurdle crew work so fast and efficiently than we did today. Especially watching those shuttle hurdles yesterday, diving between athletes to get hurdles back up, and they were all over it yesterday as we ripped through heats of the 60 hurdles for the Rising Stars sections, for the championship sections, pentathlon.
Yeah, you were joking, Caitlin and I, that you had to be a real athlete just to be part of the crew here because there was just so much action happening all the time. And we were also kind of joking that they got like it was almost like a hit workout or a fartlek or something back and forth between those hurdles. So really well done by the hurdle crew and the rest of our officials and staff here at the track at New Balance.
And the Carolina Cavaliers there soaking in the moment. Their national record just a week after running the 5th all-time outdoors 4x8 in North Carolina. And that national record set by Ann Arbor Pioneer only lasted a year.
Records are made to be broken, especially when you're doing it here at this incredibly fast facility.
And taking a look at our start list, we've got 12 heats here in the Championship Boys 4x400. In Heat 1, we've got the Red Devils Track Club, Patriot Track Club, and Golden Eagles Track Club.
So as we've done with all of our other heats so far, these are going to run from slowest to fastest by time, meaning that by the time we get down to that 12th section, we're going to have some incredible superstars on the track. But starting things off, as you mentioned, we've got Red Devils, Patriot, and Golden Eagles. They come in with seed times ranging from 3:28 to 3:33.
Red Devils on the inside making that stagger up immediately. It's Red Devils at the break, Patriots TC, Golden Eagles in 3rd. Patriot now on the back stretch, closing that gap down on Red Devils.
So national lead in this event held currently by Montverde Academy at 3:15:31. They set that back in early February.
52-4 opening split for the Red Devils. They'll hand off in first, but everyone's in it. Patriot TC, Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles making a move 3rd to 1st, all in 50 meters.
I love the 4x4 because you kind of mentioned this earlier that you sort of just have the athletes that you have, right? Who's healthy, who's ready to run, who is still on their feet after several days of individual competition. But the 4x4 is truly that equalizer. So you're going to have milers, you're going to have 800-meter specialists coming down to it, and then you're probably going to be pulling up some of those 200 sprinters up to the 4x4 as well. So I really love watching the tactics unfold because you can kind of tell who's coming from what end of that spectrum.
Especially at the high school level where you just want your competitors, your best athletes out there.
That's right.
Anybody who's going to go and fight doesn't necessarily have to be the fastest open 400. A lot of times it's someone who's never run of an open 400.
Yes, I love that.
Patriot Track Club through 800 meters in the lead. Red Devils and Golden Eagles 2nd and 3rd, and everyone's in it still here. And this is your 3rd leg, one more to go. They'll step out onto the track as we come around for Patriot TC in the lead still. Down the back stretch, Red Devils. And Patriot trying to pour it on last 100. Stretch things out for their anchor leg.
You know, as a mid-distance specialist, really a miler and a 5,000-meter runner, the 400, I never raced an open 400 in high school or university, but I can't tell you the number of times I was on a 4x4. I honestly have lost count of my number of high school and college 4x4 teams, and I never had any desire to race an open 4, but I could not get enough of the 4x4. This is just the most fun relay.
Well, the first open 400 I ran in college was actually at your alma mater at Duke. And
really?
I had run the open 800 the day before, and I went and ran the 400 from a stand-up start just to get another race in before the 4x4.
How did that go?
It went pretty well, you know. It was okay.
The 400 is such a painful, punishing event, but we're seeing speed pouring on now. This is Red Devils being chased down by the Golden Eagles, but they're just going to run out of room. Red Devils hold on for the win in 3:30.77, rounded down to 76, so 3:31.41 for the Golden Eagles, and rounding out that field is going to be Patriot Track Club, finishing in 3:33.20.
Knowing some of the teams we have, expecting even faster than 3:30 as we keep going through. Looking at the next heat on the track, we got War Eagle Track Club, Reagan Elite, Legion Track Club, and Hustle Track Club. These seed times 3:27 for all of the teams, 3:27 and 3:28 for all 4 teams in this one.
So pretty evenly matched at the cut-in. Slate advantage there to Hustle Track Club. And that is the Legion TCNY Boys Legacy following behind them, and then into third now, War Eagle Track Club.
Hustle, Legion, War Eagle, and Reagan.
Big move there on the outside by Legion, and he is able to put his team in the lead at that exchange. So now we're on to Alex Hacker, I believe. It was a 51-16 for Spencer Lanoy. Hustle Track Club not letting them go. That was a 51-7 opening split for them, and a contest on the outside, but he will not be able to get around Alex Hacker.
Yeah, Legion just did a good job slamming that door shut, but a huge surge having to be put in. 150 meters in, see if he still has the legs after that surge.
Reagan Track Club in this thing too, so it is a 3-boy race as we approach the second handoff. And everyone jockeying for position, trying to find their team.
And that's the challenge. A really great move by Reagan Track Club. Just start to run into that traffic and couldn't take advantage of the fact that they were closing so hard because they didn't have position.
Absolutely. And that was a 50.69 split for the Reagan Track Club, and they are in second at the moment behind Hustle.
Down the back stretch is Hustle. Reagan's made up some of the distance here, and having to swing a little bit wide on this turn as they come into the final handoff. Our fourth legs will take over. Reagan overtaking Hustle, but not by enough to overtake at the handoff. Got to run on the outside.
And they are stride for stride right now. This is Reagan versus Hustle. That is Alexander Vaughn for the Reagan Elite.
Hustle having to get out really hard to hold Reagan off. That's going to put tired legs on both of them as they come around on this last lap. Who's got the strength to bring it home?
Hustle Track Club trying to hold off the charge by Reagan Elite. Has he done enough? And a little bit of a stumble there around that back turn. Both of these guys starting to tie up, and now a move on the outside. Reagan Elite trying to come back, but it's going to be Hustle holding on for that win and storming across the line. He ran 49.57 to bring his team home in a 3:24.97. Big finish as well by Jason Collindres of Legion. He ran 48.71. 3:25.85 for that team.
Really strong racing from Hustle Track Club just to hold that position and get out in front on the last leg. We're on to Heat 3. We've got Winslow Comic Track Club, Mervo Elite, Rogers High School. And a late scratch from Mervo Elite, so just Winslow, Comic, and Rogers.
So continuing to cut down these times. All three of these teams come in with 3:27 and change personal best. But again, the seeds mean so little. So far, everyone has eclipsed their seed time. and a big opening leg here. So that's Comic Track Club up front, all three pretty tight at the moment. And that was a 24.19 opening 200 for Giancarlo De Feva of Comic as Rogers moves into the lead.
Absolutely monster move from Rogers on the outside, bringing it home. Rogers has the lead at the first exchange. A little bit of traffic there that kind of sets the block almost for Rogers to get out and hold that lead, 51-0 on the leadoff leg.
And I believe that's Halen Whitley cruising around the top of the track right now for Rogers High School. Again, Winslow and Comac trying to stay in this conversation, but it is Whitley with a 23.35 opening 200, and he is not showing signs of slowing down.
Yeah, that running start, getting out well and having a nice handoff. He's just able to go out, and he's just trying to hold on to it now. Out very hard, but on pace to break 50 if he can hold form through the last 100 meters.
So it'll be Rogers High School clean with the exchange into our third leg now. And that was a 52.45 performance.
Just out a little too hot on that first 200.
That's right.
We saw that Winslow and Comac just started catching back up the last 50.
And speaking of catching up, all three of these guys now together as they approach one lap to go. That's Andrew Porta up front, I believe, for Rogers High School, and he did a little shoulder check, did a really good job of being able to hold on and throw in a bit of a surge to accelerate, felt that pressure on his shoulder, and made moves accordingly. He is going to put his team in the top position heading into the final handoff. This is going to be Nick Quinn for Rogers High School, taking the baton for the ultimate time around this 400-meter race.
3:52 splits on that one for all the legs there, 52.1 through 52.3. So really close running there. And Comac trying to bring it back again. They're going out hard and just trying to put themselves back in this race. Fearless running. Rogers, Comac, and Winslow. Comac swings wide. Not enough time to make that move down there, but with 50 meters to go, they'll try and make one last effort.
So that is Alonzo Portia for Rogers High School, winning this thing in 3:27.12. So slower than we saw out of Hustle Track Club from section number 2. Again, you can't rely too much on what we see on paper here because it's, you know, the script's kind of been thrown out as these athletes are running really, really fast times from every section. So Hustle Track Club still with the fastest time of the day so far, 3:24.97, 3:25.59 for Reagan Elite. And we'll move now on to section number 4 of our championship boys 4x400. We've got the Mustang Track Club in lane 2, Fidelis in 4, NMBL in 5, and Parsippany High School in lane 6.
Mustang Track Club down in 2 with a big gap up until 4 with lane 3 being open. And they're off. On the outside is Parsippany High. Fidelis Track Club in the maroon, making up the stagger very quickly. And they'll go into this first turn. Fidelis Track Club and Mustang TC on the inside going to be fighting for the pole position here. Fidelis on the outside, Mustang on the inside. Mustang's going to take it through 200 meters. And Mustang Track Club holding it down the back stretch. Fidelis trying to keep it close. Reeling them in is NMBL. And it's going to be 3 at the handoff that are all together. Nice move down the home stretch from Fidelis. They get the pass and they get the position on Mustang.
little bit of traffic there as Mustangs now swing wide around Fidelis, reasserting their dominance at the top of this thing.
Yeah, and that's Micah Walker from Mustang TC. He just got closed in on because they got the pass a little bit behind Fidelis, and then he had to swing wide and make a huge surge about 50 meters into the race, which is a really difficult way to run a 400. That's Micah Walker of Mustang TC.
Good move now there too by NMBL. They've put themselves into second position and closing things down on Mustangs, but it is the Mustang Track Club continuing to lead. Again, all three of these athletes still in contention as they approach the second handoff. So Mustangs remain up front. Being charged closely behind is NMBL Fidelis Track Club. And don't count out Parsippany because they have continued to close the gap up to the top three.
Yeah, it's hard to stay mentally focused and stay in the race, but they've done a nice job of just running their own race and slowly closing that gap while the other three teams really fight for position, and now they're right back on the train.
Well, and we should mention that Parsippany High's last runner ran sub 50. He ran 49.77, and that is why you're seeing him back in the conversation now. Parsippany making moves. In fact, they've moved all the way from fourth up into first, and they're going to be in the lead at the handoff.
They ran 49.77, but still remained in fourth after that, but went fourth to first over that leg. Really tough to do, but an impressive job from Parsippany High. 50.4 on that leg, nearly 2 seconds faster than any of the other third legs.
And they are putting the gears to the rest of the field. Mustangs doing well to try to hold on. Running well too are Fidelis and NMBL behind, but it is Parsippany up front. That yellow headband cruising around the track. He's got just over about 150 meters to go and extending his lead over the Mustangs.
And Fidelis trying to challenge on the outside. Mustangs are coming. Parsippany High leading the way. All three swinging wide. It's a huge battle for second. Here comes NMBL, but it's going to be Parsippany High. They'll take it. NMBL second. 3:26.95 for Parsippany High. That'll slot them into fourth overall right now. NMBL 3:27.5.
So Hustle remaining in the lead right now at 3:24.97. I love to see these fast times being thrown down from the early sections, setting the bar very high for the rest of these fields. And we're on to section number 5 now of these timed finals for the championship boys 4x4. We've got Hopkinton Track Club, Courageous Track Club, Roman Catholic TC, Mountain Brook Track Club, and LaSalle. And again, it does look as though we may have a couple of scratches here, namely out of lane 3, which would be Courageous Track Club. So 4 teams out of section number 5. They are Hopkinton, Roman Catholic, Mountain Brook, and LaSalle.
Off well in lane 3, or lane 4, that is, Roman Catholic. Made up that stagger in the first 50 meters, and they're just trying to power away early here.
Huge first lap for Roman Catholic Track Club. Looking like he's starting to tie up a little bit now as the field comes back on him. That was that's a tough way to run a 400. And a pass on the inside now by LaSalle.
Went out so hard, ran 23.3, and I think just lost a little bit of awareness of where he was on the track and gave that inside lane to LaSalle. LaSalle will hand off first.
So 51.57 for the opening leg for LaSalle. believe that's Patrick Murphy running well for them now. Big move on the outside by Hopkinton. He blows by the LaSalle runner. Moving well too is the athlete from Roman Catholic. So that is the order as they approach a lap to go in this leg. It is Hopkinton, Roman Catholic, and LaSalle not wanting to give anything away, coming back strong. And this again is where you sort of see that combination of the speed and the endurance. Are you an 800 runner? Are you a 200 runner? Right now, a big move on the outside there for LaSalle. Patrick Murphy running incredibly well. Don't count out Hopkinton and Roman Catholic. That is Roman Catholic now into the lead at the exchange.
And a really nice job by Roman Catholic to not only get up with them, but to have an exchange that they could get through and get back onto the rail in first. Roman Catholic 50.8 split on that leg and got a little bit of distance, but LaSalle starting to reel them back in.
This is the drama of the 4x4. It's not over till it's over. Roman Catholic running incredibly well up front. Strong performance by him, but the cadets are coming back. That is LaSalle in the blue, looking to shut down the daylight between himself and Roman Catholic. Roman Catholic finds another gear, and they're going to be squarely in the lead at the final exchange. 400 meters to go. A big run there by Marcus Allen for Roman Catholic Track Club.
50.4 for Marcus Allen. And this is Jack Kearney for Roman Catholic now, bringing home the anchor leg. LaSalle Track Club in second. Mountain Brook challenging LaSalle now. We got a lap to go, and it's a fight for the pole position, for the second position on the outside, but Roman Catholic still in the lead. Mountain Brook having to run this whole thing in lane 2.
That's such a tough way to do it. It's a long enough race as it is, given how fast you're running. And you're starting to see some of that lag now. Good battle between second and third, but this is all Roman Catholic Track Club. And they are going to come through in 3:23.25, so that moves them into the top position of the day thus far.
49.24, Jack Kearney's anchor leg to bring that top 4x4 time. That's heat 5.
So moving on to section number 6 now. Looks like we have a full track in front of us. That means that we have Soul and Distance Project in lane 2, Lexington Elite in 3, Bronxville Track Club in 4, Homewood TC in 5, and then BMH STF are going to start in lane 6. This is their A team.
And heat 6 is off. On the outside, BMH STF. Making up a lot of ground here. Lexington Elite Track Club. They're in lane 3. Trying to close down that stagger. And it's BMH STF. Lexington Elite, Homewood's in 3rd. BMH in the white kit up front. Lexington in 2nd. Homewood 3rd. And this is the first pass. And a poor pass from BMH. They stepped off the track. We'll see what happens there, but got a yellow flag. BMH makes the pass back into the lead, but that poor handoff certainly could cost them. BMH is, that's Bishop McNamara High School Track and Field. That's McNamara you see on the jersey, and McNamara is the one who stepped off the track when they were trying to make that pass. So could see them DQ'd in the results. Homewood trying to make the pass going into the second exchange. Clean exchange this time, but a lot of traffic, and Homewood gets pinched off there.
All three of those guys did a great job staying on their feet. That was nail biting. And look at this move by Bishop McNamara up front. Incredible run by him. He's just put about 10 meters on the rest of the field in the space of about 5 seconds. He is going to be in a huge position of advantage coming into his final lap, but don't count out Lexington. They're moving well too.
And Bishop McNamara went out in 22-4, so expect Lexington Elite to close hard, as McNamara will definitely tie up a little bit, see how well they can hang on.
I was going to say, also expect a full-on lactic headache by the end of this thing.
There it is. The bear is on the back. Lexington gets out a little too quick, but they get the baton first. McNamara second.
And again, cat and mouse back and forth. Bishop McNamara back up into the lead, overtaking the Lexington athlete. Another huge opening lap for him, but Lexington not letting him go. So heading into this bell lap, a 23.99 for Bishop McNamara.
And down the back stretch, Lexington gonna make the challenge. They're challenging on the turn. Here goes Lexington. Lexington Elite Track Club moves into the lead, but McNamara still there. Bishop McNamara fighting back. Lexington charging to the line. It's gonna be Lexington Elite Track Club. 3:22.40, and that's a new top time.
3:22.31 officially for Lexington Elite Track Club. Well fought right to the line. 3:22.74 for Bishop McNamara. 3:25.45 for Homewood. So that means that your first two teams now in the standings will be Lexington Elite and Bishop McNamara Roman Catholic Track Club, with their 3:23.25 from the earlier section, are currently sitting in third position.
Taking a look at our start list for Heat 7. Methacton Track Club, Deptford, Harriers, Poly Prep Country Day, and Croton.
All right. Next place on the track is
All of these teams come in with 3:24 and 3:25 seeds. They're going to have to run faster than that if they want to put themselves in the conversation for the top positions. Again, 3:22.31 by Lexington.
And the last few heats have all outperformed those seed times.
We've still got 5 to go.
Lots of relays, lots of teams still here that want to compete, get one more run in the indoor season.
Our starter just asking our athletes to reset. You know, I was thinking about that too. This is the sort of last really exciting indoor opportunity, and frankly the last indoor opportunity for many of these athletes at the high school level, particularly if they're seniors. So one last shot at glory for your team before heading on to whatever comes next. But we have seen so much exciting action here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals at the track at New Balance here in Boston, and we are underway with section number 7 of the championship boys 4x400 meter relays.
And out well, Deptford and Poly Prep Country Day. Poly Prep Country Day in the white kits in 5. Deptford goes in 3 in the grays. A little bit of a battle, but Deptford's gonna take it. Oh, and a little bit tied up. Poly Prep got clipped from behind and lost a lot of momentum. They went second, and now they're back in third, now fourth. Deptford showing why getting that position is so important.
So unfortunate. It's hard to avoid when you have this many fast guys on the track at once. All of them did well to stay on their feet, but it's a battle for athletes all neck and neck at that first exchange. Slight advantage going there to the Harriers up front, but Deptford right on their heels, and now a big move by Abu Dhabi of Deptford to put himself in the top position heading around the top of this track.
Deptford and Harriers. Croton now in third, moving up on the outside of Harriers.
That was a 22.86 opening lap for Abu Dhabi of Deptford track.
We've been starting to see some of those 22s, but every time we see one, they're getting a little bit better at holding onto it. And Abu Dhabi seems like he might be able to hold on a little better than we saw in the last heat.
Still good advantage for Deptford.
49.15 for Abu Dhabi on that leg, so really solid run.
I believe that was actually Christian Berry. Bear with us, we're trying to sort out who these athletes are as they make their way around the track. This is Christian Berry now with the baton up front with about a 2-second advantage for the Deptford Track Club over the rest of the field. Is Croton behind, but they are not able to shrink that advantage. Deptford holding on strong coming into the final exchange.
And now Croton coming back into this one right at this exchange. Deptford and Croton. Pointed out those handoffs by Croton in the 4x8, the same handoffs that they got here, and looks really clean when they get them, and they seem to just be making up about half a second every time by just having a clean handoff through that exchange zone.
We know how much a clean exchange counts in a 4x1, but it's really important in a 4x4 as well. Every 100th of a second counting, as we're seeing now Croton making up the gap on Deptford, and for the first time they're in the front of this thing with 100 meters to go.
Well timed from Croton. Here comes Methacton and Deptford. Croton trying to hold it off down the home stretch, and it's going to be Croton. 3:22.27, and just barely a new fastest time.
So some tight results here. As you mentioned, Croton into the top position at 3:22.27, only slightly ahead of Lexington, who's managed to hold on to one of the podium spots right now at 3:22.31. We've got 4 teams at 3:22 and change in the results at the moment, about halfway through our sections of Championship Boys 4x400 meter relays. And we're going to move on to section number 8 now. 8 of 12. Reminder that we're getting faster as we go. So in section number 8, we have Freedom Track Club in 2, Rocket City in 3, Run Fast Track Club in 4, Greenwich in 5, and then the RFH Dogs will be in lane 6. So the Dogs in lane 6 out of New Jersey, that's Rumson Fair Haven High School. They've got a very fast opening leg. Moving well, too, though, in lane 4. That's Freedom Track Club. I believe that's Tristan Crawford. And all of these guys right together at the cut-in. Freedom with the slight advantage over Run Fast. That's Tristan Crawford and Joshua Anding. Big move on the outside there, too. In the black kit, that is Rumson Fairhaven.
And Freedom Track Club going to hand off alongside Run Fast. Run Fast going to get that position on Freedom. 51.25 for Run Fast, and a really strong close that last 50. And pressure is on from that time. Croton Run Club threw down in the last heat. 3:22.27, time to beat Run Fast, Freedom, Rocket City, and RFH.
The bit of a stumble there on the top, and this is one of the dangers with a track this fast. It can actually make you run too fast sometimes, spitting you off of those turns. Just good job by these guys staying upright and clean exchanges. So a big advantage now for Run Fast Track Club. They've put some gap on the rest of the field, and a big opening lap for the third athlete for Run Fast. I believe that's Broderick Davis. Moving well too is Quinn Padovano out of RFH Dogs.
RFH starting to reel in Run Fast. The purple headband and white arm sleeve of RFH in second. Freedom Track Club in third, but it's still Run Fast out in the lead. They took the lead going into that first exchange, and they've held it to this point.
Run Fast out of Ruston, Louisiana, and they're going to be in the lead at the final exchange. A little bit of a stumble there, but clean overall. So we've got Frizzell Shepard up front for Run Fast, and look at the move behind him.
That's Greenwich TC. They went from fifth all the way to third and then into second, and closing on Run Fast. They're swinging wide. They're going to try and make it all up in 200. Greenwich in the lead. Greenwich had a 47-45 split on their third leg and out in 23-0.
This race is not over though. Run Fast coming back on the outside, and keep your eye as well on Freedom.
There's four in this one. Run Fast. Freedom trying to make a move, but Run Fast is going to get to the line first. 3:23.
It was actually Darryl George in the anchor,
3:23.12 final time. Freedom Track Club in second. 3:23.6. Those times 5th, 7th in the compiled results. Groton Run Club in Heat 7 still holding the fastest time, 3:22.27. Those teams outperformed their seed times, just not quite enough to move into first.
So we got 4 sections left in the championship boys 4x4s. Section number 9 will feature West Springfield Track Club, Cavaliers, IMG Elite's B team, Union Catholic, and the Eagles. So a full track, 5 teams in action, cleanly away. Again, they are West Springfield Cavaliers, IMG, Union Catholic, and Eagles.
Union Catholic made up that stagger immediately, and then IMG on the backstretch closes down on Union Catholic. And it looked like IMG might have broke in a little bit early, but white flag went up, so not seen by the officials, and didn't happen. IMG, Union Catholic, 1 and 2, Cavaliers TC, and Eagles. And Union Catholic in the lead, and it's a dropped baton. I think hands collided there, and IMG Elite just didn't hold on to the baton. It probably got knocked as they were side by side with IMG.
So unfortunate, but you know what's awesome is that runner got the baton and decided to keep running. He is going to finish this thing off for himself and his team. Again, that's what you want to see. This is a team event.
And you can see some confusion there. The IMG athletes were ready to keep going. The official was sending someone across the track, and they were confused, thought they weren't going to be allowed to run, but IMG back out there. They're going to get their last couple guys an opportunity to go and run a fast split, and that's always a great opportunity when you have it. Union Catholic now way out front, but being chased by West Springfield and Eagles Track Club. Union Catholic in the light blues, West Springfield in the hot pink. 50-point and 50-point for Union Catholic on the first 2 legs.
Union Catholic has about 25-meter advantage over West Springfield right now.
They are attacking this one for Union Catholic.
A huge run by the third leg here. Keep an eye on the split through 200 meters. It was a 24:76 opening lap for the Union Catholic Track Club.
Those pink arm sleeves, they've made it part of their team attire this weekend. Union Catholic showing out. Section 9 of 12 in the championship boys 4x400. Last leg, Union Catholic and West Springfield, Cavaliers Track Club and Eagles Track Club.
So Union Catholic continuing to enjoy the advantage up front, but the battle is on behind them. An enormous opening lap for the Eagles, who move from 4th into 2nd and are closing down the gap up to Union Catholic.
Union Catholic out ahead, but that gap is shrinking down the back stretch. Marcus McCoy for Union Catholic trying to bring it home. Here come Eagles Track Club. The Eagles Track Club swinging wide. Is there going to be enough room to do it? Union Catholic going to run through the line. They'll hold on to it. 323.82 officially. Eagles Track Club 324.25. Cavaliers 325. West Springfield 325. And IMG Elite, their baton was dropped, but they got back in it, finished it off.
And you love to see that, as you mentioned, giving themselves and their teammates an opportunity. And there you see the bump. And this is part of the danger. I mentioned it with these turns being so fast, is sometimes you're almost running so fast that you have a hard time, finding your position, really being spit into and out of that turn.
Yeah.
But great to see that that team was able to pick up the baton and finish it off, and then a great finish as well by Union Catholic to hold on for the win.
Yeah, the 4x4 indoors can sometimes be a contact sport because you're fighting for those positions, and just the slightest bump shoulder to shoulder can send you off your path, and just a slight touch in the wrong spot on that baton can send it flying.
That's right.
Heat 10 on the track, Hall TC, Spartan Track Club, Stags, North Track Club, Tiger Track Club. And you hear the fans starting to get a little bit louder as we get to these final 3 sections. They're starting to get amped up, wondering what we're gonna see. And we got 4 all in it at the break. That's North Track Club that's gonna take it, but Tiger's on the outside. And they're banging on the signs down the back stretch. All the Stags, fans, and athletes. North, Tiger, Stags, and Hall. North on that inside position. Got the best position for this handoff. North's gonna go through. Tiger second. Stags, then Hall. Stags trying to make their way around, and they do get past Tiger Track Club. North is still out there. North got about 5 meters on the field, but Stags is chasing. That's Miles Dixon for Stags, trying to bring them back into this. And as they pass the back stretch with all the fans banging on the New Balance signs down the back stretch. North Track Club had the lead, 49-28 lead off leg, and they've got the lead at the second handoff. 49-67 for North Track Club on that second leg. It's North and Stags. There's about 10 meters between them now, but Stags trying to wind it up and bring them back. Here comes Stags. This is your third leg. 1 lap, and they will hand off to our anchors. North and Stags. North starting to tie up, and Stags is railing him in. Reeling in now. North throwing down one final surge. 50 meters to go on leg number 3. Final exchange. North able to get the baton off cleanly. Stags started a little early. And on that exchange, North just able to spread that lead a little bit more. Another 49 split for North Track Club and for Stags. One lap to go. Stags trying to reel him in. North just holding on, trying to race the clock at this point, not thinking about who's behind him. James Long for Stags. The music is bumping, the fans are getting loud. North Track Club coming down the home stretch. They're gonna take section 10 and a huge improvement on that top time. 3:17.19, 3:18.32 for Stags in second. Those are our top 4 times. 3:21 for Tiger Track Club, 3:21 for Hall Track Club. So a big change on that leaderboard now.
Yeah, all 4 of those teams now in the top 4 positions, and this is what we expected to see. This is where things start getting hot. We have 2 sections left, so our penultimate section is going to feature Cinco Ranch out of Texas in lane 2, Carolina Cavaliers in 3, Ann Arbor Track Club in 4. We've talked about them over and over this weekend. Bullis is going to start in lane 5, and then 16 Ways Track Club out of Chippewa Valley, Michigan will be in 6.
Bullis leading off with Julian Roberson. And we're excited to see Quincy Wilson, our Open 400 champ, just a freshman. What leg will Bullis put Quincy on?
So again, national lead is 3:15.30 by Montverde Academy. Fastest time today so far by North Track Club, 3:17.19, makes them the 4th fastest in the country this year. And several of these teams have marks that could eclipse that. We've got number 13, number 8, number 11, and number 15 in the country right now. And at the first exchange, it is going to be 16 Ways Track, right neck and neck with the Carolina Cavaliers. Bullis and Ann Arbor Track Club in pursuit. Big move on the inside there by the Carolina Cavaliers.
We have seen so many inside moves, and that exact spot coming off that turn, people just tend to drift out a little bit.
You know, I think, again, they're running so fast, and these turns spit you out so quickly that you almost can't get back into that rail position. It's actually probably more efficient for them to be running the way that they are, but to your point, that opens that danger for an inside pass.
Carolina Cavaliers on the inside, 16 Ways now trailing. Bullis trying to reel them in.
And that was a 22.86 opening lap for the Cavaliers. And as they come into the exchange, they have the slight advantage over 16 Ways Track. It was a 26.57 for that second lap, so 49.42, 49.26 for Bullis. So keep an eye on Bullis charging very quickly down the backstretch with 300 meters to go.
That's Alex Lambert of Bullis on the 3rd leg, and right behind him is Ann Arbor Track Club. They're trying to make the pass on Bullis. It's Carolina, 16 Ways, Ann Arbor Track Club, and they just get in front of Bullis and they clip them. That's just those tight margins on those turns, making the pass when there might not be quite enough room. But Carolina still in the lead.
Bullis coming back, and now it is Carolina, Ann Arbor, and Bullis moves into 3rd. Coming into the final exchange, it is going to be Carolina remains up front. A huge split for Ann Arbor, 48.81 for their 3rd runner.
Carolina Cavaliers, Ann Arbor Track Club, but the national champ, Quincy Wilson, gets the baton for Bullis, and he is gunning for Carolina Cavaliers. He makes the pass into 2nd. He looks so comfortable. The freshman ran 46 seconds in the Open yesterday. He's got his eyes on Carolina. Can he close it down? Carolina Cavaliers out there pushing the pace. Bullis 2nd. Ann Arbor Track Club 3rd.
It's going to be close. Bullis trying to shut this thing down, but the Carolina Cavaliers have done so much work. They're going to hold on for the win. Bullis runs out of track, but the time, 3:16.27. That is going to be the fastest time of the day so far, and it's also going to be the fourth fastest time in the country this year.
3:16.27 for Carolina Cavaliers. Bullis 3:17.23. That will put them third. Quincy Wilson splits 46.57 to bring Bullis back into that after they got tangled up there with Ann Arbor Track Club on the third leg. That was section 11. We've got one more.
And this is the hot one, section 12, our final section of the championship boys 4x400. Get ready for something special here, because this section includes Montverde Academy, who hold the fastest time in the nation at 3:15.31. They're going to be joined by some speedsters, including out of lane 2, Laughlin Track Club. They're the 7th fastest in the country this year. They've run 3:18.54. They're out of Brooklyn, New York, Bishop Laughlin High School. That's going to be Jelani Johnson, Christian Walker, Kyer Lawson, and Wesley Noble Jr.
Oh, they were announcing Laughlin Track Club, but they didn't show up, so they were waiting for Laughlin. Now we got Pennsauken Track Club from New Jersey, Karan Ali, LaDanian McGrath, Premier Win, and Bryce Tucker is the quartet for Pennsauken that will go in lane 3.
They've run the 3rd fastest time in the country this year. We've got 3 teams at 3:15 and change. IMG Elite is going to be out of lane 4. They've run the 4th fastest time. They're from Bradenton, Florida. That's Kane Stanley, Aiden Henley, Ethan Pater, and Dylan Woodruff. And then fastest team in the country this year, this is going to be Montverde Academy out of Florida. They've run 3:15.31. That is going to be the time to beat. That is Zaire Nuridin, Issam Singa, Michael Larry, and Javian Green. And then 2nd fastest time in the country this year, 3:15.73, Seton Hall Prep out of New Jersey. They were the Milrose Games champions last month. This is going to be Ryan Matalonis, Kenneth Webb, Nicholas DeVita, and Xavier Donaldson. Fastest time of the day so far, 3:16.27. That's the 4th fastest time in the country. It's going to take that or better. It's going to take the fastest time in the nation this year or better to eclipse that. So keep your eye on MVA out of 5. Again, Laughlin Track Club is a scratch. So we've got Pennsauken, IMG, MVA, and Seton Hall.
And we've been waiting for this one for a while. MVA has been all over the place. National records, national champs. Montverde Academy. They're going to lead off with Javian Green.
Fastest time in the nation so far this year belongs to Montverde Academy at 3:15.31. The national record is 3:12.53, set by Bullis High School from Maryland back in 2019.
Pennsauken, IMG, Montverde, Seton Hall. Bring them back up. They weren't quite set with Seton Hall's blocks, so bring everyone up. Now that they're good, they get back into those blocks.
So this is going to be Nicholas DeVita of Seton Hall leading off alongside Javian Green, Kane Stanley for IMG Elite, and Karan Ali for Pensacola.
Really nice job by Kane Stanley making up that stagger on Javian Green of Montverde. They're going to be fighting at this cut-in, and Javian Green accelerates to take pole position. 22.3 through 200, so not going to be able to hold that pace, but how well can they hold on? Montverde, IMG, Seton Hall, Pensacola. Montverde out well.
Starting to tie up now, but he's done enough work to put his team in position 1 at the handoff. That is MVA, your national leaders, leading this final charge, and we see the pace lights out there. They're set to national lead tempo, and you can see how far ahead all 3 of our top athletes are.
Montverde's leadoff leg, Javian Green, goes 48.35. A great start for this team.
22 flat, 22.08 is the opening lap for MVA's second runner.
That's Issam Masinga. He ran 6:57, set a national record in the 60. He's gonna go out hard, and he's gonna make it hurt really bad. He's just gonna try and get the baton across the line now. That's a 60-meter specialist stepping up to the 400 to help his team out.
So this is a marathon for him, is what you're telling me.
Exactly.
Well, he crossed the line through that marathon very well.
And split 48.2.
So still ahead of those green pace lights, MVA's third runner, but the advantage has shrunk.
Montverde, IMG now stalking, and just behind them is Seton Hall. Seton Hall's Ryan Matalonis made a huge move going into that turn on IMG, and now he's making a move down the backstretch. Matalonis opening up his stride, and he's trying to make the move. Oh, he takes out MVA! They made contact, and MVA goes down. Seton Hall. Slight contact, but enough to take Montverde down. They'll pass off to Xavier Donaldson. 47.84 from Matalonis, but Montverde went down. I'm sure we'll see a protest there. One lap to go. Seton Hall, Xavier Donaldson. He's all alone right now. IMG second, Pensacola in third. Montverde did well to get up off the track and keep that baton moving around. Seton Hall Track Club comes across the line, 3:14.50. 3:14.53 officially. 47.64 from Xavier Donaldson. And not sure, when it's way down on the other side of that track, it's really hard to tell, you know, was that contact initiated by Seton Hall? They were on the outside. Did they cut in too early? Did MVA move out? You know, those are the things that you can't quite tell, and there may be a protest there on that result.
Absolutely. It's so hard to know. Again, from our vantage point here in the announcer's booth, we're on the opposite end of the track. And as we mentioned, you know, these guys are moving so fast, and they're all such powerful young men that all it would take, as you mentioned, is just to kind of swing by someone ever too tightly, just to make that contact and throw them off of their balance point. So hoping we can see either a replay of that,
and here we get it.
We will.
And you see on the outside is Seton Hall, and he's in lane 2, so really he stays in his lane there in lane 2. And Montverde, yeah, that, I mean, they're showing it on the screen, and Carolina Cavaliers are celebrating, but as I see that on screen, I do not think that should be a DQ, but that's what we see in the results. You look on the screen, and they're out in lane 2. Yep. They absolutely have every right to be there, does Seton Hall. Montverde fighting for position, rightfully so, but they get clipped, and if you're in lane 1 and you move out to lane 2, that is not on the passing runner.
And if they have access to what we just saw, I'm sure there will be a protest back to try to have our winners, Seton Hall, reinstated. But as you mentioned, right now it is saying that the Carolina Cavaliers have taken this thing. So we'll try to get you more information as it becomes available to us. But drama, drama, drama here at the track at New Balance in Boston.
Always exciting in the 4x4. We said earlier, it's a contact sport in indoors.
That's right.
And we saw it right there.
Absolutely. And here you see another look at that clip, and I agree with you that
Montverde just riding on that outside of lane 1 line all the way into lane 2.
in fact he makes contact with the Seton Hall athlete.
Exactly. Seton Hall's, that was Macalonis, and he did a great job of staying wide. You can't really do anything there. It's forced wide, and I'm positive I see the Seton Hall coach down there speaking with the officials.
Yep.
I don't know if they had access to that replay yet. I'm sure they will be on the YouTube channel trying to rewind, but they're absolutely protesting. We'll see where that goes. Right now we're underway. We've got the girls' championship 4x400. There's 7 heats here, and it's finals against time. We keep rolling here at the track at New Balance. Courageous Track Club out in the lead. We've got West Springfield, Wachusett, and RFH Dogs Track Club.
So Courageous Track Club with a decent lead through the first handoff. That was a 58-30 opening leg for Courageous. Being chased down now, really quick running happening by West Springfield to try to close the gap up on Wachusett, but it is Courageous Track Club with a very quick 26:33 opening lap for the second leg, and she is starting to slow a little bit now, starting to feel that effort and tying up ever so slightly, but I think she's probably put enough distance on the rest of the field that she'll be able to maintain the advantage into the second exchange.
Wachusett and West Springfield just trying to close it down, put their third runners in contention. But Courageous Track Club putting on a clinic in these first 2 legs. Clean handoff.
And a 56.90 second leg there for Courageous. They're running completely solo up front, about a 20-meter advantage on the very fast charge there. West Springfield coming up now into second. Wachusett doing everything she can to stay with the West Springfield athlete. But it is Courageous Track Club in the lead.
Wachusett did well to hold that rail position at the start of the third leg, and now West Springfield going to try and make a move coming off the turn. But Courageous way out there. Here comes West Springfield moving into second. And Courageous Track Club bringing it in, but West Springfield slowly making up some ground here. Courageous, West Springfield, RFH Dogs Track Club moves into third. Wachusett in fourth, but trying to make the pass, and RFH Dogs make the pass on West Springfield. So does Wachusett. Wachusett's running out in lane 2. Courageous out in front.
And into the bell lap, Courageous Track Club, again, starting to tie up a little bit, but they have done so much work up front, completely solo. Pace changes happening behind them as well, with the RFH Dogs continuing to lead out Wachusett. West Springfield moved into fourth. And this is going to be a very fast finish now for the RFH Dogs. But she's not going to be able to catch Courageous Track Club. Courageous led this thing from gun to tape, and she has run 3:58.01. That was Kai Allen, Paris Williams, Layla Hawkins, and Lindsey Johnson. So that is the time to beat out of Section 1 of the Championship Girls 4x4.
Saw 2:56 splits in there. 56.9 on the second leg for Courageous Track Club, and then a 56.6 close for the RFH Dogs Track Club. really impressive bringing them back in and trying to put themselves far enough on that leaderboard that they can place pretty high even out of Heat 1. Teams in Heat 2 are Lincoln, Cheltenham Striders, DC Cadets, and Haverford Track Club. Well, there's your results currently for your top 10 on the boys 4x4. Cavaliers up top after that disqualification for Seton Hall. But Kate, you and I were expecting we might see something from a protest from that Seton Hall team. Saw the coach speaking with the officials and see if that stands, but a really great run from that 11th of 12 heats for the Carolina Cavaliers.
Absolutely. We move now into our section 2 of the championship girls 4x4. So there have been a few scratches, and therefore the heats have changed a little bit. So we've got Black Diamond Track Club in lane 2, Framingham in 3, and I believe that is Woburn Track Club out in lane 5. MVP and IMG seem to be scratches from this section. I think so.
We've got Black Diamond, Framingham, and Woburn.
And they're tightly packed right now. Black Diamond with the slight advantage over Framingham, and then Woburn following behind. Approaching the bell, it is approaching the handoff. It is Black Diamond Track Club with the slight lead. And a big move there by Black Diamond Track Club runner, trying to assert herself at the front, put some distance between her and the athlete from Framingham.
Black Diamond still out in front, and Framingham closing it down now. Black Diamond and Framingham now, it's a race. Approaching our third leg. They are 1 meter apart as they head into the second exchange.
So these teams just slightly behind the halfway relay split of Courageous Track Club out of section number 1. So they've got some work to do if they want to make up the gap on our early leaders. 3:58.01, the current time to beat. That's Framingham following Black Diamond.
Alice Valenzuela of Black Diamond out in front, leading the way on this third leg of the Championship Girls 4x4. We're in Heat 3, 7 total heats.
So 2:59 at the exchange, 2:57 was the 1,200 meter split for Courageous Track Club. So Black Diamond is doing well to get closer to our early leaders. But Framingham is not wanting to let them go. And the gap being completely eliminated. These two are neck and neck with 1 lap to go. It is Framingham versus Black Diamond. That was Abby Damaris of Framingham into the lead now.
Strong leg by Framingham, but Black Diamond Track Club charging back.
Battle all the way to the line, but it is going to be Framingham with those strong arms powering through to the win. She's run 4:02.35 for Framingham, Black Diamond 4:03.49, and Woburn 4:05.64. So Courageous Track Club and RFH Dogs are the only two teams under 4 minutes after 2 sections of this championship girls 4x400. Moving right along. In section number 4, we've got the Run Fast Track Club in lane 3. We've got a team out of St. Louis, Missouri in 4. Union Athletics will start in 5, and the Burnt Hills Track Club rounds out our field in lane 6.
Three more heats after this one to wrap up action here at New Balance Nationals Indoor. And they are off. Union trying to make up that stagger quickly on Burnt Hills. Burnt Hills in lane 6. Union Athletics in 5. That's Noelle Evans making that stagger up. And now seeing Run Fast Track Club starting to surge. Nice tangent run by Union Athletics. I love seeing the athlete that knows their way around the track.
That's right. Runs that shortest distance from the outside to the inside.
Yeah, not easy to know in high school and when you're just learning how to run on these Bank 200 tracks, but
absolutely
really well done, well coached.
So Noelle Evans up front. She'll hand off to Bryce Hatcher. But St. Louis, Missouri now into the lead. So that was a 58.33 and 58.42 respective times for the opening leg of Union Athletics and the team out of Missouri. St. Louis continuing to lead now, but Run Fast Track Club has entered this conversation in a major way.
Right as you say that, Kate, they go up on the outside, trying to make the pass going into the turn on Union, and they do.
Having to clip her stride just a little bit as she navigates, as we've said, these really tight turns. They're fast, but they're treacherous. So it is St. Louis, Run Fast Track Club, and Union Athletics, all three stride for stride. 25 flat opening lap for Run Fast Track Club. And now we're seeing a real battle between St. Louis and Run Fast. And they will remain upright and stride for stride at the exchange.
55.99 for Run Fast Track Club. What a huge split. Run Fast and St. Louis really just powered away from Union on that leg.
And they have gone out hard.
That's Makaria Harris for Run Fast Track Club out there.
That was a 25.80 opening lap, and she's continuing to extend her lead. She looks incredibly powerful coming around that top of the track and into the final straightaway, putting her teammates clearly ahead with a good cushion of advantage. Run Fast Track Club being pursued now by St. Louis, Missouri.
54.79 split for Run Fast Track Club. They are throwing down right now.
Unbelievable.
St. Louis reeling Run Fast Track Club back in.
I was going to say, this is a huge move by her. Incredible opening lap for St. Louis. And she will move to the front with a lap to go.
Charlie Moody. What a move, and perfectly timed right before the turn, and puts a gap on Run Fast.
100 meters to go, and she has blown this race out of the water. It is going to be St. Louis, Missouri. Charlie Moody coming in for that win for her team. And a big time, 3:50.67. So that's an 8-second advantage over the previous heats. 3:52.5 for Run Fast Track Club. Those are the times to beat. And Burnt Hills manages to come through in the third fastest time of the day so far at 3:56.47. As we head into section 5 now of 7 of these championship girls 4x400 relays. Our final events, concluding a thrilling weekend of action here at the track at New Balance in Boston. All right. So on to section number 5 of 7 now. In lane 3, we've got Bronxville Track Club. Mustang TC will start in 5, and Impulse Track Club starts in lane 6. So that huge performance by the team out of St. Louis, Missouri at 3:50.67 has set the bar high for these girls. This is our section 5, 2 more to go after this. And matched evenly, stride for stride at the cut-in. It is Mustangs and Bronxville. The Mustangs up front, starting to put some distance on the athlete from Bronxville. So it's a 28:36 opening lap, and she is continuing to extend her lead, pouring it on for the Mustangs. They've come in with a 3:57 seed, looking to improve significantly on that. Clean exchanges across the board. So that was 60.01 for the opening leg of the Mustangs, 61.08 and 61.95 for Bronxville and Impulse. And a big move now by the athlete from Impulse Track Club. She has bridged the gap up to Bronxville and is now contesting the athlete from Mustangs. But Mustangs feel the pressure and respond accordingly, and with 100 meters to go, she's found another gear. All 3 of these girls moving really well. Another final push here by Impulse Track Club to swing her team back up into the mix, but all 3 girls tightly bunched through the first 2 legs of this 4x4 relay, section number 5. Mustangs maintain their advantage over Impulse. Bronxville still in the conversation as well, not wanting to let too much of a gap develop, and now Impulse making a move around the outside. It's a great run here by the athlete from Impulse Track. That is Sophia Holgado. And she's running with tremendous composure right now, gapping Mustangs and Bronxville. You can see the effort by all 3 of these girls. But clean exchanges all around, and Impulse Track Club remains in the lead into the final exchange. So that was a 59.66 and 59.74 for Impulse and Bronxville, respectively. So a tightly matched section, with Impulse trying to hold off the move by the Mustangs on the outside, forcing the Mustangs athlete to run wide. And Impulse maintaining their advantage with 100 meters to go. They're not going to run under that 350 barrier. But Impulse is able to hold on for the win in this section. 356.33 officially for Impulse Track Club, 356.88 for the Mustangs, and 358.54 for Bronxville. So that moves Impulse Track into the 3rd position overall with two sections remaining.
Section of the championship girls 4x400 meter relay. They're running in lane 2.
So we've got a full section number 6 on the track. We've got NAG LOC in lane 2, the Ville Big Red in 3, Bishop McNamara in 4. We've heard lots from them this weekend. We've got Motor City Track in 5, and then Green Bay Track is going to round out our field in lane 6.
Heat 6 of 7. 2 more races on the track. Closing out a jam-packed 4 days of action.
So the fastest seed in this section comes from Motor City Track. They've posted a 3:52.78, which right now on paper would put them 3rd overall in the standings. But you're gonna have to run 3:50 or faster if you wanna take this thing.
If you wanna factor into the top 8, you're gonna have to run around that 3:50 mark, because we've got 5 more teams in that final heat that are gonna want to run fast too.
And it is Motor City in the lead, just edging out Bishop McNamara after the opening lap of this first leg. That's Kellis Hunter Young for Motor City. And she is running away with this thing. 26.65 opening lap for her, and she is continuing to extend that advantage. Running very strong into the exchange.
What a huge run from Hunter Young. Passing the baton through that exchange, 57.2. Great leadoff leg.
Absolutely, and she is putting her Motor City Track teammates in an excellent position as we see some incredible power right now.
Haven't seen a leadoff leg that fast yet in these championship sections.
And it's exactly what we would expect, especially out of Motor City Track. Keep an eye on the splits through this opening lap. This has been absolutely blazing fast. That was a 25.42 for Morgan Roundtree of Motor City. She's got a 30-meter lead on the rest of the field.
Motor City Track, NAGLOC, and Bishop McNamara. Motor City Track trying to throw something down and make that next heat chase it.
And they are well on their way with a 56.49 run there by Morgan Roundtree. 55.27 for NAGLOC. So these athletes are not here to mess around, and running incredibly well down the backstretch right now also is the athlete from Bishop McNamara, trying to make up the distance. But all 3 of these top girls running incredibly fast through the opening lap of their leg.
NAGLOC closing that gap quickly. Motor City Track in the lead. NAGLOC just 2 meters behind, coming off the turn down the back stretch. They're going to make a move. Motor City Track responds. NAGLOC gets in front before the turn.
And what you're seeing on display right now is the speed and power of the first of 2 Taylor twins. These are Cadence and Calencia. We saw them in the 4x2s yesterday. And they are moving. It is a tight race between NAGLOC and Motor City Track. That was a 55.56 for NAGLOC. So far, all of their splits have been well under that 60-second mark.
And Motor City Track. This is Kylie King. And Kylie King has been running on the outside the whole way here. Just a great job by NAGLOC holding her off. Looks like Psalm Jones.
So NAGLOC through 1,400 meters, just a hair faster than the time laid down by the team from St. Louis, Missouri. It's going to be close.
Motor City Track on the outside, NAGLOC on the inside. Motor City Track with one more surge. NAGLOC trying to hold them off. They will at the line. Motor City Track tried all they could, had to run that entire 400 in lane 2. Expert tactics by NAGLOC.
Absolutely, and we have seen our first and second sub 350 performances of the day. 349.25 for NAGLOC, 349.46 for Motor City Track. So they move into first and second overall, bumping St. Louis, Missouri down to third, and we are entering our final section now, our fastest on paper. And you can see the battle between those two girls right to the line, but NAGLOC, I think to your point, was just able to force the other athlete to the outside, and that, I think, made all the difference.
A lot easier to run 400 than 410.
That's right.
349.25 is going to be the time to beat. And our fastest section is on the track now. Chargers AC. That's the team of Chloe Jones, Billy Frazier, Nyla Jones, and Nayla Jones.
The Chargers are number 8 in the nation so far. Running right outside of them in lane 3 from Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
We've got Lancaster City Track Club, Kamaya Wright, Lucy DeSion, Isabella Schertzer, and Kamea Wright.
Running in lane 4 from Montgomery, Florida. They're the U.S. number 2 this year, from 348.89.
Montverde Academy. Olivia Williams, Michelle Smith, Nakia Holland, and the infamous 200 national record holder, Adeja Hodge. She set that high school national record, won the New Balance Nationals in the 200. And we got two teams here from Bullis. This is the team of Mila Green, Sage Hinton, Mariah Bernard, and Sydney Sutton. Bernard gonna lead them off. And another team from Bullis. We saw them go 1-3 in the 4x2. And they've got two teams in this fast section of the championship girls 4x4. This is the team of Lauren Leith, Tatum Lynn, Gabby Wright, and Morgan Rothwell.
Unbelievable depth out of this program. And we saw this yesterday as well with both of the A and B team in the girls making the 4x200 meter final. And that's pretty incredible when you can have two teams in the top 8 in the nation. And we should mention that the fastest of these two teams, that's Bullis A, hold the fastest time in the nation this year at 3:44.88. They set that almost exactly a month ago at the Youngstown State High School meet. And that would be something special to see. So 3:44.88, the fastest time in the country this year. 3:49.25, the fastest time of the meet so far.
And we expect to see a quick first 200 out of Adeja Hodge. She's leading off for Montverde. Just such a strong 200-meter runner. And she pulled out of that 60 final so she could focus on the 200, or the 60 semifinals, so to focus on the 200. Clearly the right decision.
Absolutely.
She came away a national champion.
Yep. Should mention that MVA has the second fastest time in the country this year, 3:48.89. That was set early February in the Florida-Georgia Challenge. So number 1 and 2 in the country on track next to each other in lanes 4 and 5. So we are underway in our 7th and final section of the Girls Championship 4x400 meter relay here at the track at New Balance in Boston. It is going to be MVA, Bullis, Chargers, and Lancaster.
And Adeja Hodge out comfortably on this first 200, but she is out fast and has a huge lead on the field, 25-47. She can do that comfortably, but now she's got to see what kind of strength she has and how long she can hold on to this as two teams from Bullis, the Chargers and Lancaster, all come charging at her. She's still got 5 meters on the field.
I was going to say, you know that you're one of the fastest people in the country, if not the fastest, when you can open up in a 25-47 and make it look that easy.
Hodge holding on for the lead. It's double her race distance, but she does it well. Bullis drops the baton. Montverde out in front. Bullis now bringing up in 4th and 5th.
And a huge move down the backstretch by the Bullis A athlete. That was unfortunate with that baton drop, but she is not letting it affect her, making some moves into 3rd. Huge opening laps for all of these girls. That was a 25.56 for MBA, 25.91 for the Bullis athlete.
When you go out in 25.9 and actually lose ground, it's hard to keep going, but Bullis trying to do just that. And MVA still out in front.
And you can see MVA right on those pace lights. That is set to the fastest time in the country. Another big leg for MVA. That was a 53.88.
What a huge split. Lancaster City Track Club still holding on to 2nd, and then we've got Bullis and Bullis.
MVA right on those pace lights.
And Bullis in 3rd. That was the team they called their B team. The A team in 4th. They were the ones that dropped the baton, but have made their way back into the mix.
And a big opening lap there for that Bullis A team, 25.70. And they are working well together, the two Bullis teams. But into the final exchange, it is MVA, and Lancaster City has made up the gap. It is going to be a race right to the line.
Monteverde, Lancaster City, Bullis, and Bullis. Bullis A team finally goes around their B team. And they'll go around Lancaster too. Absolutely closing this down massively right now.
Unbelievable opening lap here.
And Montverde goes out well, 25-2. 24-0 for Bullis.
That is Sage Hinton of Bullis. She is doing everything she can to hunt down our leader. Is it going to be enough? 100 meters to go.
It's Montverde Academy holding the lead. Bullis in 2nd. Montverde down the home stretch. They're going to take the final section of the championship girls 4x400 and 3:45.68. That's enough. They are your national champs.
And that was a 54.50 final leg there for MVA. 54.11 for Sage Hinton. She ran so well to try to close that gap. But when the talent and the depth is this extreme, it's just almost impossible to do. 3:47.75 for that Bullis A. They did a great job of getting themselves back into the mix after that baton drop. And then NAG LOC out of one of the earlier heats is able to hold on for a podium spot, 3:49.25. 6 teams under 350.
That impressive 53-88 split from Montverde Academy on the second leg just blew this thing open, and Bullis started panicking a little bit there when they dropped that baton, and it's really hard to come back from something. That's a big error to try and make your way back from. And here you see they're in second. They just lose it as they try and switch hands.
And
it's really tough.
It was really tough, but great instincts by their runner to just, trust that she can pick it up and keep going. We've seen, like you said, so many athletes panic when things go wrong. And that was well done and good experience on display there for the Bullis athlete.
Yeah, you like to see that because a lot of people will feel sorry for themselves and they don't try and put their team back into it. Well, they picked that baton up and they go out and run 3:47 and finish second in the nation.
Unbelievable, and a great shot there of the final straightaway. That power on display. MVA cruising across the line to be crowned national champions. And there you can see a well-deserved rest on the track by this quartet of speedy ladies.
We saw lots of victory laps this weekend, but I think they're ready to call it a weekend. And so are we here at the track at New Balance. Thank you to New Balance for hosting the wonderful New Balance Nationals Indoor. Your girls 4x4 final results on screen as we wrap here from the track at New Balance. Thanks to the team of volunteers, the staff at the track, and all of New Balance for supporting this wonderful event, providing opportunities for over 5,500 athletes to compete this weekend for national titles. We saw national titles crowned. We saw national records fall. It was a great 4 days here at the track at New Balance. Signing off for Kate Van Buskirk, and I'm Declan Murray. Thanks for joining us this weekend at New Balance Nationals Indoor 2023.